what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can take. to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the sea.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Let me get my headphones fixed. This is messed up. I think I have my, I think it's supposed to be, the left side goes over here on the left, right? I don't know. Can you even tell which is left and right with me? I'm kind of confusing, chat. Am I confusing you? I hope I'm not confusing. I hope I'm not confusing too many people with my confusion, which I have a lot of. Especially on a day like today. Where I have yet to even have my void coffee, right? I got the lipstick. Forgot about the void coffee. Oh my god, hey everybody. Hey Woody Red, hey Jules, hey Manup, hey Gothic Azriel, True Change, Gasparincia, and No Comment Chick. Who's that? She's supposed to be here? I thought we banned her, right? Wasn't she the files lady? I don't want her getting files on me. Right? Didn't she blackmail all of Twitch and that's why everybody talks so nicely about her? Because she's got dirt on them. She's got compromat. Have you heard about that? Have you heard about the evil file lady? I heard she was like the Stasi from East Germany. But then again, I did hear that from Apartheid anime girl, and I don't know if I should believe her. I don't know if she's a good source, really. On information like that. I feel like she might have a little bit of a conflict of interest on when it comes to NCC. But yeah, NCC was right, and NCC still is right, and NCC's got all the files on all the sussy bakas, including Piers Morgan. That's why you don't hear Piers Morgan talking shit about me, right? That's why you don't get that. Obviously, you love people with files. Well, yeah, you gotta have, in this business, you gotta have files. You gotta have something to protect you against the clout networks. Also, Buffy, thank you for the resubscribe. Yes, that is 24 months. 2 years. Jules, thank you for the resubscribe for 27 months. Damn. Like I'm saying, I feel like the June, because that's June, like the character June from Persona 2, avatar, I feel like that needs to get upgraded to the Maya one. So I never added the Maya one because I was like, these are really long, subs, and I didn't have anyone with subs that long at the time, and now I do. So yeah, I feel like we need a whole new tier. Oh my god. So yeah, this debate is kind of silly, especially after we saw Bassem Youssef. Well, wait, we didn't see that, did we? We didn't see what happened with Bassem versus Piers. So we'll have to watch that after the Hasan thing. But yeah, that's right. Hasan debated Piers Morgan, and we're gonna see exactly how it went. We're gonna see if he does the transformation, if he can actually turn into. Wait a minute. Let me check. Let me check, okay? I'm not sure if Piers Morgan actually does, like, does his head turn into a baboon during this? Does his head, like, this is what I've heard, Chad. I can't confirm this, and you gotta be really careful in this atmosphere about, kind of misinformation, which might be being spread right now. But look at this. Yeah, look, it looks like he does. It looks like he does, right? But look, you know, I don't know. Honestly, like, it can happen to the best of us, right? It can happen to the best of us pretty easily. So, we're not gonna hold that against Piers Morgan. Whatever type of animal he transforms into, that's not the problem with Piers Morgan. That's not the problem. We got other issues with Piers Morgan. Animals are innocent. That's right. That's right. Especially baboons. Baboons are adorable. Like, right? I think I would rather be interviewed by a baboon version of Piers Morgan than the actual Piers Morgan. But look, that's not all that we've got to talk about it. Like I said, we're gonna try to watch the Bassem Youssef, which I should have watched before. Because that was pretty good. That was pretty decisive. I don't know if Hasan's gonna be decisive like that. I've heard Hasan get some dunks in here and there, but I don't know if it's gonna be that decisive. Like I said, like, Hasan is good at debating sometimes, right? If he's debating Andrew Tate, he's good. He's really good. He's the one. You're a weasel. I am weasel. We are baboon. Oh my god. Wait, we got weasels in chat. Both of you have weasels in chat. YouTube and Twitch, post your weasels if you've got them. If you are a member on YouTube, or if you are a sub on Twitch, you've got weasels. Yeah, and the Twitch ones actually move around. Look, we'd like to get the YouTube ones to move around too, but Ludwig hasn't gotten back to me. Ludwig has not gotten back to me, right? I think we should definitely send people over there to go and bother Ludwig and make sure that Ludwig knows that No Comment Check wants that extension. Supposedly Ludwig's got an extension that lets you use animated emojis on YouTube, right? But I haven't gotten that. We should cancel you. There's a lot of people that deserve to be canceled for not being nice enough to NCC, right? I think a lot of the internet, we could just like wipe the slate clean with a lot of people, right? We could just like clear off the dead wood like that, right? And it does like select kind of for shitty content creators, right? In other words, were we to do that, were we to have the purge, right, chat? Were we to do some kind of a cultural purge on YouTube, I have the feeling that nothing of value would be lost as long as the selector that we used was like, is nice to NCC, it's not nice to NCC. I feel like we'd do pretty well. We'd still have all the creators that we love and we need and we want, but we would have a lot less garbage, right? So we're gonna get into some of that garbage today. Wait, what else do we have? We've also got President Sunday. Wait, President Sunday. Hey, wait, I thought I saw something weird on the intro, chat. Did you see anything weird like coming into this? Like the intro screen? I feel like it looked different somehow. There was something a little different about that, right? Something a little strange there, right? I don't know what it is, Chad. I have this feeling. It feels like somebody's watching me. It feels like somebody's watching me, waiting for me to mess up, waiting for me to say something bad that they can exploit, right? It just feels like there's like an arrow pointing to me, right? That like I don't know what it is, Chad. I don't know what it is, but yeah, we're gonna talk about President Sunday, an enigmatic figure of the Vosh network. That's important to remember. Yes, he is very much of it. He's gonna remind us of that today, right? He's always been at the very best, you know, using any disagreements with the Vosh and the like in order to chase clout, but chase clout in an ass-kissing kind of way. Not like he does with Destiny, which is, I kind of enjoy his interactions with Destiny. I kind of enjoy the fact that he trolls Destiny, trolls counterpoints, exposes Brianna Wu. I mean, these are all good things, right? So don't get me wrong. And who's he up against today? Oh my god, it's Apartheid. Oh my gosh, it's Apartheid Anime Girl. Speaking of NCC haters, yes, we have Apartheid Anime Girl. Once again, we haven't thought about her. We haven't, what's going on? Well, here's the weird thing, right? And here's where the President Sunday ties in pretty interestingly. Aristocracy, to my knowledge, has not been making content. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe Aristocracy's back on Twitch, and I just don't know about it, right? Maybe Apartheid Anime Girl is back at it, and I just haven't, I don't get recommended Apartheid Anime Girl streams for whatever reason, right? That could be possible, that could be it. But I don't think that she's been making content, and yet she shows up in President Sunday's stream title. That's interesting. I find that interesting, right? And don't get it twisted, where I'm not gonna, we're not rehabbing Aristocracy's image. There is no rehabbing that image. Honestly, Aristocracy has said really awful things about Palestinians a year or more ago, okay? A year or more ago, when these jokers were hanging out with Aristocracy. When Aristocracy was more of a part of the Vosh Clout network, right? They had no problem. They had no problem because the only person complaining about Aristocracy's weird and just wrong and horrible takes on Palestine, it was Bad Empanada. It was Bad Empanada. And yes, Bad Empanada can be an asshole. That's true. That's true. But it doesn't mean that he wasn't right then. And it doesn't mean that you should give the person that he's criticizing a pass. And these people absolutely did, because she was on their side. She gave a softball interview to Vosh, and she was in. And it's only now that people like President Sunday are noticing that there might be a little something wrong with her takes. Listen, I will say, yes, there's a lot wrong with her takes, but there are so many people with the same takes. There are so many people with the same takes as Aristocracy, and I'm a little confused. I'm a little curious about why President Sunday picks Aristocracy, right? And it does fit that pattern. This is what people say about President Sunday. Now, I don't know, but my jury is out on this. I haven't decided. Maybe I'll decide after this stream. But people say that President Sunday tends to have a go at female content creators almost exclusively, right? And then you could obviously bring up the counterexample of Destiny, but I would have to remind you, remind you, chat. Destiny, that's a woman's name. So again, it holds, right? It holds some water. There might be some truth to this. So could both of these people be sussy bakas? It is entirely possible. It is entirely possible. You're gonna have to stick around for the entire stream to find out what's going on between President Sunday and Aristocracy, and who we blame, if not both of these people. We're gonna see. But first thing first, because I feel like I've kind of edged you long enough. And yeah. Wait, where? Oh, yeah, that's the thing I always forget. I'm like, wait, there's something that I'm forgetting. There's something that I'm always forgetting. Okay. In case I don't mention it, all right? At the top of the hour, a little past the top of the hour, actually, there's going to be an ad break. Like 5 minutes past the top of the hour, there will be an ad break. That is 3 minutes of ads. That's what Twitch serves you. I used to have it set up differently, so they were shorter and more often, but Twitch changed it on me, so I don't know how if I could fix that or anything else like that, right? But if you no longer want to see those ads, you can get rid of them with a Twitch Prime subscription. In other words, if you have Amazon Prime, you already have a free sub. Give it to the streamer of your choice. If that is me, you will no longer see ads here. You will get those emotes here, right? You can also pay for one of those subs. They are $5 a piece. So, if that's not too much money for you, if you can handle that hit to your banking account, then that is another way to get out of the ads. The third way, a little less certain, a little bit more of a gamble, right? You're really gambling here, but you might be able to get out of those ads with a gift sub. There are people that occasionally give out gift and community subs because they are just so nice and they are just so awesome and they care about me and they care about you and they care about your viewing experience, because this is really what we're talking about here, your viewing experience. Will you see ads or will you not see ads, right? That might depend on somebody giving gift subs, and it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat. All right, and with that, I feel like I've been edging you for way more than long enough. What is this nonsense on here? Let's get started with Piers Morgan.
The battle of the hearts and minds, traditionally played out through diplomacy and propaganda, is being played out online. My next guest has almost 500 million views for his provocative commentary online, making him hugely influential. Hasan Piker streams live under the name Hasan Abi. His analysis of the Israel-Hamas war has taken a highly critical stance towards Israel and Western media, and he's been calling me out for my coverage.
Because he only cares about Israeli citizens. He does not care about Palestinians as human beings. That's why it's apples to oranges. It's like one side is a human, the other side is a barbaric monster child.
I never said that, obviously. He says that he'd like nothing more than to come on to Uncensored and call me a baboon in a suit to my face.
I never said that. I never said that. I never called the Palestinian children monster children. I'm sorry, Hasan. You're selling pork pies. Yes, I have it correctly now. Or porky pies. I don't know. Brits in the chat, which is correct? Pork pies or porky pies, or does it not matter? Can I use either one, right? This came up in a video recently. This became an issue. I paid for the whole seat, but I only need the edge. No, only the edge.
Well, here I am, a baboon, and he can join me now. I'm joined by Hasan. Hasan, thank you very much.
I'm willing to call myself a baboon. How about you, Hasan?
Question TV coming on.
Thank you for having me, Piers. It's very early here in Los Angeles, California.
Oh, okay. Anybody know when this happened? California time?
But I'm going to try to do my very best to not do my British accent while I'm here.
Okay, is it wrong that I want him to do his British accent? Is it wrong? Am I wrong for that? Am I secretly Anglophobic? I mean, it would fit, right? I'm a bit of a France. I don't know. Like I say that, and then I like think about like associate yourself with France. That's a great idea, NCC. It's not wrong. It's not wrong to feel like you want somebody to do a British accent. One of my favorite things about President Run Day, which I can't even call him that, right? Because the running away thing was actually funny. But one other thing that was really funny about President Sunday was when he debated Chud Logic, and he's like, "Oh, is in it." He just did Chud's voice. Like, he debated Chud as Chud, and I'm so here for that. I'm so here for. There's something about God, Chad. I don't know. If that's wrong, I don't want to be right? No, it's okay. It's okay. Chad is supporting me. Chad is with me, right? Chad is like, I got my stance. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much apartheid anime girl hates my guts. It doesn't matter how much President Runday hates my guts because my chat gave him some shit one time. I'm sorry. Look, it's spicy chat, President Sunday. Like, I can't control them. They're gonna do their thing, okay? And you came into my chat on right after you looked like an asshole because of what we were covering. You were wrong, okay? Supporting Vosh on the whole on the whole Nazis had a point thing, right? Do you remember that? The EJ Luna thing? That's what... somehow this got brought back up, chat. And look, here's the deal. I don't know. I'm of two minds here, because I really don't like the idea of telling my chat what to do. Obviously, there are some things that I do not want you to do. Things like harass other content creators, things like harass chatters of other content creators, you know, feel like that you have to, you know, avenge me in some ridiculous way on social media that's gonna, you know, have negative ramifications on you. No, I don't want you to do any of that, right? But I gotta let it go at some point. You know, the chat is the chat, right? And hopefully people know what boundaries are. Except for Ludwig. Yeah, we can definitely bother Ludwig. How is the EJ Luna thing still alive? No, that's when well, good question, because it did get brought back up, right? Somebody recently added me, brought me into a conversation with President Runday, asking me for the chat logs, the YouTube chat logs of President Runday, President Sunday, President Funday's, you know, experience in spicy chat, which wasn't good. And that is basically one of the reasons that President Funday does not like me. The other reason President Funday does not like me is that I am associated with one polyrobinate people. One polyrobinate people who apparently, this guy put out a public service announcement against poly, like, watch out for poly people. She's gonna get you. Okay, well, President Sunday, I'm gonna hang around more and see if she comes for me. It hasn't happened yet, but whatever you say.
Well, I appreciate that. And listen, I appreciate you coming on. Explain to me why you consider me a stenographer for the Israeli government, given that in the last week, I think more than any other host in the world, I have given lengthy platforms to pro-Palestinian voices to articulate that side of the argument.
No, I do have to commend you. You certainly...
Wait, so what is he talking about? Bassem Youssef? Like, he allowed Bassem Youssef to come on and dunk on him, and so therefore, how could you criticize me? I don't know how much substance there is to this, right? Like, I guess the claim that he's making is like, hey, I'm mainstream media. I got my biases like anybody else, but who else has brought more Palestinian voices, pro-Palestinian voices on to give their side of the story? Are you going to do better than this? I don't think so. You're attacking the wrong guy, Hasan. You're attacking the wrong guy.
We have had more pro-Palestinian voices than the rest of the British media and certainly the rest of Western media in general. Now, as far as saying...
I gotta ask you this. Does that, like... Does the arrow that's pointing at me, does it look too much like the Amazon logo? Am I gonna get in trouble? Like, where Amazon copyright claims me and they're like, that is clearly our logo upside down. That is clearly our logo upside down. Not only is she using our branding, she is perverting our branding by turning a smile, which is what you get when you get fulfilled by Amazon. One of our fulfillment centers will come out and fulfill you, and you'll be filled up with goodness, creamy goodness oozing out of every orifice, even. But you gave a frown, and that's not, you're hurting our branding. You're harming our branding. We're gonna sue you.
You're a stenographer.
Mine is a convex. Oh, okay. I'm convex, and Amazon is concave.
I said that journalists are not supposed to be stenographers, and yet when it comes down to it, in most circumstances,
Bassem and Mohammed Hijab,
in whatever conflict we may be in, there are stenographers for whichever party is aligning with the Americans.
So now, any guesses in chat? Since I don't think we have anybody that knows what time this conversation took place, right? But anybody want to guess? Like, how early is it for Hasan?
State Department and the interests of the West in general, and Israel happens to be the one in this ongoing conflict.
But it's interesting that you call me a propagandist, because I want to play you. This was your reaction to when the hospital got bombed.
I'm a propagandist.
I consider myself more of an impropagandist, in that I'm always improper. Oh, I'm so slow with it. I'm always... I'm always incredibly and unbelievably and unmistakably improper. Oh my god, so late. Okay, anyway.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm
It was 4 a.m. 4 a.m. Western time. So that's 7 a.m. Eastern time. You might not think that sounds like much, but damn, I would have to stay up for that interview.
I'm a propagandist.
I would be drinking my chat. I would be drinking my sody pop. Okay, I would be drinking my caffeinated sody pop, staying up late.
No, I'm just saying. I'm going to
No,
play you.
I'm saying I am.
Oh
Okay,
my gosh.
well then,
I'm saying I am.
I just
before
want to
you
put
even play it.
It's
Okay,
void
I'm going to
sody
play the
pop.
clip. This is your reaction
Whoa,
to the
it's-
bombing of the hospital
sprayed me.
the other night.
Let's drink
While I
some
was
white
in the
juice.
process of getting ready for the stream, Israel enacted one of the singular worst strikes they have done thus far, and an airstrike, an
way
Israeli
sleepy too,
airstrike,
Buffy,
hit
8
the
p.m.
Al Ahli hospital in
It's 8 p.m. UK time, so yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to coordinate things with people from the UK. It's very, very difficult to coordinate something with somebody from the UK, unless it's Chud Logic, who apparently stays up late at night UK time in order to report to us on all of the goings on Kick.com. Who did a IRL stream, right? You're gonna find out on Chud Logic. Oh my god, it's not like I'm advertising.
Gaza City, where thousands of civilians were seeking
So he was streaming at this time. You see his chat like scrolling by,
medical treatment and shelter
but he's got it blurred.
from the relentless bombing campaign.
Now, interestingly, when you were
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, that was a clip from him. Okay, I get it. No, he's not streaming. I'm sorry, chat. False alarm. He didn't wake up his stream. He just woke up himself.
saying that, I was
They
coming
censored chat.
on air too.
2-liter bottle revealed the green screen. Interesting. Yeah, it's a void. We have the void sody pop, kind of like
Void coffee.
but a little bit different still.
And I took a position based probably on 30 years of being a journalist, including running major newspapers, working at CNN and others, of waiting, of just saying, I think we should just wait and see what has actually happened here, get clarification, see who's actually to blame before we start passing judgment. You raced in to assume, as many people did, by the way, including the New York Times, BBC, mainstream media, and of course, most of the Arab world then followed, that this was clearly, indisputably, an Israeli airstrike on this hospital.
Okay, so look, I got a different policy on breaking news than Hasan does, although it's similar. He doesn't usually cover breaking news. I almost never cover breaking news for this reason and for other reasons, right? But I will say one thing. There is too much of an attempt to draw strong and wide-sweeping conclusions from little bits of like some anecdote, an event that happened, right? Bike Karen, for instance, right? Now, if you actually looked into and investigated everything that went on, you found out that we kind of went on a ride as far as Bike Karen was concerned, because it was pretty recognizable, pretty obvious, Karen incident in the beginning. The way that she was kind of playing up her vulnerability, it has echoes of a lot of situations, like some of them ending up with deadly consequences, right? So but then some more information came out. I think it was from her lawyer. She hired a PR rep and a lawyer, and all of a sudden it was oh nope, she had the bike was hers. They should have given up the bike. And then when you looked at it more and you found out actually how e-bikes work in NYC and kind of what you heard more from the family of the kids, right? Then it kind of rolled back to okay, yeah, Bike Karen is Bike Karen, right? But it kind of doesn't matter, right? You're not going to draw a conclusion if it was somehow she was completely in the right and they started filming at just the right time to make her look bad. Does that prove that racism doesn't exist? Does that prove that systemic racism doesn't exist? Does that right? Does that make you think that anti-black racism is less of a thing now? Because it shouldn't. That is one event, right? This is one event that happened and was reported on by Hasan, when it seemed clear where the ordnance came that went off in the hospital, right? And later on, it seemed like it was less clear, and it's gone back and forth a little bit. But if he was wrong about it, does that prove that like what's been happening to the Palestinians in Gaza all this time is okay? Does that prove that like other hospitals haven't been bombed? You know what I mean? Like drawing a conclusion from this stuff, which is what happens. Like the way that people take this, it's like a wrestling match or something. And people need to get their head out of singular events, out of anecdotes, out of individual incidents, because if you don't, you get TYT. That's what TYT is on right now. They are completely like, breathing those fumes of like, this event, that event. Like Anna Kasparian will talk to your ear off over Kyle Rittenhouse, right? And talk about it as if like that that teaches us something there, like that her, well, in her mind, that was her eye-opening event when she realized that the liberal news ecosystem was giving her the wrong conclusions on things, right? And it's not the way that you should be trying to argue, and it's not the way that you should be convinced. These are individual incidents, right? And if you want to argue about the incident in the scope of the incident, was Bike Karen in the wrong there, then fine. But like, it's just like the idea that how common it is, right? That like, that's why TYT gets away with it, right? We say, oh my God, what are you doing? That's like, this is not, there's data on this stuff. There's studies on this stuff. Why are you drawing your conclusion from like, well, I saw a video. This was on Andy No's feed right here. And this right here shows that like, right? No, that's not where you should get that. That's not where you should get the information. Not used to seeing Hasan from this angle. Yeah, it is a little bit weird. It is a little bit strange.
And yet all the evidence now...
Morgan strikes me as so intentionally dishonest. Like, his whole grift is to trigger his opponents. I don't even like him shutting down Shapiro. I haven't seen that in a while.
Suggests very strongly that it wasn't. That in fact,
I mean, that does seem to be the new meta, though, right?
This was a rocket that misfired coming from a terrorist group inside Gaza. So my question for you is that...
Yeah, what happens is that these individual incidents, like these situations, these cause celeb, become the playing field, right? And instead of actually meaningfully discussing the issues, we are discussing the issue within the venue, within the stadium, within the playing field of these events, and that is not going to lead you to any kind of conclusion that's worth a damn.
Why
you cannot recognize Hasan without his chair? I know it's so much of a part of him. Hasan said they brought a van to his house with a mini stew. Interesting.
I wouldn't go that far.
Why
Piers.
would you be so certain in what you said?
They vanned him
before you knew.
Okay, so first and foremost, before we get started on this conversation, let's understand something very important here. There's no electricity in Gaza. Internet is patchy in Gaza. There's no food in Gaza. There's no water in Gaza. This is all by design. This is because Gaza is under a brutal blockade, a brutal occupation by the Israeli government. Okay? So that plays a role in the fog of war and the misinformation that gets spread. Having said that, however, you made it seem as though there is a certainty that this was 100% not an Israeli airstrike.
No, I didn't.
And instead,
I literally just said it's not a certainty.
Okay, sorry.
I said the evidence is
Then
increasingly pointing to this not being an Israeli airstrike. And that is expert evidence from people who have no...
The evidence is starting to point to the fact that we're going to have an ad break in about 5 minutes. I think it's 5 minutes away. So again, this is your last warning. This is your last warning, Twitch, before you get served a 3-minute ad break. If that does not sound like fun to you, you can no longer see those ads with a Prime sub. You can no longer see those ads by paying $5 to Twitch to get yourself a sub. Or you could possibly no longer see those ads through a gift sub or community sub that might be gifted to you, but is more likely to be gifted to you if you are active in chat. I'm on it
Get in the
today.
game at all.
I'm on it.
Yes. Well, I don't know which expert you're talking about, because I think Channel 4 did a pretty good job. As a matter of fact, I would say Channel 4
Oh my
did
God, Buffy!
probably the best job so far in analyzing
Here
everything
we go. Thank you so much, Buffy.
that the IDF has said. But the reason why I believed, and I still do believe, that the likelihood is that this was an Israeli bombing campaign wasn't only because of the singular verifiable video, the phone video from the balcony that had all of the markings of an airstrike, the fact that the Israeli Air Force was enacting a bombing campaign in the region at the time, according to the Al Jazeera live streaming footage that everyone is using but doesn't understand, the fact that the digital media person for the IDF at the time, according to the Al Jazeera live streaming strike, the fact that the Israeli Air Force was enacting a bombing campaign in the region at the time, according to the Al Jazeera live streaming footage that everyone is using but doesn't understand.
Which video are we talking about there? Because like I really can't, go, like, Twitter would be the source for this, but I really can't go on Twitter. If I type any of this stuff in, I'm going to find lots of stuff. God, I mean, have you noticed this about Twitter? A little aside here, right? Since Elon got rid of the safety and secure, what is it called? Safety and something team. There's a lot of gore, like on Twitter. There's a lot of videos that are of real life events, right? Which I mean, there's a point to I'm not opposing, like, posting what's really going on in Gaza when the media doesn't want to concentrate on it, right? But I definitely don't want to run up into it while I'm trying to stream. And then there's stuff just that's on there literally for the gore's sake, right? There's if you look at any of the, like, hashtags, like, right, the trending topics, if you click on one, some of the earliest stuff you'll see is stuff that has nothing to do with that topic, nothing to do with that keyword, right? It is literally somebody seeing this is trending. I'm going to use this to boost my tweet of something unrelated.
The fact that the
And
digital
they want you to pay for this now. Elon's going to want you to pay for it.
media person
He's going to charge everybody.
for the IDF
I would not go into Piers Morgan's fan. Me neither, Deem Stars.
immediately came out and said that this was actually an airstrike that hit
Okay, so this is what I thought it was.
a Hamas target, and that he was sad that there were casualties at the end of the day, but this
We're gonna go back
this
to this
was a
one just in
Hamas
case
target and
anything
celebrated it.
dodgy
And
gets
more
shown.
importantly, I guess, the fact that this hospital had been bombed by Israel. This hospital had been bombed by Israel on Saturday. 22 hospitals have, as a matter of fact, been bombed by Israel since this last
Just in case.
saga in the occupation. And this hospital had been bombed directly by
Just
Israel,
in
where the
case.
cancer ward was destroyed. Israel has been bombing all of these hospitals. Israel has been calling all of these hospitals to evacuate over and over and over again. The medical professionals at the hospital had been called by the Israeli government the day prior, and everyone on the ground assumes that this is an Israeli airstrike. They are the ones who experienced
Hassan,
the
Hassan,
situation.
listen, Hassan,
so when you have
but the
every
truth
single,
is,
can I
the
just
truth
finish
is,
this?
if you watch the
Can I just finish
BBC,
this?
if you watch the
Can I-
BBC account of all this last night,
So you're gonna notice a difference between when we watch Bassem Youssef later on in the interaction here. But Bassem was in the same situation I think that Hasan is in, where they're not on location, they're not in studio with Piers, and they can't necessarily see him. I guess they can hear him, but they can't see him. And so what Bassem did was, like, I beg your pardon, I'm at a disadvantage here. All right, I can't see you, so please don't interrupt me. Right? Bassem had a way to kind of, like, get Piers to stop interrupting, and Hasan unfortunately does not.
by their Verify unit, which was
Or Piers has learned something from getting shut down the way that he did.
specifically set up by the BBC to be completely dispassionate in these investigations. And they reached a pretty clear conclusion based on circumstantial evidence, I'll make that clear, that this would not have been an Israeli airstrike, including, for example, the size of the crater.
Okay, so what he's saying is that he watched the IDF press conference and he was like, yeah, that's pretty convincing. You got some voices of dudes that you say are Hamas, and they seem to be talking about a missile misfiring and hitting, like hitting something inside the Gaza Strip, right? Well, yeah, I mean, look, I don't speak the language, right? So if you translate it for me, and that's what it sounds like, I guess I'm going to believe that, right? People who've listened to what the IDF put forward have said that there's a lot off about that interaction. Like it's a very stilted interaction if you understand, if you're not, having to have it dubbed for you, if you're not having to have it translated. It's a very stilted reaction. The accent seems like strange. There's a lot iffy about it. So yeah, circumstantial evidence. And there's also circumstantial evidence on the other side. So, like, and he's trying to have it both ways, right? When Hasan said, like, we don't know for certainty that, this was Hamas or, like, I mean, the IDF, I believe, wait, didn't they actually claim it in the beginning? Didn't they actually say, like, this was us because there was targets there? And they're like, whoops, that wasn't actually us, that was Hamas. And then they're like, whoops, that wasn't actually Hamas. It was, Islamic Jihad. Yeah, it was oh no, sorry, it was Hamas. Like, right, nobody's sure. Yeah, fog of war is what we're talking about here, and you can't have it both ways. Either it's fog of war and we got to kind of back off the breaking news, or you cannot try to get an own on Hasan by being like, I don't know, that circumstantial evidence on the IDF side seemed pretty damn convincing.
Crater, which bears no relation to the size of craters normally left by Israeli. So look, my point is, neither of us know for sure. But you took to your airwaves immediately because actually your, I wouldn't even say unconscious bias, your admitted propagandist bias on your part was that you wanted that to be an Israeli airstrike. It suited your narrative. And I would say that in itself, in its way,
wanted it to be an
is being a
Israeli airstrike.
stenographer. Well, you accuse me of being a stenographer. I try and be fair and get to the truth. In your case, I don't think you try to do that. I think you appeal to your audience, appeal to your base.
It was like a fake documentary on Hasan with weird fake talking heads and experts. Wait, you're talking about... Wait, does Lance have a new channel?
And you don't really care whether the facts are there or not.
This is interesting, though.
This is entirely unfair because you just said circumstantial evidence favors that this was not an Israeli airstrike.
Yeah.
I gave you all of the circumstantial evidence that it does favor that this is an Israeli airstrike. The reason why, however, circumstantial evidence is not enough. And the one thing that I will concede to, because when more information did come out, and no, I do not mean when
an aide to Netanyahu claimed it and then switched it up.
Israel said that they did not bomb this hospital and it was actually Hamas. And then they turned around and went,
They referred to Hasan as young Turkey thirst trap influencer. I mean, this sounds funny. Maybe we'll have to watch. Should I watch this?
Never mind, it's not Hamas. It's actually Islamic Jihad.
The ad is starting in 7 seconds. You got limited time. Limited time if you don't want to see those ads.
And then they said, we have more evidence coming out in a couple hours. And then the evidence came out, and it turns out it sounded like the phone conversations that they were able to intercept, supposedly, sounded like...
Mind Explosions is mostly animal facts with videos with leftist info. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I have no idea what exactly the Gaza Under Siege thing was, other than but it has to do with leftist mafia, because they did have an episode last night.
Like by experts at the very least, to be completely false and completely made up.
Yeah, but Hasan, I don't think... Listen, in all honesty, I don't think, even as you're saying all this, I think you're a smart guy.
Piers, let me finish.
I think you've looked at all of this, and I think in your heart, you know this was probably not an Israeli...
Let me finish.
...the airstrike. And I'm just curious why you would, instead of admitting that as facts change,
that is
your
not
opinion
what I'm
changed.
saying. That is not what I'm saying.
I mean, what is it about this format that just does not suit Hasan? Is it the fact that he cannot say, suck my D? Because that's usually his response to anybody that's trying to, bulldoze him. Right? Ali the Fern, thank you for the follow. He can't say suck my D on the... This is not the BBC, though. This is GB. I was about to say, you can't say suck my D on the BBC. You can't say suck my D if you're on the... No, it's... I think that you can say... I just think maybe you still can't say it on GB. I feel like you should be able to. Isn't GB like a tabloid, sort of?
saying
I
at all.
don't understand why you would
Please.
double and treble down
You're
when the
asking me to be
evidence
on your
is
show.
pointing the other
You're
way.
asking me to be on your show. Do you want to talk?
Yes.
If you're asking me to be on your show, and I want to be on the show, thank you so much for having me on your show. Let me explain exactly what I said.
Why
and
have debates with people like this? Good question.
let me explain to you why I think still, to this very moment, until there is a third-party investigation that is concluded.
Yeah, that's so weird to me too, Soyprim. Why did Israel, the Israeli representative, claim it if it was like not them that did it anyway? It's you know, the point of it is that this isn't like, you don't decide, you know, something like the validity of the, you know, genocidal policies against a group of people in a small area of land via the who turns out to be most correct about an event that happened, right? That's not I think people are taking this stuff as like a proxy battle for larger questions that need to be interrogated on their own.
By the UN, the International Criminal Court,
Yeah, Joe Brandon says the investigation isn't needed. Exactly.
or specifically a forensic analyst that that looks at the situation is allowed to be on the ground. This is not just my perspective. This is Bassem as well, which is an Israeli organization that has also demanded a third-party investigation occur. I am not going to conclusively say that this was not
I don't
Israel's
expect you to.
fault.
I
Why?
don't expect you to.
Because I just gave you, and not because I'm a propagandist. As far as me being a propagandist goes, everyone is a propagandist. I'm just honest about it. You're a propagandist. We have our biases.
I'm curious who you think I'm a
I am at least
propagandist
honest
for.
about my biases.
Who do you think I'm a propagandist for?
Who do I think you're a propagandist for? Whichever every media person is doing propaganda.
But who for? I've got to be doing it for somebody.
You think it's a bad word? I don't.
Paul Squall is here for NCC propaganda. You came to the right place, bestie.
That's just the difference. This is a
I
semantics
do. I think it's
conversation
actually quite a
that is
serious charge.
uninteresting.
Hasan, I think it's a serious charge to level, not on a podcaster, but as a journalist who's broadcasting around the world, who has a reputation.
Look, I don't like this. I don't like this because honestly, okay, as much as Hasan, like, is a Twitch streamer and, you know, you can see from what he's saying that he's not trying to do news. I feel like he did a better job at news than most of the news. I feel both in terms of reporting what he reported without bias and in terms of providing information to be able to put the event in some context, right? I feel like this is one of those situations where the outsider, right? If you are old enough to remember who Jon Stewart is, then maybe you remember a time in which his comedy show in some ways was better, was more informative than watching you know, the events of the Iraq news on cable news.
I believe, for being fair and impartial, actually,
You dropped the mind explosions in video in Discord. Thank you.
on these issues. It's quite a charge to just say, I'm a stenographer for the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence that I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I am doing
While
the
we're
propaganda
having this
for.
conversation,
I mean, I think what he meant to do was to tie it back to, it's not just you, Piers. There's a culture in news that has you know, that has a bias, and you know, like, people who don't follow that bias tend not to last very long. So, you know, you being here is a function of you being able to internalize, maybe even unconsciously, this bias and uphold it in your coverage. Right? If you hadn't done that, if you weren't a team player, you probably wouldn't be sitting in the seat that you're sitting in right now. So no, Pierce, it's not just about you. Yeah, attack his ego, you know? Stop making this about you, Pierce. Like, right, if he's going to be bad faith, be bad faith right back. I got no problem with that.
Piers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in
Such an easy question. Hasan butchered the response.
the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have. You asked me to be on here. You wanted to hear my perspective. I'm willing to give it to you. I don't want to talk about like I don't want to talk about Noam Chomsky style manufacturing consent conversations about how the media is operating.
Then don't bring up Noam Chomsky. In fact, please don't bring up Noam Chomsky. You know, like the only thing that could happen with that is like somebody brings up, oh yeah, wasn't Noam Chomsky doing stuff with Epstein? Oh geez, why are you bringing that up, Hasan?
Listen, the behest of capital.
You were the guy. Listen,
I think
you were the.
Jon Stewart also did a great segment on trans and issues last year on The Problem. Interesting. Oh yeah, he has like his own podcast, right? Yeah, isn't it funny? Because like when he says you're a podcaster, right? Obviously, you know, he's not exactly a podcaster, but at the same time, that it's not entirely wrong to compare what Hasan does on Twitch every day with a podcast. It's similar enough, right? But what he's really trying to do is dress Hasan down and say, you are not worthy. You, little peasant, sitting in your chair on Twitch for 8 hours a day, you want to come and criticize me? Hasan, you come for the king, you best not miss, right? That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He's beating, he's doing the oh my god, the baboon, right? Wait, do baboons do this? I don't know primates very well. Not even humans. I think if you're gonna debate Morgan, every response, yo, Lena, you are onto something. Yeah. Every response should be an attack. More to the point, do not let yourself be put in a defensive position. Do not explain things. Yeah, go for the jugular attack. That's right. That is the proper. But you've got 25 minutes, okay? You got 25 minutes on this guy's program. You cannot let him use up 7 minutes with him asking a pointed question, a pointed accusatory question, and you answering with just minutes after minutes of explanation. And then that justifies him interrupting you. That justifies him cutting in, because now you have taken up too much time. And he had, you know, the right in a debate, you know, people have a sense of like who's taking up the most time talking. And if somebody filibusters, they're going to get interrupted. They can get interrupted. And nobody's going to be mad at the fact that they got interrupted. So that like kind of, that empowers Piers Morgan's in all kinds of ways. When in actuality, right, you came on because you had a criticism of Piers Morgan. Make that criticism. Now I realize I'm backseat driving a guy who got up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know how would I be thinking of this stuff? Would I be saying this stuff if I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning and had to get in a van? I had the GB News van drive up to my address and I had to get in there and, you know, maybe not. So I'm not trying to go too hard on Hasan today. We'll save that for later. We'll go on hard. We'll go in on Hasan some other day, right?
There are dead people.
He does have 2 podcasts. Good point.
Listen, Hasan, I only asked you because you're the guy that called me a propagandist and called me a baboon in a suit. I was curious as to why.
I would say that calling somebody a propagandist and a baboon in a suit, that's good entertainment, right? Lead with that. Go with that. Go with the baboon.
You don't want to say,
I know, but
doing the propaganda.
Think about that. Cut him off halfway through. You did this stuff. You said this stuff about me. Cut him off halfway through there. And just make the case. Make the case. Put the baboon head on Piers Morgan. Wait, can we do this? Can we put the baboon like chat? I don't know. I mean, like, look, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. It might not be that easy, but I don't think it's as hard as you're thinking either. Like you just put the baboon head on Piers Morgan, right? It's like, look, I can do it. You just got to do this. There you go. Looks good.
We'll move on. I agree with you. There's a bigger picture here. Let's move on. Let's take a short break. Hasan, let's take a short break. I want to come back. I want to talk to you.
He is fucking with Hasan so hard here. He is fucking with him so hard. What's up, Hyperspace Fool? He like Hasan's about ready. Okay, because it's like this. You start off a fight, I don't know, have some disaster where you're like down on the ground getting grounded and pounded for a little while, right? And then you finally like get to the ropes and the ref stands you up and you're ready to go and you're just as you're ready to go, ding, 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 round over. No, that fucks with you so hard. I don't like
About
that.
what happened on October the 7th.
I would not like that happening to me.
Get your reaction to that. Welcome back. Hasan Piker is still with me. Hasan, I want to just play you a clip of something that you said about the October 7th terror attacks, and in particular, the attack at the music festival, which killed 260 people.
I don't
Look
know.
at this guy. You know what shouldn't happen? Killing 200.
I have no reason to be this entertained by this, and I probably shouldn't, because we are talking about some serious subjects today. It's not all fun and games and baboon heads, but whatever.
160 people at a music festival. No, you're right, man. That just happened on its own because, like, bad guys wanted to do bad things. You're right. Dude, if they subjugated you to a open-air prison your whole life, you're going to break out eventually when you realize that there's no other way to get out of it.
I mean, it sounds to me there, Hasan, that you are in some way saying they had it coming.
That would be true if you were talking about an individual person, right? And you're examining an individual choice. But you're not. You're talking about a whole ass place with a bunch of people that are going to have different responses to the stimulus of being shoved into an open air prison for like 16 years. And when you have a whole bunch of people in a whole ass place, some of those people are going to have reactions that we might, looking at it from the outside, say are not the best reactions, both in terms of their own, well-being and how this is going to get used to justify actions by Israel, and in terms of, whatever moral, question you want to, but like, the more putting the moral question to, to people in Gaza, it kind of distracts from the moral question about the government in Israel and how the choices that it has made in creating this situation, right? It serves as a distraction in this case.
Wait.
It's a concentration camp, not a prison. They haven't committed. Well, yeah, good point.
No, I wouldn't say that they had it coming.
Since I'm not Hasan, I'm not going to go. Somebody said the same thing to Hasan, and Hasan got mad. But point taken. Point taken, Meow Mix. Piers Morgan sucks. He helped torment the families of the victims of, oh my gosh, by giving the unalivers a platform for his own ego. Jeez, I didn't see that.
I think that Michael
I don't like the guy.
Brooks used to say, analysis is not justification. And while obviously civilian casualties and horrific barbaric acts that were committed on October 7 are completely unacceptable, the important thing to make sure that it never happens again is to analyze what are the conditions as to how it happened to begin with. And I think Ehud Barak is going to be on in a little bit as well, or maybe he's on before me.
Yeah.
And I'm almost certain that while he has held the keys to the conversation and held the levers of the power in this conversation in many key and critical points, I would go so far as to say that he is among many others who also recognize that the Bibi Netanyahu administration is responsible. This is not just my assessment. This is 85% of the Israeli population's assessment at the time. This is years and years and years of refusing to negotiate with the Palestinian Authority. Don't take my word for it. Take Bibi Netanyahu's personal word.
Some levity is required to get through life. Yeah, commenting on me chiding myself over making baboon head jokes in what we're talking about, which is life and death here. But yeah, you're probably right. I can cut myself some slack on that. Western libs really want to deny the reality of why this is happening. True, the state of Israel definitely. Yeah, this is
I would agree again.
In a closed door conversation with Likud members, he said that if you want to.
Yeah. Well, Chad Alpha, that actually ties into something that Michael Brooks said. Not that I'm trying to, not that I'm a stan of Michael Brooks, obviously, like I always say, if Michael Brooks was still alive, I would probably have some stuff to disagree with him on. That being said, he did also say the what is something like be tough on systems and lenient on people, on individuals.
Thwart any kind of Palestinian
The
nation
baboon did nothing wrong.
state. You must do everything you can to only negotiate with Hamas. We control how high the fire goes. He has given cash to Hamas by way of Qatar. There is no bigger fan of Hamas than Bibi Netanyahu, which I hope one day you can maybe interview, and then you'll ask him to.
No, I actually did interview him a few months ago, and I did
government.
actually spell out to him that there have been a lot more Palestinian deaths this year so far, up to the point of the interview, than Israelis, and what he intended to do about it. He said then he didn't believe in collective responsibility, which is now this hot phrase in this whole crisis about whether you would hold all people in Gaza responsible for Hamas. Interesting to see if...
Wait, no, there's a name for this. The UN's got, like, I'm trying to remember what it is. Collective punishment, yeah. It is actually like a crime against humanity.
When they,
can I ask you a
well, let
question?
me just finish my point. If they do then launch a
that?
ground invasion, it'd be interesting to see if they keep to that word. You know, I'm not a defender of what Bibi Netanyahu has been doing in Israel. In the last year, his attack on the credibility and integrity of the Supreme Court, I think, has been a disgrace, and I think it has fractured society in Israel. I also think that it's caused so much social unrest and had such big protests that you could argue it's taken the eye off the ball of the people who should have been defending the border.
Have I seen this before? I pre-watched some of it. I don't think I finished it. I can honestly respect Piers more with a baboon for a head. I mean, like, there's something, yeah, really fitting about it. Really good.
Because they've been trying to sort out what's been going on domestically, internally inside Israel. So I think it's a catastrophic failure of intelligence, of security, of defense, all of those things. I'll be amazed, frankly, if Netanyahu survives this. So I'm certainly not here to defend him, even if you do view me as a
Allison Chains, thank you for the follow.
stenographer for his government. My question for you, I think, is this. Is that I've had a lot of problems.
It kind of makes it look, though, that, like, the baboon is, like, the emotes are coming out of the baboon.
Trying to get people on the pro-Palestinian side to separate two things. That you can say, as I believe and you believe, that the Palestinians have been maltreated for decades. That the situation where they are effectively, I mean, I don't even call it an occupation because Israelis aren't in Gaza. They pulled out in 2005, but they still control the ability of Gaza.
That is, this is why I call you a propagandist.
I'm just saying the phraseology is confusing to me because the reality is Israel exercises control over people in Gaza. It allows them in and out. It allows them to turn on the tap of water and so on and so on. I get all that. They don't actually live there.
Also, Allison Chains, thank you for the follow.
Because they can't live side by side with each other.
That's why it's called an open-air prison.
Right, I don't disagree with...
That's why they call it the world's largest open-air prison.
Yeah, but Hasan, I don't disagree with you. And I've pointed this out for a long time as a journalist. So
what's funny to me about this situation is you've got a journalist, right, which... like, there's got to be a better name for what he does, what Sean Hannity does, what Tucker Carlson used to do than journalist, right? Like, and if you want to go the other side, Rachel Maddow, right? No, wait, actually, Rachel does do more of those, like, news situations and stuff like that, but, like, what he's doing right now, this is not journalism. This is opinion. They're you know, this is an entirely different thing. But you do have, okay, so you do have, like, you know, whatever journalism related figure here. I'm talking to a live streamer, Meowmex115. Thank you for the follow. You do have that kind of thing, and normally what happens, and what actually did happen, right? We started off with a clip of Hasan. We got several clips of Hasan, you know, exposing where Hasan was wrong. Supposedly, you know, he jumped to conclusions about the hospital, etc., etc. But you had Hasan, like, essentially watching Piers Morgan and making criticisms of his coverage, and, you know, seeing part of his coverage, like, I can't imagine trying to keep up with, like, what is Piers Morgan doing, like, every day, just, like, even just knowing who he talked to, even if you don't watch the show, like, right, that would be horrible to have to watch his show every day, but even to just, like, keep up, and when he talks to somebody related to something you care about, to you know, watch it or whatever, you can't really expect Hasan to do that. And yet he's getting chided on the fact that Piers Morgan said some things on air that are not what he always says. And then, he's pointing out, like, at different times I have been critical of Netanyahu. I have, I'm not a stenographer. I'm not a cheerleader. Right. It's just funny because it kind of is like normally the role of the streamer to be like, you took me out of context, right? The classic Vosh thing. Like, the classic Vosh, like, you took me out of context, even though the shit that I said was really bad and nothing in the context around it before or after makes it any better. I'm going to say that you took it out of context because that was in fact a 15-second clip. Well, wait, does anything that you said later or before, does it make it different? No? Okay, so what are you context mongering for? Hasan is hot. I mean, that's hard to argue. I wouldn't want to be in a debate where I had to argue against Hasan being hot. I would have to find somebody hotter and try to argue that. Like, Hasan is hot, but did you consider Hasan couldn't train the baboon like he does Kaya? Piers Riel didn't even let him talk about Cussy. Wait, what is Cussy? Cussy? Oh, Clussy. Wait, do you mean Clussy? Like, wait, is that the same thing?
Disagree about the appalling plight of Palestinian people. But the issue comes that if you can't separate that ongoing dispute between Israel and Palestine from the absolutely appalling barbarism of October the 7th, which was on a whole different scale to anything we've seen, where 1,400 people, Holocaust survivors, babies in their cribs, young women taken, tortured, abused, shot, beheaded.
This is telling. Oh, it's with a car. Oh yeah, like in cars. People draw, like, people are into the cars. People are into cars. Like, there's cars. Rule 34. I am more handsome than Hasan, but he has 5 inches on you. That's a lot of inches. That's a lot of inches. Yeah. What was I just about to talk about? Hamasanavi. Oh God. Isn't that what DGG is calling him now? I got distracted. I can't remember what I was about to say.
Was reported and so on.
I went to big mode for a reason, but I can't remember why. The Cars cinematic universe is just so fascinating and engaging. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I'm not gonna argue with the Cars being hot, because obviously they are.
If we can't look
some
at
of them, the ones that are
that collectively, with a general humanity and agreement.
Wait, I mentioned the great devil's name. Wait, whose name did I? Oh my God, I'm totally. Somebody remind me what I was trying to. Oh wait, like I mentioned. Oh my God, I'm so confused.
That is an absolute atrocity. Then there's something wrong with this, and I find that the tribalism on both.
Well, I mean, Cussy is like, yeah, the Cussy is like for cars plus that, and then Clussy is for like clown plus that. Oh, DGG, that's right, DGG.
Sides is now so toxic and so frenzied that you get people who literally can't. We've had a bunch of actors, right, signing this statement saying they want a ceasefire in Gaza and calling Israel war.
Okay, no, that's what oh my God, I got distracted from the substance. Look, he just said, you got something unprecedented. We've never seen this before. And I said, that's telling. And then I got distracted by chat, because chat, you're incredibly engaging, right? And that's not a bad thing on you. You're just very engaging, and you engaged me, and I forgot. But what I was trying to get to there was that the fact that he says we've never seen this before, unprecedented, right? No, if you pay attention to what's happening in Palestine, you have seen this before. And it's pretty common. Everything about it, the numbers, you want to say the numbers are unprecedented? Look at a chart of the year to year, like, numbers of casualties in Palestine, versus in Israel. And you'll see this is not as unprecedented as you think. Look into the details of those casualties, and you will find a very similar configuration of atrocities to what you're describing. So, Piers, the fact that you say that this is unprecedented, the fact that you think that we've never seen this before, shows that you weren't looking. You were looking away. And that's what's wrong with not just you, but, this is a tendency in journalism.
Criminals and so on. But they don't say a word about the Hamas attacks that precipitated this. And I find that really hard,
right?
really hard to accept.
But do you agree with them? If they had said, for example, that October 7 attacks were brutal and massacres occurred, and then they said everything else, that Israel is committing war crimes, would you agree with them?
Okay, here's what I would honestly say about that. Is Israel not allowed to defend itself from the worst terror attack we've seen since 9/11? Is it not allowed to defend itself
just odd.
after 1,400 people in Israel are butchered in that way? And the question then, if you assume that they are able to defend themselves, as any
Piers,
free
that
democratic country,
that is the
then the
Israeli
question
State
becomes,
Department line.
Hassan,
That is the IDF's line. That is the line that everyone
Hassan,
has
let me ask you
channeled.
this. It then becomes a question of how can they defend themselves? If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, a terror organization that's committed one of the worst acts of terror ever seen, if that is their stated aim,
You don't want to get rid of Hamas. Hamas is a name, okay? You want to get rid of the situation that causes this cycle of violence to repeat itself over and over again. And we've tried. Like, killing the bad guys has been tried over and over and over again. And yet here we are again. So I ask you again, what do you want to get rid of? Violence? This is not the way to do it. Enacting more violence. Ah, I see. Intimidation, fear, and overwhelming force. What problem will that not solve? Oh my God. There's something so wrong with the world that so many people hear that and nod their heads, unquestioningly.
Mm-hmm.
then what they are doing is
Gaza
consistent
is over 50% children who were not alive when they had that vote. Exactly.
with that, isn't it?
No. Here's why this is actually an abject failure, and this is not.
They're trying to remove the context. I feel like the context has somehow just been removed from Morgan's brain, or it's not there in the first place, right? It's the thing about it is it's not about Piers Morgan even. It's about this groupthink that people get into.
Just my perspective on the matter. I'm just a.
Yeah, it does seem to align along the overwhelming, gradient of power.
Dumb idiot with a Twitch
It
stream.
feels like people going along to get along, and not really questioning what's being done with that power. Pierce is racist and doesn't even see victims of terrorism as real victims if they have any melanin. Pierce uses context to pretend to be impartial. He pretends to be tough on Israel. Yeah, I criticized Bibi Netanyahu once.
who is live reacting to the news and trying to make sense of everything as it's ongoing. I usually have a policy of not covering breaking news, and sometimes that policy is violated, but
I don't understand what purpose you think that coming on and offering an excuse is gonna serve. Like, it's just like that's not useful. Like, he knows. Anyway, again, backseat driver, day or two after it happened, and obviously I'm not being awakened at 4 o'clock in the morning to get into the GB news van and have this conversation. It was British Prime Minister David Cameron that said that Gaza was an open-air concentration camp. What kind of loving show is that? What kind of... Did I miss part of that? What kind of TYT loving show is this? Wait, is Hasan still part of TYT?
ultimately, I am not held up by the same journalistic standards, even though I think I do a much better job than most other news outlets in general. So let me just say this really quickly. You said...
See, the thing is you do, but when you make excuses for yourself and then make that claim, it I don't know. Like, the audience doesn't know that. The audience doesn't know what Hasan has been doing besides calling Piers Morgan a baboon in a suit and jumping to conclusions on an issue where you got the fog of war and there's still information incoming. And so, I mean, it's just kind of sad.
Israel has a right.
Like, Piers Morgan, unfortunately, has given the audience like no reason to check out what Hasan is actually doing. This is why you never play defense, right? Whether you're arguing with a right winger, what am I saying? We are arguing with a right winger. We got Piers Morgan here. We are arguing with a right winger in this case, right? Yeah, you don't get caught up like defending yourself. You came here to, call him a baboon in a suit. Call him a baboon in a suit.
To defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Now, collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, collective punishment in the form of depriving them of water, of food, collective punishment of in the form of 51 people dying in the West Bank, where, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, and yet 51 people have died because in the West Bank, settlers that are occupying Palestinian territory in violation of the international law, settlers who are doing an act of colonial terrorism, and this is not my statement on it, this is international law.
Leader Seltzer challenge.
That are doing horrifying things by simply just existing there and maintaining the presence with an occupying force in the form of IDF, who is ritualistically humiliating Palestinians in a structure that Bassem, an Israeli organization, calls the permit regime, where every waking moment of...
Oh, Uncle Slayer says that Hasan should have been in a suit.
Of Palestinians...
The libs do love suits.
...lives in the West Bank are absolute hell.
Yeah, I mean, if Vosh can clean up, like, I feel there's no reason Hasan can't.
Where they have no legal recourse. 51 Palestinians have died, and that was before the Ramallah the Ramallah protest that happened last night, and the Israeli forces were opening up with live fire on protesters last night. So who knows what that death toll has become? This is all a product of Israel being an apartheid state. This is a violent apartheid state. There is no way to be a peaceful apartheid.
So, like, if you are Hasan and you want to go on Piers Morgan, what's his time slot? Like 8 o'clock UK time, so 4 o'clock UK time to what? Like 10 o'clock? So 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're sort of, unless you're going to record it, unless you're just going to record it, like, right? Yeah, I don't know. You don't really have a lot of options.
Let's do this.
It is a violence. It is a violence required for its maintenance.
Okay, listen.
And that violence is frustrating people.
I hear you.
That violence is radicalizing people.
But here's
Hold on. As far as Israel, as far as as far as what Benjamin Netanyahu has done, as far as the war government, what they have done, Piers, going into Gaza and bombing Gaza and killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children out of all of those casualties, 22 hospitals being bombed, a bakery, the only remaining intact bakery being bombed yesterday. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same talking points that I've heard from American politicians championing the exact same talking points. It's the same thing that I've heard.
They're trying to F him over with the relay delay. We're going to see in a second, right? Because the second video with Piers Morgan that we're going to watch is Bassem Youssef talking to Piers Morgan. Bassem is talking about the same kind of thing, and actually uses it as a way to get Piers to stop interrupting him, which seems pretty useful. But either Hasan, didn't think to do that, or maybe it's just that Piers got cooked so hard by Bassem that he's just gonna roll over him. Yeah, and when you've got the delay from the relay, so in other words, Hasan's not hearing this, not hearing what Piers has to say until slightly after he said it.
From everyone else in the media, you might have been against the Iraq war, and you use that, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point. If you
Bassem did the whole earphone thing,
are not sitting here and condemning those acts of war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
Well, I would say to that I think the death of any child in this conflict is horrific, absolutely horrific. But the question comes down to me that after an act of terror, as we saw on October the 7th, Israel should be able to defend itself and should be able to go after the people that perpetrated that, who live amongst civilians in Gaza deliberately. And the question
they live among the people deliberately. Because of the asymmetric nature of this conflict, okay? Now, I'm not trying to make excuses for any atrocities or anything like that, all right? So don't come at me with that shit. Because I know you're out there trying to clip me right now. But this is... this is the nature of asymmetric warfare. This is what happens when you got, and asymmetry I'm talking about is the military force that each side is able to muster, right? This is just, it's kind of a useless observation that he's making. I have to condemn Hassam every 5 yes. I have to condemn Hamas every 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, basically, you need to have like an auto thing that just does it for you, like the timer going off. Bing, Hamas is wrong and bad.
For me becomes down to what is proportionate. I don't know the answer, Hasan. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what that answer is.
I do know the answer to that. Last night I had Dr. Ofer Kassif, an Israeli Knesset member who was expelled, suspended for 45 days for saying...
You need a ticker scrolling across the bottom of the screen.
What I believe is the truth. Championing the exact same position of the Haaretz's editorial board. There are a lot of thoughtful people, a lot of formative Holocaust scholars, a lot of historians that all agree on the same point. The reason why violence that even penetrates through the Israeli security blanket that people thought existed, that penetrated through that Iron Dome, the Iron Wall, if you want to call it that, is because of years and years of oppression and years of violence, which is a necessity to maintain an apartheid state. And this has to stop. There's only two ways out of this. Either you engage in full-blown ethnic cleansing, and if you listen to the likes of Smotrich, or if you listen to the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir and these very unfavorable, unpopular, far-right figures, if you listen to Netanyahu and his Likud government, they say that they are interested in going in that direction, the ethnic cleansing direction, the ethnic displacement direction, or the only way out of this for a real solution is to move towards peace, to genuinely end the blockade, to end the apartheid, to end the occupation, and create a pathway towards citizenship for all people with a right to return, for all 14 million Palestinians, 5 million of which live under Israeli occupation. It's brutal.
Yeah, let's stop talking about, like, Israel has a right to defend itself and start talking about making Israel-Palestine safer for everyone.
And then the rest living in diaspora.
If what you want is for the violence to stop, and your proposed way of getting there is inflicting more violence on the primary recipients of violence so far, you've lost me.
These are not unreasonable requests. These are requests that understand the dignity and the humanity of one side and does not simply treat them as their colonial subjects.
Hasan,
and it's the only way to create permanent security and prosperity in the region.
If it was as simple as that, I'm sure that would have happened already. I would say this. I agree with a lot of what you've just said. Not all of it, a lot of it. I don't think you can ever achieve peace now with Hamas controlling Gaza. I don't think you can achieve peace with Netanyahu.
He has this idea that if you that you can literally kill every Hamas and then everything's solved, right? Because that's the way to do it, right? And if, like, you know, if civilians get in the way, well, I guess that's Hamas's fault for using them as human shields and trying to make their unalived, like, babies telegenic. I mean, there's so much monstrous, like, vocabulary that comes out of this situation. We're like plunged into this, like, hellish world, Orwellian, nightmare. Yeah, blowhard Piers pisses you off. I'm sure you're not the only one. Hasan makes a salient point here. Piers says, I don't think so. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, by that logic, like the logic. Okay, yeah, that Thomas Jerome Newton, you're pointing out something really important. This sort of logic applied conversely, right? This sort of collective guilt that a group of people have because of what some members of that group are doing, or even because a group that they voted for are doing, justifies atrocities against them, is something that could be turned around, and it obviously wouldn't be accepted. And the reason that you don't hear that is because of the power gradient, the differential between, like, one side and the other. That's why I said that, like, there is no real military, goal that Hamas could accomplish, right? There's nothing that they're not gonna, take land back. They're not gonna, you know what I mean? They're not gonna be able to, have any effect there. It's asymmetric. Whereas you, on the other side, you've got, the ability to level entire cities, decimate the population, cut off all the necessary supplies to human life, force people to move, take out, hospitals. Like, it's night and day.
Israel, actually, after this, I don't think his own people will want him to be in charge of Israel down the line when they examine exactly how this happened. But we will see. But Hasan, I've got to leave it there. Look, it's good to talk to you. You're an important, influential voice to a lot of people. And I think we have a lot of common ground, and there are some things that we disagree about, but I suspect it's not as much as you think. You know, I do think that the core problem here has got to get resolved in a way that's been completely ignored for decades. And until it gets resolved, until the plight of the Palestinian people is resolved, until all these young people in Palestine feel there's some sense of hope and they can get out of what effectively is, as you say, a prison camp, then nothing is going to change. I don't.
Grunt Corp, one question. Are you having fun rolling around in that collective guilt fallacy? Are you having fun justifying human rights abuses? Is that are you
I think it justifies in
Well, it's
any.
not
Let me
just
just say, I've got to finish it, but I don't think it justifies in any way what happened on October the 7th. But I do agree with you that until that core problem gets
It doesn't.
resolved, there will never be peace. Hasan, I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much.
Oh my god, what a horrible interaction. Yeah, that sucked.
Thank you for having me.
That sucked. And the closest thing to justice that we're gonna get, although I'm curious now about the Ehud Barak interview here. But the one that everybody's talking about that I didn't get to, that I didn't talk about yet, is this one right here. Oh, there it is. I've already got it up. Wow. Imagine that. Wait, warning. What was the warning?
Well, joining me now to discuss the conflict in Israel and Gaza is a TV host and satirist, Bassem Youssef. Bassem, it's great to have you back on the program. I wish it was under different circumstances.
Wait. I'm so confused.
Well, joining me now to discuss the conflict in Israel and Gaza is a TV host and satirist,
Video
Bassem Youssef.
contains
Bassem, it's great to have you back on the program. I wish it was under different
swearing.
circumstances.
Oh my god.
First of all, what is your reaction
Oh my god.
to what?
This video contains swear. I was so worried. I was like, wait a minute. Should I be showing this? Is this all right? Is this gonna be okay? Is he gonna cut to like a scene of pure TOS? And no. In fact, it's the video contains swearing. I mean, I guess we're okay with that. Look, I can get away with slightly more swearing than network television, maybe most of the time, as long as it's not just like an endless stream of the F word. I think we're okay. Warning for swearing. Yeah, exactly. There's so many other warnings that you could be giving that are relevant and useful and necessary.
Happened on October the 7th.
Somebody says the F word once. I think we'll be okay with that.
Oh,
I try not to say it because, like, right, I don't want to add to the number of F word. Yeah, YouTube is like this, right? You don't want to say the F word right off the bat. You don't want to talk about, controversial stuff. People being unalived, things like that, right in the beginning. Later on, you can do that somewhat, but you can't. Like, you're gonna. Here's the sad thing though. If I had a stream that was called Happy Puppies and Kittens, and the entire stream was just me like reacting to TikToks of happy puppies and kittens, I would somehow still get demonetized. And it wouldn't be anything that I did. It's like random. It feels like with live streams, what YouTube does is they demonetize the stream. I ask them to manually review it. They manually review it and they say, yeah, that stream's fine. There's no reason that this should be demonetized, right? But they demonetize me anyway. And right in the beginning, right where the views would come, that's where I'm demonetized. So in the place that it matters, I'm demonetized, although the video does not end up like long-term being demonetized. So
it was terrible, of course. I mean, we kind of get our news kind of also second.
Like, I just wonder how this works, right? Because anyway, I'm complaining about my problems when the world's got problems of its own that are much larger than my own. But it's frustrating that it feels to me like YouTube is intent on demonetizing any. In fact, I've even had, check this out, chat. I've had streams get demonetized before I started streaming. Now tell me, what is that about? What is that about?
Hand because my wife's family, they live in Gaza. They have cousins and uncles there, and their house also was bombed. We haven't been able to communicate with them for the past 3 days. Communication are lost, so we don't know actually what is the how are they doing. But we're used to that. I mean, it's just like it's very repetitive. We're used to that. We're used to them being bombed every time and moving from one place to the other.
You have to be unproblematic like Ben Shapiro? Yeah, there we go.
It's just like those Palestinians, they're very dramatic. Israel killing us. But they never die. I mean, they always come back. They're very difficult to kill, very difficult people to kill. I know because I'm married to one. I tried many times, couldn't kill her.
I mean, there's a dark humor there, and I understand why. Because
no, it's not dark humor. I try to get to her every time, but she uses our kids as human shields. I can never take her out.
Again, I understand the humor, but to be serious, Bassem.
The sad thing about this use of comedy is that I just don't see it enough. Like, it's been said before, comedy should punch up, not down. And yet, if you look at the preponderance of comedy, that's exactly what it's doing. In fact, that's almost like necessary, right? Like, look, I know this because I am a funny gal. I could probably do comedy. I could probably handle some stand-up myself. I don't do it. I don't do it because I know the world of comedy is definitely not for me. It's definitely not for people like me, right? I would never get any credit because, of course, women cannot be funny, no matter how hard we try. Unless it's in an anti-SJW compilation and we're like, or something like that. That's funny. That's really funny. Seeing our pain is really funny. Yeah, seeing our tears, that's really funny. But we can't be funny like ourselves. So why even try? Why even try? But no, I appreciate comedy. I like comedy. I enjoy comedy. I watch comedy. But what I've noticed is that there is, at the very least, if you want to be a comic, you got to put up with everybody's material. If you ever say that like that is not a funny subject matter for a joke, then you're cooked. You're cooked. You've broken the comics code. They're really gonna come after you after that. You're gonna be chased out of their midst, right? And you definitely you're kind of expected to be doing that stuff yourself. You're kind of expected, like, if you don't punch down, then another comic will come through and be, give you notes, do a little workshop on you and be like, yeah, I mean, like, you missed a chance to make fun of trans people right here. I mean, you are a trans person. You can get away with it. Why aren't you doing that? Easy, low-hanging fruit, Irene. Why aren't you doing that, right? You should be dunking on trans people. You should be constantly making fun of trans people. They're the easiest targets in the world. The rest of us are making fun of trans people. And then we come back and we say, it's okay. We've got trans fans. We're not transphobic, right? Like, it's sad. It's heartbreaking. It sucks. I like Jen Ives. She's pretty funny. If only Dave Chappelle can use you to defend his shitty actions. That's right. That's what he wants. That's what he wants, is a trans woman as a welcome mat to wipe his shoes off on. And yeah, basically, this is
some about this.
And then to act as a fig leaf on all his bullshit.
Tonight,
I will be serious. Now, I will be serious. I was watching your interview with Ben Shapiro, and I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I think that Ben Shapiro is one of the smartest people who ever walked this earth. He's very, very smart. I follow him, and I believe everything he said. And when he came on your show, his solution was, and I quote, his solution was that the solution for this is for Israel to annex Gaza and to kill as many son of bitches as possible to make sure that this will never happen again. And anyone...
That just perfectly encapsulates like what everybody seems to be saying. That's the groupthink right there, right? The Israel has a right to defend itself crowd, that's what they're thinking. Kill as many of these SOBs as possible.
Anyone who called for a ceasefire will be a terrorist sympathizer. So God forbid, I don't want to be...
Oh my God, I gotta remind you, Gotta remind you of the top of the hour ad break, even though I have nothing to relate it to here. I usually make a pithy little pivot, like some kind of segue. That's what it's called, a segue. A segue is your way in between the content and the call to action on subscribing to the stream if you're on YouTube for multiple reasons. One is because you care about my well-being and my continued ability to do this stream. Two is because you care about your own well-being, and that a person can only take so many commercial breaks. We get a certain amount of commercials in our life until something snaps, and you might turn into a weird baboon, possibly, right? You don't want that happening, right? So there's another reason to try to stay out of that ad break, and also to extend the stream. Yeah, that's another material benefit for you. So I mean, like, wait, how are we gonna deal with this? What are we gonna do about this? Well, I'm glad you asked, right? If you don't have a little Persona 2 icon by your name, that means that you're going to be seeing a 3-minute ad break, which is a pretty long ad break by Twitch's standards. That's a long time to be watching any kind of ads. 3 minutes. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of them with a Twitch Prime sub. That is a sub that if you have Amazon Prime, basically you get a free sub. You park it here, and you no longer see those ads, and you get all the emotes and everything else. You can also buy one of those outright for $5 if you don't have Amazon Prime. That's another way to deal with it. And the third way to deal with it is to roll the dice and to hope you're lucky, and that maybe somebody sees you in chat and takes pity on you and says, I do not want this person to have to sit there for 3 whole minutes watching the ad break. That can happen. That does happen. That will happen. But it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Labeled as a terrorist sympathizer. So I agree with Ben Shapiro. I think we should kill as many son of bitches as possible.
Well, let me.
So
Okay,
far,
but Bassem, let me.
So far, 3,500 people were killed, including 5,000 son of bitches in the bombing of the Baptist hospital as we speak right now. 1/3 of those 3,500 were children. So my question to Ben Shapiro is, how many more son of bitches do we need to kill so Ben Shapiro is happy?
Okay,
because it changes
Bassem,
from 1 year.
It
changes from one. I'm sorry that. Listen. I'm really at a disadvantage here. I'm looking at a camera. I don't see you. I can hear you on my.
The reason I'm interrupting is I think you might be. I think you're conflating different interviews with Ben Shapiro. He didn't use the phrase "sons of bitches" with me. Let me play to you what he actually said on my.
He did. Go back to your interview.
No, he didn't. That was another interview. But let me play what he said to me.
Can we get a fact check on this? He says that Shapiro never said unalive the SOBs, but Bassem is pretty sure that he did say it. Maybe is Piers saying that Shapiro said that in another interview that Shapiro had, or is Piers saying that it was somebody else that came on his show and said the thing about unalive the SOBs?
Me here.
Well, frankly, I don't believe in proportionate response to terrorism. I believe that the way that you stop terrorism is with wildly disproportionate response. That doesn't mean in terms of targeting civilians. It means in
Okay, so we're seeing a similar thread between Hasan's, the way that Hasan's interview started off and the way that Bassem's interview started off was with Piers denying a claim based on the fact that either he, in the case of Hasan, or Ben Shapiro, in this case, did not say the exact words that the person is claiming that they said. But what do you hear Ben Shapiro saying other than something that would be appropriately characterized as unalive the SOBs? Like, I mean, he might not be saying those exact words, but like he is advocating for that.
Well, frankly, I don't believe in proportionate response to terrorism. I believe that the way that you stop terrorism is with wildly disproportionate response. That doesn't mean in terms of targeting civilians. It means in terms of killing as many terrorists as humanly possible and allowing them to dictate.
But like, what's the number, Ben? That's what we're asking. How many SOBs have to be unalived before the magical peace comes out of all this violence?
The terms of engagement by hiding behind civilians in areas that they're supposedly responsible for means that
You're stuck behind the coolest truck you've ever seen. Does it have like bumper stickers?
only option for Israel is to surrender to Hamas's hatred of its own citizens, its willingness to use its own children as human shields. No,
Just like Matt Walsh says that Matt Walsh says that treating trans people like human beings would be giving in to our blackmail on the fact that we have a high rate of unaliving. Check out the timestamp for about 45 seconds. What is that? You found the SOB clip. Whoa, we have two people. Wow, okay. I'm gonna open these up. I'm gonna open both of these up. Here, I'm gonna play this, but I'm gonna be
No
opening
country worth its salt
the links
could
in the
ever do
background.
that.
Now that is substantively different to what you said, right? He's talking there
But
specifically about
I
Hamas
agree with him.
terrorists.
I agree with him. The thing is, the question is, what is a proportionate response? Because
Yes.
it has been different from one tier to another. So if you look to this graph, for example, this is the death of Israeli and Palestinians, and it's changing from one year to year. It's like fluctuating like crypto. So my question
Like
is today,
crypto?
what is
Oh,
the
no.
going rate
God.
today for human
See,
life?
He's funny, but I feel bad for laughing because what we're looking at casualties. This sheet is casualties on the left. You're seeing Israeli casualties on the right. You're seeing Palestinian casualties, and it is indeed fluctuating like crypto. Wait, I'm trying to figure out if this is the exact. Oh, it's about the same. So it looks like Sarah and Natalie, you both have about the same. Is that the same video though? Yeah. Wait, that's the same video, right? Yeah. Okay, well, the same video, almost the exact same timestamp. I will roll it back to 10:45 since that's the earliest timestamp I got given. But do you want to look at this real quick? Let's do a little fact checking of Piers Morgan in real time, courtesy of our very own It's Me, Natalie Marie, and Zara Zarex. You both found this clip at more or less the same time, so same timestamp and everything. Let's take a look and see.
That's a pretty incredible thing. I'd also like to point out here that the argument in favor of Palestinian self-determination
Sorry,
did not
what's
need
a
to be
pretty incredible-
gliders in order to murder civilians. The original movement in 2014, 2015, but seeing them actively take up the imagery of an actual terrorist attack. That's what that is. Palestinians are not famous for their hang gliding. And the only reason why that is the image is because literal terrorists use paragliders in order to murder civilians at an electronic dance music festival. By the way, attended mostly by people of the political left. I mean, those are not right-wing Israelis who are dancing at an EDM festival on a Saturday. That's not the way that works. It's only astonishing in either the moral blindness or the anti-Semitism. And at a certain point, the moral blindness becomes the anti-Semitism, because when you are celebrating active Jew murder and you are saying that that's solidarity, that's a pretty incredible thing. I'd also like to point out here that the argument in favor of Palestinian self-determination did not need to be threatened by any of these people. All they could have said is, Hamas does not represent Palestinians. This does not have any implications for Palestinian self-determination. Hamas is a terrorist group, and they ought to be eviscerated, and they ought to be replaced by a better government that could make peace. Like, none of this is particularly hard. The fact that they're lumping together Hamas with the Palestinian cause says an awful lot, and it doesn't say anything good.
In one of the videos, you say the only solution is for Israel to annex the Gaza Strip and kill enough sons of bitches to make sure this isn't a problem again.
Okay, so that's what Piers is saying. He said that wasn't on my show that Ben Shapiro made those comments, but he does ask Ben Shapiro about the. So yeah, essentially Pierce's argument here is that, you know, he's not the one to blame for, you know, he questioned Ben Shapiro about the statement rather than just, you know, letting it go.
You say anyone who calls for a ceasefire is a terrorist sympathizer under these circumstances. And that got a lot of pushback. I guess this comes to the point of appropriate response. How far do you go? How do you isolate genuine Hamas from perhaps completely innocent Palestinians in Gaza, of which there will be many? One person called you a genocidal warmonger for that rhetoric. And there's a person called Mohammed Hijab in a video called in responding.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, that he just, like, if you apply, you know, Ben's argument to the other side, it literally justifies the things that he's saying are unjustifiable, right? That's what says a lot for me, right? That you know, he's Like that's what tells me everything that I need to know.
To Ben Shapiro on Israel, he says this.
First and foremost, I'll say, yes, we condemn.
Okay, so if you want to help me tell people out there on Twitter everything they need to know, give this thread some love. All right, we didn't blast off yet. I meant to do it. I made the tweet a while ago. I'm still not having to pay $1 to use Twitter, so you know, we can utilize this while we can. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that in the chat. If you can give that some love, if you can give that some support, it would mean a lot to me, right? Because it lets people that wouldn't otherwise see know what we're talking about here today. Pop out chat, yes, I think I will. I think I will pop out chat. I don't always pop out chat, but when I do, I put a link in chat for you to like and retweet.
I mean, 2014 was a great year for Ben Shapiro. 88 Israelis were died, and there was 2,329 Palestinians killed on the other side. That is one Israeli for 27 Palestinians. That is a very good exchange rate. What I'm saying is, what is the exchange rate for today? You guys will be happy. That's my question.
Well, it's not me. It's not me, guys. I'm not on either.
I mean, this is weird, right? Because like Bassem's issue wasn't with Piers as much as it was with Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro did say the thing that he claimed. The only difference is that, you know, it wasn't on Pierce's program with zero pushback, right? It did sound like Piers was questioning him, but yeah, he's kind of defensive. I'm noticing he's kind of thin-skinned for somebody that revels in this kind of drama. He's pretty thin-skinned.
No, not you. Like when I say you guys, I say like the people on the other side of that. I know that you don't think like that, Piers. You're one of the good guys. But let me tell you something.
Clearly.
I mean, the reason that I'm using this is that, I mean, I can't remember what happened in 2014, and there was no music festival. But there must be something. I mean, they must do something. It is their fault. It has to be something. I mean, 2018, 300 Palestinians died. Who's counting? You know. So the thing is, what my question is, let's find what is the exchange rate for human life today, so we expect the future death of Palestinians, and we'll be happy to it.
My response to that would be this, Bassem. I've thought carefully about this because I think it's very tricky for people like me to immerse ourselves into a conflict where we're not directly involved. And I thought carefully about what I feel about this. I feel that the scale of what Hamas did on October the 7th supersedes anything else I've seen in this conflict, really ever. The savagery, the butchery, the slaughter of 1,300 people, the shooting of babies, the 100%. Kidnapping of grandmothers, and so on. So if we can agree on that, which I think is inarguable, then the question then becomes, again, about proportion. I don't disagree that there's been a lot of bad stuff on both sides going back historically for decades. But if we agree that this was on a different level altogether, quite deliberately by Hamas, designed to provoke. No, here's my question. Let me ask you a question. And the question, because you raised it earlier about proportion. I honestly don't know what the proportionate response is. I honestly don't. I don't. I've been watching the airstrikes this week thinking...
So what's your question?
Well, I would ask you, if you were Israel, what would you...
If I was Israel?
If you were Israel and that had happened to you, what would you think would be the appropriate way for the country to respond?
I would do exactly like Israel did, kill as many people as possible, since the world is letting me do it. I mean, I can do it because I can, you know. But the thing is, you know what? I agree with you. And you know what? I'm going to be even ahead of you, because I see the question coming. Do you condemn Hamas for the atrocity? Yes, I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. Hamas is the source of all evil. They're a reason for everything. And you know what? Let's, for a minute, imagine a world without Hamas.
Right.
What will this world look like? Let's give this word a name, and let's name this word the West Bank. Hamas has absolutely no control in the West Bank. And since the beginning of this year, only through August, 37 Palestinian kids were killed. No music festival, no paragliding, no Hamas. Since the occupation of the West Bank, 7,000 Palestinians were killed. No music festival, no paragliding, no Hamas. I can go on and on and on and on.
No, but you don't
about
need
the
to,
West
because
Bank.
in a way you're preaching to the choir. I've followed this crisis.
Oh no, you're not preaching. So
I don't think so, Piers. I don't think so. God, he really is disingenuous, right? Like, you want to take him at his word that he's, like, seeing both sides of this, but it's obvious in what he says that he doesn't.
the thing is, like,
Well, in the
because
sense that
heard
I
you
know,
saying,
I know that what you're saying has validity. Of course, I do.
Piers. By the way, Piers. I am at a disadvantage here. I can hear you. I cannot see you. I am in a claustrophobic
You're right, Zara. He's being a weasel.
room, and so please cut me some slack and
He's
don't
being a weasel.
interrupt me and interrupt my points.
Sure.
So because this has to be fair.
Understand.
Because if you want to only hear your opinion, I can just condemn Hamas and go home. I can do that. So do you want to do that, or do you have a much more nuanced conversation?
No, I absolutely want to have a nuanced conversation. I wasn't aware I was interrupting you. I thought I was letting you speak.
Amazing. So I would say I really applaud Israel for doing one thing that no military force in the world does. Because I heard Ben Shapiro and I heard Ron DeSantis, and they said Israel is the only military.
Ron DeSantis. For some reason, it's always like the worst version of Donald Trump's like names for people that sticks. Like, right? It's DeSanctimonious. I mean, that's almost like a good one. That's almost a zinger. But for some reason, everybody just remembers DeSanctus.
Force in the world that warns civilians before bombing them. I mean, how fucking cute.
Which honestly just sounds like whatever Square Enix's competitor was in the 90s. That sounds like a villain from their video game, like somebody that's trying to do Square Enix but isn't Square Enix. It's like Penultimate Fantasy spelled with a PH or something like that. Some ripoff of Final Fantasy. That's what it sounds like. We have to avoid the King's Guard, DeSanctus.
That is so nice of them, because with this logic, if Russian troops started warning Ukrainians before bombing their houses, we're cool with Putin, right? I mean, okay, Habibi, you have warned them, go invade, it's fine, you have done your job. I mean, the thing is, and I understand, and I also heard Ben Shapiro talking about Human Shield. So you remember my wife's family, they live in Gaza. So I asked them, I told them, when Israel gives you the nice warning, the cute warning, does Hamas force you to stay in your home so you can be bombed and use as...
It pleases me that he knows who DeSantis is and hates him. Me too.
As human shield. You know what, Hasan, here, my wife's cousin, he's a loser, He told me, when I asked him, does that happen? He told me, no. The lying son of a bitch lied to me. I told him, you don't understand. Ben Shapiro and Ron DeSantis keep saying that Israel warned you and Hamas asked you to stay put. So I told you, he's a loser. He never kept a job. He even failed in all of the interviews to become like a human shield. I would believe Ben Shapiro.
Let me ask you this, Bassem.
So let's go with that. No. Let me ask you
At some point, I must be able to ask you questions. It's not a monologue for you, Bassem.
If we agree that for the 14,000 casualties, I mean, who's counting, are human shield, does that mean that every single one of those civilians was standing, obscuring a military target behind them? Because that's a lot of weapons. I mean, Hamas is packing.
No, of course it doesn't. And look,
it doesn't. So there's some collateral damage. Lots of collateral damage.
Yes.
It's fine, yeah. You kill some to save some and then kill some more. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Again, it comes back to proportionate response. When the world decided it had to get rid of ISIS because of the appalling butchery they were carrying out, it did so by also killing, very sadly, a lot of civilians along the way by doing airstrikes against places which
but killing civilians are inevitable. You said that in the beginning.
My point is,
it's inevitable.
Yeah, but once Israel has decided that...
I know that we have an issue between YouTube and Twitch. I know that we have a friendly rivalry that's sometimes not so friendly. And I guess I can deal with that, right? And, I know we have a situation where traditionally Twitch has just absolutely... it's not even a context, and now it's starting to, things have flipped, and YouTube is the one kicking ass. YouTube is the one hitting those goals, and Twitch is the one that's kind of playing second fiddle for once, right? So I'm not trying to engender any more bad blood between YouTube and Twitch, but I do have to update the member goal since y'all have been crushing it over there on YouTube, like, right? And look, the way that the Stream Elements works, right? Like, I would rather just give you a sub goal like Twitch's, where it's like, you know, X out of 10 or whatever. But it makes me show the entirety of the, you know, every single membership that has ever happened on YouTube since my channels existed. So yeah, YouTube gets to flex, right? And it's not really fair. It's not really fair because we're not talking about concurrents. We're not talking about people who are currently members. We are talking about like total memberships, total renewals, everything. So yeah, it looks like YouTube is kicking ass even more than they actually are, but I don't know. I don't know if that's an incentive to Twitch people to try to catch up. I hope that doesn't make people feel hopeless. Look, I could put the total number of subs up on Twitch. That would also, you know, it wouldn't be as impressive as you might think. We have a power differential. There's a little bit of a power differential here.
They want to get rid of Hamas, and Hamas is embedded with civilian population. I'm very concerned about what's going to happen next.
You used to be a Twitch chatter, but you found your people on YouTube.
In a column tonight.
I'm trying to stay neutral. I love Twitch. I love YouTube. I love my chatters from every place. I appreciate everybody that helps the stream happen, right? Whether you do it through a Twitch sub, whether you do it through a YouTube membership, a super chat, a Patreon, you know, chiming in with bits from time to time. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this because we haven't used this yet, right? I haven't actually tested this out. So, but supposedly with a super chat now, if it's $9.99 US or more, like, sorry, that sounds like 999. If it's $9.99 in US currency or more, not only will you get a super chat, which I will read out, right? A sassy British woman will read your chat out and she'll interrupt me, right? So, you know, there's that. We haven't had that happen recently, so, you know, we'll just have to wait until somebody tries it out to see if it works okay.
Saying, I remember the Iraq war, which I opposed, right? I remember all this. So my question for you is, what would you think would be an appropriate response by Israel to what happened?
Well, these are years of disproportionate responses of Israel. Did it solve the solution? Did it solve the problem? Did it work before? So it will hold. What will be the surprise this time?
Fake super chat, go!
Marielle super chatted $10.
Marielle, fake chatter, thank you so much. Yeah, I see what's wrong with it now. That needs to be muted. Let's try it one more time and pretend that somebody else fake super chatted.
Gerald super chatted $10.
Okay, yeah. Except the only difference is that, like, whatever you type in the super chat, like, that voice reads out.
What will be the twist that will make this work this time? What will be different this time? Seriously, I mean, like, this is only the last 15 years.
Like, on the real, like, whichever you enjoy more, right? If Twitch is your favorite platform, you know, hang out there and watch there. If you prefer YouTube, if you prefer Twitch, whichever one is, you know, to your liking, right? YouTube super chats over, yeah, Twitch super chats are weird. Although, what is it, like bits? I think I could set up bits like that. I think I could set it up so if somebody, and in fact I should, if somebody donates like $9.99 or more, whether it's like a Stream Elements donation or whether it's a Twitch bits thing, I feel like I should have it read out their thing.
I mean, because it's too many people.
You are inconvertible. You're Twitch all the way. That's the thing, is if you've used Twitch, you kind of get used to it, and especially if you watch other stuff on Twitch, and yeah, like it's a whole different culture over there.
Just got this, but how will this be different? And the thing is, I am so glad in the introduction that you mentioned the Iraq war. I applaud you, Piers, for saying that because you were honest about it.
Somebody get Kaya a cute dog Oh,
said that
nice.
spreading lies like WMDs made people look at those people as less of humans, and they would accept the death of 1 million Iraqi, whether by sanctions or by invasion, right? You are a good man. This is amazing.
Look, I love YouTube and Twitch equally, as long as you remember to hit that like button on YouTube, right? As long as you remember that at the top of the hour we have an ad break on Twitch. I think we're good, right?
And you know what is similar? Is when you spread the lies of 40 decapitated babies, although it was refuted. So what happens when people hear that, killing babies is horrible. But when you say decapitated 40 babies, you are planting a certain image
who has
with a
said
certain
that?
trigger in people's mind.
Who has said that? Who has said 40?
Who has said that?
Who has said
said
that?
40 decapitated.
Here's the actual clip from Ben's show. Oh, I'll take a look at that too. Thank you, Natalie.
Who has said that?
You have repeated.
No, I haven't.
What?
I've never said that.
You haven't said on your show 40 decapitated babies?
Never.
Ben Shapiro didn't say it?
No.
Ron DeSantis didn't say it?
Nobody has said
it. Okay, Piers.
Okay.
No,
nobody said it?
Whoa, why would you say that? Why would you say that? Look, somebody came in chat earlier and they quoted some random person that they said was like with Hamas, and it was like, do you agree with this? No comment check. And no, of course I don't agree with that, right? Of course, like, but like, taking some fucking rando, like, wannabe, like, and treating him like he's got the power of a head of state is madness. Like utter fucking madness. But Pierce is wrong about this, right? And look, you're gonna be wrong. If you say nobody said that, you're gonna be wrong. Because for whatever ridiculous take that you could come up with, somebody on your side has said that, right? Or on your, like, not on your side, but like somebody arguing for the thing that you're arguing. Yeah, anyway, there have been tons of people spreading. Yeah, no, like listen, that particular claim is a claim that I have heard from a lot of different sources, and if I'm not mistaken, including official government sources, right? That claim, and look, it's terrible when, what happened, it's terrible when people are unalived through violence. It's even worse when the person is a child or a baby. And, if you wanted to get into the details of any of those events, yeah, it's going to be horrible. But when you say beheaded babies, what you're trying to do is say the people that we're up against are absolute monsters. And not dealing with monsters by becoming monsters ourselves is naive. And you just don't understand. Like, it's horrible. It's horrible. He's bringing up a great point here. That is what the utility of that rhetoric is. Now, I don't know, maybe Piers never said that. Maybe Piers never spread those claims, but they are out there. And I actually have trouble believing that Piers has not heard that being said, because I've heard so many people saying that exact thing. 40 babies, right? That's definitely something that's been said. It's like saying, and like I said, probably from, if I remember correctly, from official government sources. It's like saying the indigenous people of the Americans did. Yeah, exactly. It's it's the same kind of thing. Call your enemy barbaric, call your enemy savage, call your enemy monsters, and justify atrocities. Justify yourself becoming a monster.
No.
Oh, okay. Maybe I am wrong. Decapitated. Here's
you're wrong. I've never said that.
What happened?
Pierce said reports show 40 babies died and some were. This is every single time somebody comes up with something like that he said that was objectionable. If there is one word out of place, I didn't say that. I never said that. Nobody said that. Oh my God, Pierce. Oh my God.
No, you're wrong. But the thing is,
He's trying my patience.
The same thing is happening in Iraq.
He's
Ben
trying
Shapiro
my patience
once tweeted,
here.
not even about Gaza, about the West Bank, when Israel continued to build the illegal settlement. He said, 2017, Israel likes to build things, and Arabs, not Palestine, not Hamas, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage.
Yeah, I thought that was very
the
advising
Israeli
to say.
the Israeli defense the Israeli defense minister, he said those are human animals. And the thing is, Ben Shapiro should know better, because long before the Holocaust, before Jewish people were thrown in the gas chambers, the Nazi propaganda called them rats. Now, as a human being, I will never accept that another human being being thrown into a gas chamber, but a rat, kill 10. Kill 1,000, 3,500. They are son of a bitch. They are human animals who live in open sewage and decapitate babies. And because of that propaganda, Mr. Morgan, that guy in Illinois, the 71 years old guy, he killed, stabbing the 6-year-old Palestinian kid in Illinois 26 times. And he used to play with him. They used to be friends.
We're talking about the landlord situation, right? That's what we're talking about now. Now, like, I did get a warning, Natalie, on this Ben Shapiro clip, but you gave me a certain timestamp, so I'm just trusting that that this is just going to be Ben Shapiro talking, and that there's not going to be anything, whatever that content warning was for, is not going to necessarily like apply to this. Oh, and I have him muted. I have Shapiro. I mean, that's the way Ben Shapiro should be. We will unmute him temporarily.
Response will end the suffering of Israelis. That's the idea. The idea is Israel kills enough of these sons of bitches that this is not a problem again. The issue here is whether Israel provides a demilitarized zone that protects its own citizens, whether Israel provides enough of a military hand in this area to prevent more rocket fire on its citizens, whether Israel annexes the Gaza Strip, as it damn well should, because the Palestinians have proved themselves incapable.
Look, I mean, obviously that is not terms of service, right? But I feel like it should be. YouTube, if you want to delete my channel for playing this, you are well within your rights to do so. But you should also delete Ben Shapiro's channel. Like, that's fucked up what he just said. He just advocated for straight up... He just advocated for, at the very least, ethnic cleansing. Like, that should not be okay on YouTube, but apparently it is. Apparently, if you're Sniper Wolf, or you're Ben Shapiro, or Matt freaking Walsh, consequences don't exist. Consequences don't exist if you're over, 6 million subscribers here, right? Damn. Damn, that pisses me off. Okay.
But he went in, marching into their apartment, stabbing his mother and killing...
Wait, there's a baby eating comment?
...him, shouting...
I mean, that's literally a trope. Can you speed Ben up? I could, but you wouldn't be able to understand him. It would cause, essentially, we would time travel. We would reach a speed of exactly 88 miles per hour in our DeLoreans, and we would time travel.
All Muslims could die.
Yeah.
It took you 80 years to change one word from Jewish to Muslim. And then you transferred your guilt to us and took away our land.
Bassem, let me ask you a question.
That deal sucks, man.
So let me get back to what
To
he was
Muslim.
saying.
And him shouting, all Muslims could die.
Yeah.
It took you 80 years him shout, be friends. But he went in, marching into their apartment.
So yeah, we're talking about the landlord.
Stabbing his mother and killing him, shouting, all Muslims could die.
Yeah.
It took you 80 years to change one word from Jewish to Muslim. And then you transferred your guilt to us and took away our land.
Bassem, let me ask you a question.
That deal sucks, man.
Let me ask you a
Yeah.
question.
Ask
How do
Ahmed.
we get from where we are now to peace?
Well, first of all, you need to change the perception. Nikki Haley, the American presidential candidate, said, we are in Israel in this because it's a fight between good and evil. Now, if you already decided someone is good, he can do no evil. And if you decided someone is evil, it's good to kill them. Killing them is good.
And this happens all the time in small ways. This happens in the, soap opera that is content creators interacting with other content creators in a much lesser way, right? In terms of, we have certain rules for what's okay to do and what's not okay to do, but they don't apply to content creators that we don't like, that are not friends with our parasocial daddies and mommies, right? Now that's like one thing, right? That's a whole nother scale to this. But it is the same kind of like, lapse of thinking that allows that to slip right by.
You see, and the thing is, it is not like something new. I mean,
Israel needs to get rid of apartheid. Yes, make Israelis safer, make Palestinians safer, make everyone safer.
I look at history and I see, I'm sorry to say that, but Westerners has always dealt like this with indigenous people. You first treated them like savages, Native American, First Nation, Aboriginal. They're savages. Kill all the savages. And then when they're almost extinct, you start feeling sorry for them, like animals. So maybe the solution is that we kill as many Palestinians as possible, so the few of them that remains do not bother you. And maybe Netanyahu, when he lives for another 100 years, he'll become a tree hugger.
Let me just challenge you on this.
And he will campaign for preserving the...
Look, Piers, if you really care about this, because that's what he's going to say, is like, you're mischaracterizing me. That might be true for other people. That's not true for me, right? If you really care about Palestinians, like you say you do, then maybe focus less on yourself and be less thin-skinned about, like, that's not what I said. That's not what, like, I'm Piers, both sides Morgan. I'm not Piers, propaganda stenographer Morgan.
You keep talking about Westerners like me.
Okay. He is on fire, yeah.
So let me return the favor, okay? Hamas is dedicated to the complete eradication.
Let me return. Oh my God.
Of Jewish people.
I am not the spokesman for Hamas.
I'm not saying you are.
Why do you?
I'm not saying you are.
Spokesman.
You're talking to me.
I fucking hate them.
Bassem,
fuck Hamas.
You are
Hamas.
No,
are you happy?
You're missing my point. You're talking in a generalized way about people in the West who always talk about Arabs as savages. I don't.
No. I'm talking about America. About
I actually led the campaign. I led the
media
media campaign in this country against the Iraq War. Okay, so I don't see...
Like, in some ways, he doesn't need to. Like, no, you're not doing, some of the worst... You're not saying some of the worst rhetoric yourself. You're enabling it. You're both sidesing it. You're equivocating it, right?
I don't see people in the Middle East as savages.
You are one of the good ones.
But what I would say is...
I'm not talking about you. You're great.
No, it's not about me being
amazing.
Great.
We love you.
It's about...
Wait, dates in Tahini?
The way Hamas behaved...
It's actually... It gets worse. Somebody clipped all the horrible shit that Ben said on the show where he said SOB. He said they need to be eradicated and be 6 feet under. Oh my God.
On October the 7th was like savages, like a pack of savages. It was the worst atrocity against Jewish people since the Holocaust. There has to be,
of course,
there has to be a response.
And my question to you is,
my question to you is, notwithstanding the history, Bassem, what is the proportionate response?
But I don't know. But there's no Hamas in the West Bank, and they're still dying there. So what's your excuse?
I don't have any excuse.
Okay, what's your explanation? Sorry, my earpiece went down.
Listen, I don't make any pretense that this hasn't been...
He's not even both sidesing it. Well, yeah, no, he's very much immured in the groupthink that's going on. And, he's aware of the lines that you are not allowed to cross. And, like, I don't know how much of this is unconscious and how much is conscious. I mean, if I wanted to be super good faith, I could say that, like, he doesn't realize he's doing it. It's just been normalized to him, but...
A massive problem between Palestine and Israel going back to the mid-40s. We all know this, right?
We all know this, but it doesn't get... No, Piers, like, people at home don't know that unless you, the news media, mention it. Remind people. I mean, so most people have some idea that something's been going on for a very long time, right? But the exact... the real history is something that just isn't, like, if it leads, it bleeds, and unfortunately, history's blood is already dry. And so you don't mention it. You don't mention it.
I'm not saying that you're making excuse, but if you are adopting a certain point of view, you have to at least defend it. I'm telling you, there is no Hamas in the West Bank.
That's Piers saying
what
40
is the
oh,
excuse?
oh.
Not your excuse.
Zara may have busted Piers.
What is the excuse to kill those people?
Well, listen, this question of proportionality is one that...
No, answer my question. I've been answering your question. You answer mine.
It's actually not my job to answer your questions. It's not.
Okay, not your job.
Not.
I agree with you.
I'm more interested in you,
Not your
who has
floor.
family in Gaza, who's an Egyptian
in
the Middle East, right? I'm more interested in what you have to say.
Okay, I'm telling you. I think Hamas is the problem. Okay,
right
now let's
and
say
agreed.
Hamas is removed. Let's Hamas. I'm agreeing with everything. بص, you want me to condemn Hamas? I will condemn Hamas, Hummus, Hasan, everybody. Guys, say wait. I can't hear you. The earpiece. Damn. Okay. Oops.
It's spring loaded.
Okay.
It's spring loaded. Do you know what those are? Like, I'm guessing it's like just like a wireless earpiece would have that little piece of rubber on it that lets it fit into your ear. So I think that's what happened, is that thing got just like kind of slingshotted or yeah, like crossbowed across the room.
During your show. Go ahead.
No, I tell you, I myself choked up earlier reading this new revelation about 40 babies being killed.
Oh my God.
And some of them being beheaded. And I was like, how?
This guy's a weasel. What does he think that he's sliding by on? Does he think that he's sliding by on the fact that he didn't say every single one was beheaded? How do you, like, because obviously he's playing games with the truth here, right? He's playing games with exact words. Well, I didn't say exactly that, like, right? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, okay. I do need help.
I think
okay.
just go back. Is he there?
You go back. You go back.
Can you
go
hear
back?
me?
Okay, go. Thank you, guys.
Can you hear Bassem?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Can you hear? Okay.
Yeah.
So Isaac, let's say, for example, Hamas ceased to exist.
You said you'd seen the clip? Well, you were right.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes.
He is a weasel.
Yeah. Hamas ceased to exist today. Now, right now.
If you've got a membership on YouTube or a sub on Twitch, post those weasels now, because this is like, it's a huge weasel moment. This is like an unprecedented weasel moment here.
In Palestine, in West Bank and Gaza, 20% of Palestinians go through Israeli prison system, whether imprisonment, whether interrogation, whether torture. And the rest of them, they live a life of daily loss of land, of homes, of life, and they are suffocated by this. So let me ask you something. If you are a Palestinian living into these conditions for decades, would you sympathize with your oppressor, or sympathize with the people who claim they resist?
Okay, I guess we
got to
do it. Zero, you're right.
I have made no secret that I think the conditions Palestinians have had to exist under are completely unacceptable. I've said that for years.
We've got to
so
do
the
it.
question
Drew
then
Chains
becomes,
became a member.
how do you forge peace between two?
Thank you. Soul Life gifted 5 no comment chip memberships. I was like, wait a minute, this is like, there's something going on here. It was Soul Life. Soul Life, thank you for the gift memberships. Drew Chains, Jose Campos, Mage Observes, and Argonian Bum. You all got memberships. And Shakespeare as well was gifted a membership by Soul Life. So damn. Oh, look at that. Like, oh my God. So that's like, wait a minute. What? Now I'm confused. Like, it says, like, that's the goal. Wait, are there more memberships or something? I don't know. For some reason, either way, like, maybe the goal thing doesn't count correctly, but I appreciate you, Soul Life. I appreciate you. I think it's counting everything twice. Well, anyway, this is Stream Elements having an interesting one. But either way, this is YouTube officially surging forward. You know, oh my God, that sound is like so cool. I like that Joan Collins was in the callback snippet. The guy is, yeah, he's Egyptian. Joan is one of those racist 1950 movies. Was in one of those racist 1950 movies with white people all cast as oh no, Land of Pharaoh. So that was where the non-white people are white people in blackface in that movie. But yeah, regardless, YouTube has surged ahead.
Warring.
You weren't even there. You got a YouTube membership. Amazing. Is Joan Collins like the author? Does Joan Collins write like sexy books or something?
Parts of that region who for decades have approached peace, in my view, with mutual...
Click join, click the 3 dots in the corner, enable membership gifting. Oh, okay. So some people... So yeah, Soul Life's telling me that if you don't activate membership gifting, you can't... Yo, I should do that, because you know what? Like, I want to... There's streams where, like, where there's a certain stream that's, like, members only as far as being able to talk. And I always watch the stream, but I'm never able to talk. And I didn't realize, like, because people are giving out gift memberships, like, why don't I ever get one? And it turns out I had to activate them. Do you have to, Soul Life, do you have to activate them for every channel separately? Or do you just activate it once and it stays activated for every channel?
Sledgehammers with no actual desire.
I did not know that. Is that the sound from...
To have peace, and I think it comes down in...
Is it from Super Smash Brothers? I'm not sure. That sound is like as old as the internet itself, I think.
In the end, to great leadership. And I don't think there's great leadership. I don't think, well, hang on, let me make my point. I don't think there's great leadership on either side. Where is the Nelson Mandela figure here?
Every channel separately. Okay, so I'm going to have to remember to do that.
Come through all this
Nelson Mandela?
Yeah, well, where is that
Nelson
figure?
Mandela.
So it's the three little dots. And if the channel allows memberships, I'm guessing it'll have an option for enable gift memberships. And if you click that, then you too are eligible to receive. See, I'm gonna have to learn this because, like, at some point I'm gonna have a spiel that's similar, you know, for YouTube that I do for Twitch. Especially if YouTube is going to continue growing so rapidly.
Nelson Mandela actually
kind of unprecedented.
Have criticized Israel for being a horrible state. All of the South African activists have actually called Israel.
My point is
yes.
about how he responded to a country that was so divided. Is a template for how you get to peace, isn't it?
I haven't met Nelson Mandela, so I wouldn't know. But like there's a point. There's a very.
And if I'm correct, the one weird thing, and I mean, you could see it as kind of a cool thing about the YouTube membership. On the Twitch memberships, I think you can decide, like, you know, who gets them. Like if you give gift membership, you can target it at one person. On YouTube, however, I think if you give gift memberships, like it's just like a roll of the dice. Whoever has them activated, whoever has them enabled, can get a gift sub. And if that means that if there's somebody that's like a hate watcher, which this has happened before. NCC haters, other streamers that hate my guts have been watching, and they've gotten a gift membership to NCC. They've gotten weasels too.
Important point here. You know, I want to understand what is the logic of Israel carpet bombing Gaza. I mean, if there's a logic...
Yeah, the same Nelson Mandela who considered what Israel is doing to be genocide. Is that Nelson Mandela?
If this will make Israel safe, I want to hear the logic. So if they continue bombing, what are they hoping to achieve?
Well, I think we know what their stated aim is. Their stated aim is to eradicate and wipe out Hamas. They believe Hamas are living predominantly in northern Gaza. They also are aware they're living amongst civilians. So it's an incredibly difficult thing. As I said in my monologue,
it's an impossible thing. If you treat a group of human beings like absolute shit, if you put walls around where they live and turn it into an open air prison, you know, some people would say open air concentration camp, right? Then you're going to have that as a result.
You know, it is
So
very,
basically-
very
so
difficult
basically,
to see
if
how
I-
they do
if-
this
if-
without massive collateral damage.
So if I can understand this correctly, basically Israel is doing this to pressure the Palestinian community in Gaza to turn against Hamas. Is that right?
I'm sure that's part of it, yes.
That's part of it. So this is exactly what terrorist organizations do, because terrorist organizations will have no chance beating a whole nation in battle. So they terrorize and they kill the civilians in order to spread fear and terror so they can turn against their government to change their policy.
I wonder how much of this is just like, because like, I mean, this is his arguments being torn apart. Like, I'm so glad that we watched this, because like after the frustrating debate with Hasan, this is kind of nice to watch. I mean, it's still, you know, he's getting his point across with dark humor because it's a really dark situation, and there's not a lot of people that understand what he's saying here. But like, I wonder how much of this is just like Pierce's privilege to not actually know how terrorism works, how it functions, right? The goals of terrorism, like getting a group of people to turn against the enemy in order to, you know, turn them in and stuff.
Or to resign. You have just compared Israel with ISIS.
No
chance beating a whole nation in battle. So they terrorize and they kill the civilians in order to spread fear and terror so they can turn against their government to change their policy or to resign. You have just compared Israel with ISIS.
No, I haven't. I don't see any comparison between.
I mean, I believe him. There's every chance that just went right over his head. God damn. That's frustrating, though, because, I mean, there it is. There it is right there.
Terrorist organizations do, because terrorist organizations will have no chance beating a whole nation in battle. So they terrorize and they kill the civilians in order to spread fear and terror so they can turn against their government to change their policy or to resign. You have just compared Israel with ISIS.
Okay, so, like, to us, watching at home, most of us understand that we're not, that the claim that was made was not that, like, you just said, here is how Israel is like ISIS, right? That's not what's being claimed. But your words are unintentionally, unknowingly by you, drawing that comparison. Like, right? If we are to take your viewpoint seriously, then we have to entertain this comparison of Israel to ISIS. Do you still want to stick with what you said, sir? Or do you maybe think that you might want to revise your opinion or acknowledge the truth about that? Or acknowledge the, you know, the way in which this is, like, right? Like, what the choice is yours. The choice is yours. But the one choice that you don't have is to stick with what you said and to also say that you're not comparing Israel to ISIS, because the implicit logic of what you just said makes that comparison.
No, I haven't. I don't see any comparison between.
It's going to be the headlines tomorrow. Piers Morgan.
And the sad thing is, there's people at home who that just went over their heads too. There's people at home who aren't listening to a single thing that Bassem is saying, right? The sad thing to me is that this guy is able to keep his viewership after this, because he has been utterly dressed down here, without an apology, without a drastic reappraisal of all of his opinions. This guy should not be allowed, and I mean not by his network, okay, before you free speech Twitch poll ghouls come in here and say that No Comment Chick supports cancel culture and she wants Piers Morgan to be deplatformed. I'm saying his audience shouldn't let him get away with it, because that's bullshit. He should have to answer for that.
Israel is ISIS.
Oh wait, yeah, he should have to answer for that, and the reason that he should have to answer for that is because he's being a little bit
Wait,
of
are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Oh
my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit, you fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it. You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a fucking horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage.
I always forget how hard this goes.
Fuck you. Oh my God. Oh, this is disgusting. So fucking disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. What a fucking piece of shit, dude. Fuck you, dude.
He
Fuck
works
you.
up to it, doesn't he?
Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Now in Turkish? Wait. Oh, is this a different rant? I thought he was working up to Weasley Little Liar. Literally lying to... Okay, this is a different one. I hadn't seen this one before, but I mean, it fits. It fits.
Only amongst...
I can't argue it was a different liar rant. I mean, it definitely fits.
People who weren't listening.
Even without the weasel applies too, but yeah, this fits.
The comparison, which is more apposite, is ISIS and Hamas. They are both nihilistic terror groups intent on killing as many Jewish people and others as they can possibly kill. And you can't get peace with people like that.
And the reason that your brain is warped in that way is because of power, right? You can't possibly see a state actor with all the power on its side as being equal to these ragtag organizations that you're talking about. Any organization that's got power, you gotta give it wide berth. You gotta show deference, right? You gotta tiptoe around those eggshells, because you know that you can actually get, you know the consequences of not doing so. So you'll hear this stuff about Hamas, you'll hear this stuff about ISIS, you will never hear this stuff about the United States, you will never hear this stuff about Canada, you will never hear this stuff about Israel, you will never hear this stuff about any state actor with power. You will only hear this about whatever group is has no power, or whatever state actor is on the outs diplomatically with other countries, right? Where's the money, Lebowski? Nihilism got mentioned? They mentioned nihilism?
Absolutely.
I mean, this is definitely nihilism.
What? I'm going to do something that nobody done on your television.
There's a good Hasan. Oh yeah, that's right. Are you talking about from the other day when he got raided? Hasan literally got raided by some Turkish streamers, right? He pissed and he makes this point, right? Not every Turkish person feels the same about this situation, right? But there are some people in Turkey who have sympathy with Israel, who map the Israel Palestine situation onto the way they see their own national situation with minority groups, right? And like all those people apparently were in Hasan's chat, and he was getting a lot of some angry chatters that came in.
You know what I'm going to do on your episode?
Rock, flag, and eagle. Freedom isn't free.
So I'm going to do. I am going to pretend that I'm an Israeli citizen. I'm going to put myself in the place of an Israeli settler in the kibbutz, and I want to speak to my Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, I have voted for you because you have promised us peace and prosperity and security. On the 7th of October, those son of bitches Hamas, they went into the fence that is regularly heavily guarded. Usually if there's like a dove that comes close to it, it will be shot. Those people went in, and they went for 6 hours before IDF forces was deployed, killing our friends, our families, kidnapping our grandmothers and babies, and went in. I want to ask you, Mr. Prime Minister, after you have fractured the Israeli community and you have fucked our courts, our Supreme Courts, what are you doing with the money being given to you, to the United States? Also, you are carpet bombing Gaza with absolutely no regard to our hostages, our people. I heard a rumor in the kibbutz that you're doing that you let that happen as an excuse to carpet bomb Gaza, so you push them into Sinai. And I didn't believe that. It's like, not my prime minister, he can never do that. And then I watched an interview for Danny Ayalon. He was your chief advisor. He was also the Israeli ambassador to the United States. And you know what he said, Mr. Prime Minister? He said that the solution for those Palestinians is to go into a vast land of Sinai and live into tent cities temporarily, temporarily, wink wink, until we build Gaza again, and then we invite you back. يعني عبط احنا بقى. يعني
They're gonna make it all nice and shiny, right? They're gonna fix everything up for you. Just hold on for a minute. It's all temporary. You can stand anything temporarily, right? Just get out of here. Leave your homes. And when you come back, everything's gonna be fixed. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be wonderful. Right? No. I mean, look, it's dark humor, but some variation of just hold on, be peaceful, and wait for the, I don't know, wait for a solution has been told to these people for years and years and years, and many of them used to live in the area now considered Israel proper. Many of them used to live in other Palestinian regions of Israel, and they've been displaced time and time and time again. And one thing that is, a common thread, one thing that is consistent, is that they are never able to move back. They are always forced to move into a worse and worse situation, and with the ultimate goal being prompting them to leave, prompting them to get out of the whole region.
Family, as we've seen this movie.
Yeah, they can't come back. Yeah.
Before. So
even though they were guaranteed right of return, they can't. Some of them still have keys. Some of them kept their keys, right? They're never, if Israel has their way, they are never going to be allowed to return.
يعني, and when I saw this, I couldn't explain to my fellows in the kibbutz, how come our Israeli government is trading human lives for another piece of land? So as an Israeli citizen, I need to hold my Israeli government accountable. And as an American citizen, I want to know all of these money that we are giving to Israel. We're giving them $4 billion every year. Joe Biden said it's the best investment America ever done. Well, if I am in the place of Joe Biden, I would say, sorry, don't speak. I would say, if I was Joe Biden, I would go down and whisper.
It's funny because I think that's just like spontaneously happening with the earpiece popping out, but it's kind of, I don't know, it somehow functions theatrically too.
In the ears of Netanyahu and tell them, I hate bad investments. They haunt me, like Littlefinger in Game of Thrones. But the thing is, this is the problem. Israel always victimizes itself, and I have never seen a victim putting their oppressor under siege and bombing them 24/7. Israel wants you to believe that they are the victim. Dealing with Israel is so difficult. It's like being in a relationship with a narcissistic psychopath. He fucks you up, and then he makes you think it's your fault.
All right,
you
Bassem.
look at Israel as Superman, but they're really Homelander.
Bassem.
Wallahi, they are shooting
Bassem, I want to
fish
say
in a
one
barrel,
thing.
and they are annoyed with the splashes.
Bassem, I want to say two things. One, if you could just slightly manage your language. We are uncensored, but if you keep swearing,
I'm very sorry.
We have to apologize to viewers.
Are you uncensored? Like, what's the deal? Oh my God, we got another ad break. And I didn't even see this one coming. I didn't even get to warn you.
You may be offended by that.
I apologize.
But I understand
I
passions run
apologize to
high,
the-
so let's not get too bogged down about the odd swear
I
word.
apologize to the viewers. I apologize to the viewers for my language.
My second
and for
question is this. After
the sight of dead.
So wait, what is the deal? It's uncensored. They're allowed to say some cuss words, but not. Is it the F word maybe? So this is Piers Morgan's show. It's called Uncensored. I don't know what exactly the deal is. Obviously, it's not entirely uncensored. I have to apologize. Is that some Britbonger shit? Possibly.
Civilians.
After the break,
British politeness, yeah.
we have the managing director of the Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's company. We were going to interview him on his own, but he's happy to come on and talk with you directly if you are prepared.
It's live, so maybe there's just some. Well, then what is the uncensored? But like they're trying to be uncensored, right? Because like I know with live stuff, you know, like for instance, the wardrobe malfunction, right? Somebody actually accidentally shows a little bit of boobie that is not, you know, hired by the network. The network doesn't go off the air, do they? Right? Did they get the? It's convenient to deflate an argument, to break the rhythm. Stenographer does not let Bassem keep talking.
To stay.
Well, of course, I can stay, but again, I am. Fuck this.
I'll try to, but like this, your headphone that you gave me is terrible.
I am in a disadvantage, and I would like to have my space to respond.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking that somebody sabotaged his earpiece.
We'll come back after the break.
I do.
Stay there, Bassem.
Like they made it too tight or something. Like the you know coil is too tight.
Because here's the thing. There's
Bassem,
two things
we've
I want
got to go to a
before,
break.
All right.
No editing. Yeah, it just means no editing.
When we come back from the break, it'll be you and Jeremy Boring from the Daily Wire.
Oh, okay. That's why people are saying boring. Yeah, boring is literally coming on after this.
I have news.
We're taking a short break, Bassem. I'll be
We're
back.
gonna try to bore people to death by bringing on Jeremy Boring, the most boring man in all of existence. Right? There's other parallel dimensions where there is still nobody as boring as Jeremy Boring.
Welcome back to Uncensored. For more on the situation in Israel, I'm joined now by the
It could be his ear hole. Yeah, true.
CEO and co-founder of the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's partner, Jeremy Boring.
Ben Shapiro's partner. You might want to explain that a little bit more, because
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I'm sorry we demoted you earlier to mere MD. You are the CEO and co-founder. You know Ben Shapiro better than anyone, really. I did a big interview with Ben, obviously.
I always mix him up with the other guy that's like, who's that other guy that's like really boring? Maybe I haven't ever watched Jeremy Boring. There's the other guy, the other Daily Wire guy that I can never remember his name because he truly is the most boring. I wasn't even talking about this guy. Welcome back, Twitch. Sorry if you got hit by that ad break. I forgot to warn you that it was happening, but yeah, it does indeed happen every hour on the hour. Basically on the 8 of the minute. And the only way to get out of that is with a sub, whether it be a Twitch Prime sub, whether it be a sub that you pay for yourself, or whether it be a sub that you are gifted, which is more likely to happen. You're active in chat. That will get you both the emotes that you need to be able to post weasels when I say post weasels, and it will also get you out of the 3-minute ad break.
Overnight. Which went around the world.
Another one that has more D tier. That yeah, it's that one. Who's the other guy? I can't remember. Matt Walsh, Candace Owens. Nobody that exciting. Nobody that exciting. Michael Knowles. No, not Michael Knowles. Somebody that like the only time I ever remember him talking was the Steven Crowder thing. But he's on that show where they all talk together. Andrew Klavan. Thank you. It's Andrew Klavan. That's who I was thinking of. I think of Andrew Klavan as Jeremy Boring because Andrew Klavan is like incomparably boring. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, Klavan.
And has sparked a big reaction, including from our guest Bassem Youssef, who's still with us. First of all, you've been listening to Bassem and what he's been saying. What's your response?
Well, first of all, I make it a point not to speak for Ben Shapiro. He's got a 20 IQ points on me and speaks for a living professionally, so he's much better prepared to defend himself. But as is this.
Look, I'm not an intellectual elitist. I am someone who standardized tests and IQ tests seem suited for. Okay, I'll just put it that way, right? So this is not, this is like, you know, like it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit, right? There are so many different ways to be smart, and you know, these tests don't like pick it all up. Also, even by those measures, I don't think Ben Shapiro is that much of an outlier. Okay, what Ben Shapiro has is the aesthetics of intelligence more than anything. The way that he talks, the speed with which he talks, and the precision. He's a good talker, all right? But in this world, that not only confuses people into calling him intelligent, but that essentially like stands for intelligence. Like when people say intelligent in this world of content creation, that is what they mean. That's what they mean. So there is no is smart. You know, there's only sound smart.
Business partner as his best friend, I do feel like I have to respond to the things that Bassem was just saying. First of all, the question of
Chad Alpha, my IQ is a Navy SEAL. Okay.
How many sons of bitches have to be killed in order
a Navy SEAL
to end this conflict? I suppose that the answer is as many of them as it takes. That doesn't mean that I or Ben or any decent person in their right mind is happy with the killing of civilians.
Of course not.
I posted at the very beginning of this conflict that a woman,
only with the killing of sons of bitches,
or a child blown apart in Gaza is just as tragic as a Jewish baby killed in one of the settlements. That doesn't mean that Israel's actions and the actions of Hamas are morally equivalent.
If that was true, we would have heard a lot more noise out of you prior to this situation. Because you've seen we've shown the stats. The stats. I brought them up. Bassem has shown, you know, Bassem had a version of those stats, right? It's incomparable. Like the bars on the Palestinian side of casualties are like huge, and you know, much an order of difference, like an order of magnitude different than the casualties on the Israeli side, right? That's so if that was true, if all of the casualties were equal, we would have heard a lot more out of you prior. That's you're lying. You're lying, Jeremy Boring.
You know, the tragedy is the tragedy, but the moral equivalency is nonsense. If you entered Israel with the express purpose of targeting and murdering civilians with your own hands in cold blood, that is not comparable to Israel bombing targets in the Gaza Strip and killing civilians as a terrible, tragic consequence. War is terrible. War is an awful thing. That's why decent people don't lightly engage in war, and why Hamas should not have incited this war. You know, we can talk about the history of the Israeli conflict. I'm not a professional political commentator. I'm a CEO. I'm a screenwriter.
We could talk about the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but for some reason we won't. We won't now. We won't later. We never will. All we'll do is talk about talking about it and say that we're not afraid to talk about it, but somehow it just never seems relevant, I guess.
Writer, and I'm certainly not Ben Shapiro. I'm not here to discuss the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but we all saw what happened on October 7th, and the idea that Israel was not going to react severely to.
So do you see what they're trying to do? They're trying to use this logical black hole that everybody falls into of looking at a singular event as being like, we're going to try find a greater truth for the question of who's the bad guy between Israel and Palestine by looking at this event, mind you, not any other event. This one right here. This is the one that you're going to hear about, right? All those casualties that you saw on that bar graph are just not important. Are just not important enough to ever really talk about, right? The history is not important enough to ever talk about.
That, or that Israel should not react severely to that.
Wait, Jeremy Boring is 5'2"?
Is ludicrous. And
Jeremy, let me ask you
that Ben Shapiro
question.
should be a moderating voice, that Ben Shapiro should be saying no, Israel should not respond in this situation. That's nonsense.
Let me ask you though, Jeremy. The question, which I think is the big question.
Well, no, the question is, does Ben Shapiro care about the well-being of people in Israel or not? Because even by that metric alone, right, endorsing the side of kill the SOBs is not getting him there.
What is a proportionate response to that outrage on October the 7th, which is the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust? What is proportionate if it's true, as reports?
If you're going to say that that was the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust, then you're going to have to admit that, like, attacks on that scale occur all the time to Palestinians. And that there's a real problem there. If there's a real problem here, then there's a real problem there's been a problem for a very long time.
Suggesting tonight that there may have been a hospital hit by an Israeli strike and up to 500 people or more have died. That would seem to me, if that is verified, and it's not verified yet, we don't know exactly what has happened other than there's been a hit on this hospital.
Was that an attack on the Jewish people, or was it a terrorist attack in Israel? Yeah, no, I don't think that anybody was asking for people's religious, affiliation. Yeah, you're right. It was,
If that is verified to have been an Israeli strike.
It was an indiscriminate attack, just like what's happening in Gaza right now is an indiscriminate attack.
That will strike many people as disproportionate.
Certainly. But first of all, I don't know what a proportionate response is or why we would want it. I suppose a proportionate response would be for 3,000 Israelis to go.
We've never been proportionate. Nothing's been proportionate in the history, right? So why start now? Right? We're used to that. We're used to that asymmetry.
Through the fence, gun down innocent Palestinian women and children, burn their bodies, burn them alive, take hostages, rape their women. No one wants a proportionate response. No moral person could possibly call for a proportionate response. The purpose of war is to defeat your enemy. The West has...
Somehow it's better if it's bombs doing these things, incinerating people. Somehow that's better. If you can't say that, well, they didn't know that this particular person would be standing in this particular part of the building when they were, and they kind of got, kind of the same thing happened. Exactly the same thing happened, right? They didn't know where exactly, the children were, where exactly the babies were, so that doesn't count. But, god damn, this is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. This is too much.
In my lifetime, forgotten the purpose of war because the true cost of war is so terrible. The last time the West engaged in war and won it was World War II, and they did it through...
The West? What the fuck is the West? What does that even mean? World War II was against the Nazis in Germany, the fascists in Japan and Italy. It wasn't against the East? What is wrong? What? 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 What the fuck does the West mean? What does that mean? It's all red pill gobbledygook. It is. Ugh. This is it feels like, the way that a wasp or a spider will bite something and then inject venom, and the venom actually dissolves the bug, and then the spider comes back and sucks out the juices. That's what this is doing to people's brains, right? We're liquefying brains into juice and sucking it out. That's what's going on here. What the fuck is he talking about? The West? The West? It is a Cold War trope. Yeah. Well, it's just the only way these people can think, apparently. I mean, children of light, children of darkness. There we go. It's the same shit. It's the same shit over and over again, and nobody ever learns.
Incredible brutality. They did it by bringing their enemies to heel. that is not a thing to, that's not a thing to rah-rah about. That's not a thing to look forward to. As I said, all decent people should avoid war. But I think the sort of lie,
the West is just a dog whistle for white supremacy, but it doesn't even fit in that. He's talking about World War II. He's talking about fighting the Germans and the, you know, Italians and the Japanese, right? But like the main, you know, litigant being Germany, who's, you know, espousing their own you know, even more specific form of white supremacy.
of the post-World War II, the post-war consensus lie is that somehow war in which you kill a bunch of people and don't secure victory is morally superior to war where you do secure victory. I would say that the only way to morally justify a war is to win it. Otherwise, the very argument that brought you into the war, this enemy.
The only way to justify a war is to win it? Could you be any more black-pilled? Yeah, apparently Italy and Germany do not count as the West. Yeah, and apparently we were fighting, like, because, like, the West and the East, like, that's how I know it. Somebody mentioned earlier, this is Cold War propaganda. Yeah, that's how it's used. That's how it's used. Like, generally, like, Russia, China, you know, are considered the East. You know, like, technically, you know, you could lump in other countries like Japan, but of course in the post-World War environment, Japan was an ally of NATO and of the United States. So, you know, we don't talk about Japan that way in a Cold War sense, but it's just like, this is so twisted. God damn.
Must be defeated, ends up being proven a lie. I mean, Afghanistan, I think America had every right to go into Afghanistan. The Taliban was harboring Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda flew planes into buildings in the United States, killed thousands of our citizens, brought the nation into untold agony, pain, and horror. America had every right morally to go in and destroy the Taliban and destroy Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, but I would argue,
the Taliban now rules in Afghanistan. The war was not won.
But that's my point, actually. I've done a column about this tonight for The Sun here in the UK, which is I was editor of a newspaper when the Iraq War happened. I opposed it very aggressively as the editor of the paper. And sadly, we were borne out by events.
Yeah, Osama was found in Pakistan.
It was a complete disaster, the Iraq War, in my view. It was illegally contested, I think. And the consequences were appalling.
Yeah, the West is just whatever the U.S. thinks is good, basically.
In terms of loss of life, 1 million people. In terms of ISIS being allowed to breed and create their merry hell.
ISIS being allowed to breed
around the world in terms of
their merry hell. Oh my God.
Dismantlement of Iraq itself as a functioning country. And I think Afghanistan again.
I feel like these men would make more sense if they were to invert the positions of their faces and their assholes. And then they were to put on their clothes differently, so instead of their heads popping out of their collars, their asses were. And if they were to talk out of their assholes, I feel like they would make more sense than they do right now.
20 years of, you know, attacking an enemy, which is now running the country again, seemed to me again to be kind of pointless. And I do wonder.
In fact, I almost feel a little bit bad for comparing actual assholes to assholes like this.
Whether Israel, in its blind fury, which I completely understand.
It took 10 guys and an anime account to find Osama, not dumpstering millions.
Has thought through the consequences of actually launching a full air, ground and sea offensive into Gaza as to actually what happens at the end of that.
Like, this feels like it should turn into a scene out of The Wall. I'm serious. Like, this is just...
Well, I suppose Israel wasn't really given the opportunity to fully...
Like, they might as well just, like, use my ear as a toilet, because that's what's happening. That's what I'm receiving right now, is absolute shit.
What the consequences of that action might be, because Israel didn't instigate this war. This war was instigated by...
What I'm saying, chat, is I'd rather have a buffalo, okay, take a diarrhea dump in my ear.
A horrible terrorist attack on Israel, and a state is put in a position where it has to respond. Now, one might argue that the very fact that Israel has yet to actually launch their ground invasion means that they are actually making a calculation about what the cost will be, what victory looks like. any rational person, any decent person can engage in a conversation about what is the appropriate response for Israel. Of course they can. But
Next, they're going to ask NATO to bomb the homeless.
this sort of moral equivalency thing, I don't think is a sign of decency to engage in a conversation
Okay.
about moral equivalency.
You want to talk to me about moral equivalency, asshole?
Let me bring Bassem back in. You've been listening to this, Bassem. What's your response
You've been listening to this asshole, Bassem. Do you have anything to fart back at him?
to what Jeremy's been saying?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the
All
gentleman's
I heard was a bunch of farts. Were you talking?
name.
It's Jeremy Boring. He's
Sorry, I didn't hear a single intelligible word. I'm
the
sorry.
chief executive of the Daily
Was that human language? Because it didn't sound like it.
Wire and co-founder with Ben Shapiro of the Daily Wire.
Hi, Jeremy. Please say hello to Ben Shapiro, and please tell him that I do think he is the smartest person to ever walk the earth. Thank you so much. So,
Obviously, sounds like the smartest person to ever walk the earth.
as
So.
response to Jeremy,
Is there a reason that he has a key? Right? Because, like, I mean, I'm sure it's not anything to do with the fact that, Palestinians that were dispossessed from their homes still carry their keys. I'm sure it's not a reference to that, right? But why does he have a key? Is that literally just like an important key in his life that he's wearing? Or does that key have like some kind of symbolic significance of some kind?
I agree with everything you said. I mean, what is disproportionate? I mean, he just used the examples from Second World War and America, showing that civilian casualty is. I heard his voice. He was very sad, and as he was telling us, it is so inevitable to kill so many civilians because it's something that we cannot avoid. I hear the sadness in his voice, and I know that it's a very difficult decision to kill all of these civilians because that's for a higher cause, and I understand. But my question, I have two questions. The question is, how can you justify the killing in the West Bank where Hamas does not exist? And if the disproportionate response during over all of these years have actually worked, what will be new this time that did not happen before? I just want to
Yeah, you're using the same tactic that has gotten us here, but you're telling me that this time will be different. This time we'll bring them to heel. This time we will. What did he say? Like the only way to like justify a war is to win it. Oh my God, this is like.
That was my question.
Okay,
that was my question.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask...
So now
we're the Atari Jaguar CD at the end of the Angry Video Game Nerd review, and Boring is AVGN squatting over us with his pants down. Yeah, literally, we are Bugs Bunny in this metaphor.
So now, if I ask the question, can I say something on my side?
Well, Bassem, with respect,
a little bit personal. What does black-pilled mean? I mean that it having the trappings of nihilism, I guess, right? Of or pertaining to nihilism. Like when you say something like that, winning a war is what morally justifies you, it sounds very much like something that Henry Kissinger or Dick Cheney would, or someone else without any semblance of a moral core would say, right? That I think was what I was responding to there. He has a streaming media company called Bentkey, and he doesn't ever explain, but there are suspicious articles asking what it means, like PR paid articles for SEO. Ooh, Bentkey. Wait, is it like a Bentkey something that somebody would use to like pick a? I don't understand. It does look like a bent. I mean, it kind of looks like it might be bent. Or is it bent? Is it bent because the bent key is like useless? Or to prepare for peace, you must prepare for war.
Bassem, with respect, I gave you.
Yeah, I think you're right, Natalie. I think you're right. Yeah.
Half the show to have your side. Jeremy's had a lot less time. I'm going to have to.
You
move
want me
on.
to leave?
Bassem,
or do you want me to stay?
I'm going to have to let you go because we've been on air with you for 40 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Now.
Bye bye.
But listen.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
I'm sorry. It was just too bad. We can't take that level of based. We can't sustain that level of based for any longer. Like we have a. It's uncensored, but like bounds of reason, right? Bounds of reason. You can't be coming on Piers Morgan's show as based as that for longer than 40 minutes.
Glad to talk to you again,
Bye-bye.
and thank you for joining the program. I appreciate it.
Oh, by the way, my wife's family is all right, and they sent us a house. It's bombed. It's beautiful. It's gonna be a good like Halloween theme. So
Well,
thank you.
I'm very sorry.
Well,
for what...
of course, you know, Israel's gonna fix it all up. Everything will be, you know, you just have to trust the plan, right? You just have to obey the power, and you know, everything's gonna be all right because
your family are going through in Gaza, and I mean
Oh,
that very
no.
sincerely.
By the way, I don't know. I don't know I don't know him. By the way, I haven't actually met them. They didn't even come to my wedding.
yeah, I was gonna say Bassem has got like, I'm seeing the pecs. I can't. Yeah, actually, no, the deltoids too. The deltoids, the traps. Yeah, I mean, we can only really see what's going on in the actually the biceps. The biceps are kind of filling out that shirt pretty well. That dude is jacked. That dude, yeah, legit.
They couldn't because they are stuck in Gaza,
Okay.
and she never saw them because Gaza is not a destination.
Bassem, as I
you know,
say,
that we hear their voices, and it's they die. It's fine. It's fine.
Bassem, I wish your family all the very best. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it.
I don't. Thank you.
Going through in Gaza. We've been on there with you for 40
Oh,
minutes.
okay.
Now.
Bye
All
bye.
right? But listen,
Bye bye.
What did I just experience? What the hell was that? Like, that's unbelievable. I can't believe we got through that. Did we get through that? Are we okay? Do I need to check the time? Because I'm always forgetting to mention the top of the hour ad break. No, the top of the hour ad break is 30 minutes away at this point. So you got a little time. You got a little time to figure out what to do. How to avoid the ads for the next hour. But oh my god. Oh, whose emotes? Whose emote, Shakespeare? Yeah, I love that. I love that. I love that. That was an absolute SHI something T show. Yeah, absolutely. That was I'm amazed that I survived, okay? I feel like the character from the Radiohead song Airbag, right? That I'm just like, how am I alive still? Did I survive that? Because it doesn't feel like I should have survived that. I must have a very yoked guardian angel, right? We're talking about Bassem and how he's kind of yoked. Like, my guardian angel apparently puts that to shame because I'm somehow still alive. The emotes are from David Tovarish. Yeah, like that. I'm glad I watched this. Like, right, I was late to it, and I thought about like not watching it, but then the Hasan thing came up, and of course, I've got to watch Hasan debate Piers, and I was like, well, why not? Like, I mean, I've seen clips from this one. This one apparently went much better, and damn, chat, how are you doing? Are you all okay? Is everybody okay in chat? Do we need to like just like take a minute and take a breath before we get on to the next thing? I wanted to look at the story of what's been happening in the Capitol, right? In terms of the protest there, the protest for a ceasefire in the Capitol building of the United States. Did you know that there have been specific scientific studies that have shown that the conservative brain is based on fear? There's actually like a lot of literature on this, Johnny Bravo. The one that comes to mind is, what is it called? The Conspiratorial Mindset is one book. There's another book that Sam Cedar mentioned recently. I can't remember what it was. You're alive. Okay, that's good. Hasan is brick up. No one is okay when other people are not okay. Exactly. Or even none of us is truly okay until all of us are okay. They literally arrested a peaceful gathering of Jews. Exactly. Yeah, and you got the right wing complaining about that protest as if it was another January 6th, which pretty. There's a few differences between the protests that happened in Washington and January 6th. There's just a few. There's just a few I could think of. I hear things that make my ears burn. Yeah, make your eyes burn. Yeah. What do you think, Chad? I moved this a little ways away, like, because okay, there was one thing that was always bugging me, right? Like in the past, that window has been like up here. So in other words, when I come, when my head intersects with it, you would see my head disappear behind the window, right? But I changed it. I changed it so now I get in front of it, which might be annoying. You know, maybe there's something going on. Maybe there's some baboon antics going on screen, and I get in front of them from time to time. But I think it's like less annoying than you worrying if I'm going to hit my head on the corner. You know, this sharp corner right here, much like a baby. Chat, like I was lucky enough to be the second child, and by lucky enough, I mean unlucky enough, right? It took until the third child that my parents figured out that sharp corners plus a baby in the house are not a good thing, and they got all that child safety stuff like after the fact. But yeah, I got to take some of those bumps as a baby from the house not being child proofed and sharp corners and stuff like that. And I was obviously. We're here for that chick that comments. Good. Well, I'm trying to be here for you too. I know that I've had some experience, concern in the past about the fact that I am so content focused that it feels like I don't read chat while we're doing a segment, and then I don't read chat after we're doing a segment. I want to make sure that I'm doing that. I want to make sure, like, ideally, just chatting is like just me and you. And me reading what you say and saying what I think about what you say, and you saying what you think about what I think about what you think, and then it's like that. It's supposed to be like that. But I do it a little different, obviously, because I'm a multiple comment chick, and I'm kind of focused on the YouTube optics as well. But I want to make sure that I'm always like coming back and checking in and saying hi to chat. Seeing if anybody has some insights to offer, some questions to ask, or anything like that. Middle kid here, younger sister. Yeah, I mean, technically, like 4 kids, but like, yeah, I'm at the early middle. Younger sister born a year before me. No time to have any thunder before it was stolen. Oh no, I was experimental. That's what my older sister's like with me, right? It's like I took all the attention. Apparently. You said when you said lucky you meant unlucky. Yeah, yeah, I was being sarcastic, but I don't remember what I was being sarcastic about. I was the experimental child, the one that they learned on. Oh no, so that's like that's the trauma of being the first child, right? Where you really like, it's not just the house doesn't have, it's not just the house isn't like childproof. It's like they're learning everything. Pizza density. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for following me. I didn't see your emotes pop out when you initially followed, but welcome nonetheless. Do you think Piers is like the British version of Anna Kasparian? The only difference between Piers and Anna Kasparian is that, and I don't know that much about Piers' history, but the thing that stands out about Anna Kasparian is that she was known for being progressive at one time. Now, if you go back in time, you really find out that she's not as progressive as everyone gave her credit for, but maybe the time was a little different. Maybe like compared to the mainstream news media, they sounded progressive, but yeah, TYT's just always been, sus for one reason or another, even in situations like where, like, legitimately, I think that Jimmy Dore did some inappropriate stuff to Anna Kasparian that he's never had to answer for because his following just doesn't care if he's a creep. But Jimmy Dore had something that had clips of TYT to point to when they said that Jimmy Dore's being, inappropriate, like, towards Anna over her outfit and stuff like that, of TYT showing people, with camel toes and being like, ah, ha, 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 look at that, the camel toe, right? It's like, it's kind of hard to, but yeah, I mean, like, and lest we forget that TYT is the online media empire that gave us Dave Rubin, Jimmy Dore, Michael Tracy. Need I go on? If I said Jackson Hinkle, would you believe me? If I said that, if I told you that Jackson Hinkle came from TYT, would you believe me? Because it almost seems like reasonable, but it's not true. It's not true. Actually, Jackson Hinkle used to try to pretend to be a leftist. He wasn't a leftist. He was more like a Nazgul. He was more like a third positionist. But for a while he played that game. Like, I think even when he debated, and there's a reason that I'm talking about Jackson Hinkle here, right? I am seeing him pop off on Twitter. And by pop off, I don't mean that he's saying the most base things ever. I mean that he's tweeting the most basic things ever about Israel Palestine, and a lot of people are retweeting him without realizing that, this may be like the only issue that he's good on. We can always chat about Israel and Palestine if you want someone to discuss history and such. Absolutely. Nazbul Land ran for some position in government. Oh, that's right. I forgot that he ran for office. Didn't he? Yeah, TYT has put out a lot of real questionable. He's like ratioing Israel's Twitter account. See, here's my concern, right? And like, I mean, look, that Twitter account deserves to be ratioed, but I'm worried that Jackson Hinkle is getting into people's timelines without them realizing who Jackson Hinkle is, right? Because for a lot of people, this is their first introduction. This is their first introduction to him. And I don't know what to do, because like it's kind of weird. Like, if you jump into those threads and you say, like, do you know who this is? You're gonna get in arguments with people that are on the right side of the current issue without even realizing it. Like that. Jackson Hinkle and his friends were interviewed on TYT years before. See, so there we go. I made that up just to see if people would believe it, because like TYT has legitimately brought forward some really bad actors, but it looks like TYT was enabling Jackson Hinkle to garner attention and garner an audience, right? Even, Sam Cedar having a debate with Jackson Hinkle, helped him out. And it's too bad. I made some baked beans and cornbread for dinner. I'll get flooded with Z response. I mean, like, that's the thing, is the Z people are there, but so are some people that are, that just don't know any better. Oh my God, we are in a moment of extreme noise. But, like, I don't think it's picking up on the microphone. Did you hear that Jackson Hinkle has been permanently banned from YouTube? Damn, really? Okay. No, I actually didn't. I didn't hear that he had been banned from YouTube. Obviously, he's not going to be banned from Twitter anytime soon. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he was friends with Elon. He seems like just the kind of account. Although Elon on this issue is maybe not going to agree with... It sounds like a beard trimmer. You can hear it. I mean, that's pretty cool. That means that my noise filter is working oh so well. Oh so well. Yeah, I'm trying to think. So, There was a video about the death of Elon Tesla stock? Really? Anyway, like, I don't like to get on, like, look, when Sam makes a mistake like that, it's because he legitimately doesn't know. It's because he's paying so much. Do you know about this about Sam Cedar? He's the ultimate math nerd, right? He's the ultimate math nerd. He's always, like, computing mathematical equations in his head in order to figure out what area code the next caller is calling from. And so as a result, he doesn't always have time to keep up on, like, who is Adam and Sitch, who is Jackson Hinkle. Like, a lot of times they just don't know. They just don't know. His surname literally means order in Hebrew. Oh, Elon? Wait, He was banned from YouTube almost a week ago. For what? Sam and Emma are very smart. Yes, I appreciate Sam. So whenever I'm critical of Sam, it's only because his mistakes are notable exceptions to the rest of what he does. Oh, Sam Cedar means order, schedule, format. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so there's two things. Yeah, actually, Shakespeare, if you're not busy right now, this would be a good time to come on and talk. We are also trying to get together I'm going to be in the Bird Brains chat as well, just so you know where to find me. Somewhere here. If I can find it. There it is, Bird Brains. Gonna knock off the cobwebs. Yeah, because the other things that I wanted to touch on were the protests in the Capitol, as well as the President Fun Day. Wait, where did he get to? I feel like he was around here somewhere. Oh my God, there he is. There he is. So he's waiting. We're gonna cover him.
I'm a Jewish American, and I can't stand for what's happening right now in Gaza.
There's over 2 million people trapped in concentration camps.
That needs to... Here, let's try that. Let's start again. Let's start again. I didn't realize that was still up. I took off the President Sunday. I didn't realize I needed to take off the baboon. But
I'm a Jewish American, and I can't stand for what's happening right now in Gaza.
There's over 2 million people trapped in concentration camps. Israel needs to set them free. Globally, we are not okay with the ethnic cleansing of the people of Palestine.
And the United States is complicit in this genocide. I am so ashamed of my government.
Hundreds of Jewish Americans demonstrated in front of the White House to protest against what they call a genocide in Gaza.
Not in our name! Not in our name! We are coming here to march to the White House to demand that President Biden put a stop to this violence, call for an immediate ceasefire. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
We are also here to say all of our grief is not an excuse for genocide.
The US president has yet to call for...
It's so weird when people that are calling for a ceasefire are accused of being bloodthirsty or complicit in violence. It is a true sign of what a strange world we live in.
For a ceasefire, despite Israeli bombardment killing thousands in Gaza.
He has disgraced us. He has allowed our weapons to be used to kill the innocent in thousands.
Joe Biden, stop funding genocide in my name.
During an interview with CBS on the 15th of October, President Biden said that Israel had to respond and that the US would provide everything they need.
You have to see the faces of the children, the men and the women, people.
There is no justification.
Yeah, we're being compared to a far-right insurrectionist.
for hurting unarmed people. There's no justification for hurting children. There's no justification for the occupation.
It's so weird too, because the right wingers, like they got it through their head that there was something wrong with what what people did on January 6th, but they didn't seem to identify it as what it was. Some of them seem to think it was entering into the Capitol building, and they'll show you a picture of, like, you know, after the windows were broken, after the security perimeter was pushed in, they'll show you a picture of police overwhelmed by the numbers that were in there, trying to manage those people, trying to keep those people calm, like, you know, taking QAnon shaman into the Senate chamber, and you know, like, all they do is ask them to please leave, but they're not gonna, you know, they're not gonna like try to push them out, because, right, I mean, they you know, there were some people that were you know, some of the Capitol Police were hurt during that day, and some of them were, you know, chased around. Obviously, these people were baying for the blood of Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi and AOC. There, you know, there were like they don't get that, like, no, it's not about entering the Capitol. It's about breaking into the Capitol during the, you know, a part of the transfer of power in order to disrupt the certification of the votes of the American people. It's about the endangerment of elected officials. There's a lot of every single difference between this situation, which they were allowed into the Capitol for part of this. Obviously, you know, they weren't certifying an election that day or anything like that. But yeah, people still did get arrested. People still got arrested here. Not every mod is Allison. Oh wait, what?
It has to end. This has to.
Sorry, I got involved in between a YouTube discussion.
I want more American citizens to wake up and get out here. Boycott the United States. Boycott Israel.
I grew up brainwashed as a Zionist. I didn't even realize that Palestinians were real people until a few years ago. But they are real people.
As part of the collective punishment, all us mods must pay the price.
And they deserve to be free.
So, I mean, like, we can take a look at, like, the way that local news covered this.
We expected the focus this afternoon to be on the vote for a new speaker.
Hello.
Instead, a group of protesters have taken
Shakespeare.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Actually doing pretty well.
Good to hear.
I'm healthy.
Yes.
That's the news. I'm feeling, wait, I don't know what I did. If I'm eating something or not eating something, or it's the exercise is finally catching up with me. But I feel a lot healthier, a lot more energetic than I have in the past few weeks. And sorry to everybody out there in chat who, I know there's been days when I'm scheduled to be on stream and I'm not on stream. That happened Wednesday, right? Actually, due to interviewing a new roommate for the house. So you know, that's maybe a good reason to. But yeah, it ended up the tour of, I had to give the tour of my room and the tour of the apartment. So didn't stream on Wednesday, but I am here today, and you're gonna be seeing a lot more of me, hopefully.
Yes, I'm so happy to hear that.
Meow.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you raise Shakespeare's volume just slightly?
C'est possible. Say something now, Shakespeare.
Alors, si vous voudriez continuer cette interview en français, nous pouvons.
C'est possible. Mais pas ideal. Oh god, I don't know if I have that word. Maybe that's a false cognate I'm creating.
Idéal.
Ideal.
These levels are much better. People will be able to hear clearly.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know.
I'm so sorry
And
for the
also, yeah,
interruption,
so
though.
we got Shakespeare and Zara here. I wanted to announce we are trying to put together a podcast. The idea right now is that podcast would happen on Sunday, right? That's my best idea for when people's availability is going to be the best. So look for that as soon as we can put it together. Hopefully this week. I've seen other podcasts that kind of start with one, they like what is the thing called, Shakespeare, when you make crepes or galettes, there's a phrase that the first one is for the dog. In French, le premier, c'est.
You know, it's funny. I've heard that, but I've heard it. Le premier c'est pour des cochons.
Oh,
For the pigs, not for the
pigs. Yeah. Yeah, no, like
But I mean, for
the same idea, yeah. So
So wait,
the
do
idea
you
would
mean
be that we could maybe do a test run, and even if it doesn't like end up being like exactly what we want it to be, it'll be a good way to work out it'll be a good way to tweak everything to make it good.
a lot of TV shows don't air their actual pilot.
Save it for
It happens all the time.
Patreons. Aww.
I mean, not even that. Well, I mean, that's a great. Actually,
especially
that's a
if we're,
wonderful idea to test the pilot of the podcast on Patreon first. But I was going to say, like, the alternative is we could misinterpret the French phrase, and we could just make the first episode of the podcast for the hogs.
Oh my God! Gothic Azrael became a member.
Yay! Anyway, do it for the hogs. I will clear the air and allow y'all to have this wonderful conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, and look forward to talking to you on a not too far in the distant future Sunday.
Excellent.
Okay, are you on mute now?
Me? I think maybe YouTube chat. That's a YouTube chat conversation, I think, right? YouTube chat. You're talking to each other, right? Not us. Nobody should be on mute. But let me know if I need to change Shakespeare's levels again. YouTube. Oh, thank you. Audio levels are good. We're all ready to go forward. Yeah. So yeah, we're talking about the protests.
Yes.
Organized in the U.S. Capitol that somehow were disruptive enough to merit multiple arrests, but somehow were considered. But like I said before, didn't break any of the didn't cross any of the boundaries that the January 6th protest did, obviously.
No, and in fact, it was actually meant to be very inclusive and even to be accessible. There were BIPOC Jews that were present. There were also Jews with disabilities that were present as well, and even some of them were arrested as well. So, it really was a very strange reaction. But the main thing was that, of course, they wanted to draw attention to the fact that now there's this huge aid package. I believe it's like $12 billion or something along those lines that is going to be sent to Israel very soon. So,
and is that the because they one thing about the Republicans' self-destruction in their attacks on Kevin McCarthy for not being conservative enough is that they kind of the timing was ill-fated, because the one thing that both sides agree on, or the two things that both sides agree on, are aid to Ukraine and aid to Israel. So is that something that's being passed by executive order, or is that something that's being talked about? I know they're talking about trying to institute the speaker pro temp as an actual, or sorry, the temporary speaker as a speaker pro temp, allowing this aid package to pass the House.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure the aid package that you're talking about is that.
What Biden wanted was a $105 billion funding request for Israel and Ukraine. It also comes with money that would be what's the term that he got famous for using now? Oh yeah, earmarked for border security, of course, humanitarian aid, and Taiwan as well. That would all be included. The largest amounts, though, would be for Ukraine at $61.4 billion, and it would go through defense contracts and other things, right? So when people hear that amount of billions of dollars, sometimes they are literally through contracts worth that amount that then now are liabilities that Ukraine has to pay back. But a lot of it is still would go for operational assistance, which is, again, that's talking about like military things. As for the state of Israel, the package would go almost entirely to transferring weapons and ammunition to Israel, particularly ammunition for the missile defense systems, which is Iron Dome and Iron Beam, which is also known as David's Sling, and other things like that. And one thing that's important to note that I just kind of want to note that I think is slightly important is that congressional leaders agreed on both sides of the aisle, so to speak, that the package would include precision-guided munitions and kits that can turn regular bombs into precision weapons and as well as artillery shells. So it's literally a way for Israel to upgrade its systems as well. And that's what people were protesting.
Yeah, and this was a pretty large protest. It did get press, right? This did get covered. I mean, obviously we're seeing this here on local news, and a lot of different outlets have covered it, including cable news. The difference is, though, that you don't always see that this is a Jewish-led protest, right? Sometimes you see articles, you see coverage of this that just kind of omit that fact.
Yes, and that is often done to try to give the sort of veneer that the Jewish community can be equivocated with Zionism and the state of Israel more generally, which is something that the protesters wanted to make sure that they said such things as Jews say ceasefire now, and also not in our name, because that is a thing that the state of Israel often claims, is that it can speak for and also represent the entirety of the Jewish people. And so that was very important that they made that as well.
Yeah, you can see like the ugly parallel with the anti-Semites trying to conflate the Jewish people with the state of Israel and its actions, echoed in the far right Israeli government as well.
Mm-hmm. And just one quick note is that the protest was organized by a Jewish anti-Zionist organization called Jewish Voice for Peace. So, I want to highlight the fact that there is a good amount of people that are part of the Jewish community and are anti-Zionist, and that now are finally trying to make sure that their voice is heard as well after so many years of having the sort of Zionist or organizations like the Jewish like the Jewish Federation and other similar that are very tied to to whitewashing a lot of Israel's crimes, its war crimes, and its continued genocide of the Palestinians. So.
Oh my God, YouTube is having a completely different conversation now. But yeah, this we can see people being arrested here.
Yes, and there you can even see in the shirts it says Jews say ceasefire now.
It's like a lot of people masking in this event, and this is inside the Capitol, the rotunda, I believe.
Yes, and another thing to stress too is that there were actually rabbis. In fact, a lot of the people right now in the center of what you're looking at are people wearing talit gadol, which are prayer shawls, and usually when people are wearing them in this capacity, there usually are rabbis. So rabbis from different congregations are present, and of course, because there's such a large diversity, you do have trans, queer rabbis, female rabbis, etc., also present as well.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this is like in contrast to what you normally see in the media, which is an attempt to, silence voices like these that are speaking out for peace, that are speaking out for ceasefire, that are speaking out for a cessation of violence, particularly targeted violence, particularly, genocidal violence, the treatment of the people in Gaza that's going on right now, and coming from a place that is, very much, in line with the ethic of never again, that being understood as never again should this happen to anybody, rather than those voices being silenced and kind of commandeered, like the trauma of the Jewish people
Right.
being commandeered and utilized to justify violence and suppression and ethnic cleansing of others.
Yes, and that is something that Professor Norman Finkelstein, who I have not read his most recent book, but his book, The Holocaust Industry, which, I mean, maybe sometimes I feel kind of like I understand the point he's trying to make by using such a title, but it's jarring for me personally to think of it. But I do see what the point he's trying to make with it. That that is something that Zionists and particularly in the state of Israel, and I mean we even see this with currently where you things being compared to, oh, this is the worst atrocity to happen since the Holocaust, which is not true. And also as well in the United States where you have people using the idea of Jewish suffering, particularly again during the Holocaust, to justify essentially Holocaust of another people, or at least to cause people to feel as though there is some issue with calling out what the state of Israel does.
Right.
And again, that goes back to that conflation between is the state of Israel and the Jewish people. So I think that that's very important to keep in mind. That is anti-Semitic to do that, right? To try to do it. And another thing too is that what Jules is saying, what is the view of the Jewish people in Israel? Is there a similar movement there? There is a similar movement in Israel. In fact, I know anti-Zionist Jews that, for historical reasons, just happen to have been born in Israel, but they actively work to fight against the apartheid system that exists in Israel and to fight for the liberation of the Palestinian people, at least as it were alongside them, right? Trying to give them as much help as they can. And so there is an anti-Zionist movement within Israel because many people were compelled to move to the state of Israel. Hasan actually mentioned something on his stream, but he kind of left it kind of isolated instead of trying to. And perhaps this is just because he might not know, but the government of Israel is known to have gone about trying to make it so that when Jewish people were allowed to emigrate, that is to say, out of the country, that they would limit where they could go to, primarily to compel them to move to the state of Israel. And so
No, I remember him saying this as an aside, but yeah, like essentially, in order to, to just like increase the immigration into Israel and kind of force situations that are gonna displace Palestinians rather than letting people immigrate where they want to immigrate to. The other thing that really concerns me, right, about this, and look, like when we're talking about the Holocaust, like that is, obviously, it's hard to speak of. It is, not something, that, to be taken lightly, but there is this sense of the Holocaust as a black swan event, as a one-off, right? I've always heard that, there's kind of two ways to take Never Again. You can take Never Again as a, as a statement of the uniqueness of the Holocaust, which it would be wrong, or you could take Never Again as a promise. And it feels like there's not a lot of people that are, willing to uphold, that as a promise. Never again as in the command form, right? Like, in order to prevent, similar events of any kind of scale, but also recognizing that, this hasn't been like, it's not unique. It's not a unique, for Jewish people to be victimized like this.
but
It's
also
not...
recognizing.
Go ahead. Sorry, were you on a delay? Yeah, so Discord's just being Discord.
Yeah.
I can hear you now. You were saying?
No, I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing like everything, that it wasn't like cutting out. So.
So yeah, Discord can sometimes be a little bit weird for people. Sometimes there's a
But
delay in between.
you can continue.
Oh no, I was done.
Okay. So yeah, no, that's one of those things, like when you're talking about Never Again in the imperative form, I mean, that's a very, that is something that is very interesting to think about, because that is something that has been central to the discussions about not only the Holocaust as it pertains to the Jewish people, but also in terms of making sure that, for example, denial of genocide does not occur. Right? It also means never again in the entire scope, which is why, for example, in Latin America, just from my own experience, you have a document called Nunca Más, literally meaning never again, coming out after the end of the Argentine dictatorship, which disproportionately affected Jewish people, and so it's this need to take that concept of never again and to recognize that never again means now, but it also means never again means now for everyone, and kind of like what you were saying. And I think to me that is one of those aspects that, kind of like Zionism, and I apologize if I keep returning to this point, but I just want to specify it because of the we're discussing, tries to teach it as though the Hashoah, as they would say in Hebrew, it was some unique event that was and in many ways, even in the United States, people tend to associate the Holocaust solely with the Jewish people, which is neither here nor there, but it is something that is, one, it was a particular aspect of it, but a lot of people think that the figures, right, the number of people, that the number that a lot of people are taught, 6 million, is sort of like the end all be all, and it's not, for many reasons. One, because people discover more evidence of other people, etc. But this kind of Zionism and also U.S. imperialism focuses on trying to use this atrocity to justify the manifestation of white supremacy that is the colonization of Palestine, because that is what, in effect, all of these reactionary ethno-nationalist movements take their cues from, so to speak, is that they reflect white supremacy. So much so that even in the state of Israel, like the way how they determine who is Jewish is based off of the Nuremberg blood purity laws, how the Germans determined who was pure or who was, not Jewish. So in many ways, like the idea of never again means we have to be against, and this is my own opinion, that we have to be against all of those aspects too. Not just when you reach the destructive elements of genocide, which I believe we've discussed before, but the constitutive elements of genocide, right? The things that make it socially acceptable for such harm to be committed is something that needs to be, one, just acknowledged, but two, also needs to be used as a way to begin discussions of how to not allow for apartheid as it exists in the state of Israel, for example, to continue existing, because again, it is a manifestation of white supremacy, and that is why the United States, 11 minutes after it declared "quote unquote" independence, that the United States recognized it as a country, because it exists. The state of Israel exists as a garrison, so to speak, of Western imperialism, right? And so, in that vein, right, when we think about never again, it means that we have to think about intersectionality. It means that we have to think about anti-imperialism. It means we have to think about, how is it that we ourselves also work to be able to not participate in the structures and in the expectations and actions that lead to precisely what we keep saying never again to.
Yeah. So Shakespeare is talking about the constitutive phase versus the destructive phase. Just real quickly, this is something that we discussed earlier in the year, talking about what's happening to trans people in America, and the constitutive phase being the normalization of the dehumanization that allows later for, because like when we say genocide, most people are going to be like, well, like there better be some bodies that you have to show me, otherwise you're really using that name almost in vain. And in actuality, if you have any hope to stop genocide, the destructive phase that everybody associates genocide with, from happening, you have to catch it during that dehumanization phase, because it's like a snowball rolling down the hill, and once it's got that momentum, you're going to have a lot of an easier time like stopping a snowball at the top of the hill that's tiny than a giant boulder that's already rolled halfway down the hill. And so that's why, and that's an important part of the imperative to never let this happen again. You mentioned also, in terms of like denialists and, I would also say revisionists, like somewhere along that spectrum. We learned this week watching Hasan about Netanyahu's strange like Holocaust revisionism, somehow blaming the Palestinians for
Yes.
for the destructive actions against the Jewish people and others by Weimar Germany.
Yes, and one thing that is really important to note is the fact that not only did Netanyahu study history, but also his father was a historian as well. And one of these things that kind of is important to note is that this is a way of something that, and I'm going to tie this in this way. Academic anti-Semitism, right, is a particular form of creating or denying, right, things that happened to the Jewish people, right, particularly in terms of the Holocaust. What Benjamin Netanyahu did, right, by saying that, oh, it was the great mufti of Jerusalem that convinced Hitler to actually go ahead with the full-scale industrial, genocide of the Jewish people, is based on this idea that anti-Semitism in Europe coexisted with an anti-Semitism in the Arab world, and also that particularly the Islamic religious authorities of then Palestine, right, of mandatory Palestine, wanted to excise the Jewish community from having any, and so this type of revisionism is literally to try to hold the Palestinians guilty, one collectively, which is, not good. That's definitely a war crime, and also, pardon me. Another thing too is to try to make it seem as though that Germany, right, in its industrial genocide of the Jewish people, had some other purpose that was not genocidal, so to speak.
Yeah, so it
right?
excuses the Nazis. It's literally rehabilitate, and I don't know what goes through somebody's brain to make such a statement, and also to put this weird like false dichotomy up there in that, like, literally implies that caring about the Palestinians is signing off on death to Jewish people, and then therefore the converse, that if you want to save Jewish people, then you have to be okay with that happening to Palestine. I mean, instead of like never again, you're ensuring that it will happen again with that kind of mental construct.
Yes, and in fact, if I may just quickly quote Deborah Lipstadt, whose book Denying the Holocaust is kind of a landmark book, and in fact, it's the result of the libel lawsuit that resulted from it by denialist David Irving to Deborah Lipstadt is the plot of a movie based on the trial about this. But using her book, just to quickly note, quote, the deniers hope to achieve their goals by winning recognition as legitimate scholarly cadre, as a legitimate scholarly cadre, and by planting seeds of doubt in the younger generation. Only by recognizing the threat denial poses to both to the past and the future will we ultimately thwart their efforts. End quote. And so I think, to me, when Lipstadt is saying this in relation to what Netanyahu and other people are doing, by either trying to say that what happened on October 7th was the most deadly thing to have ever happened to Jewish people since the Holocaust, which it definitely is not, is another way of trying to rewrite that history, because it chips away at the very the very aspects of what people think about when they think about genocide, and that's precisely what Netanyahu wants. Is that denialists use this because they do not want, for example, the UN definition, which is again is not even the definition that is even litigated in courts, because it's known to be narrow. Is that it allows for the desensitization and also the whitewashing of certain aspects of genocide by instilling, as sort of Deborah states, right, this doubt in the younger generation of people who are now saying, oh, well, the state of Israel is supposed to be this almost teleological end in itself, and so therefore standing up for the state of Israel and committing these atrocities is in some ways allowed, so to speak, precisely because the atrocities even committed against the Jewish people have now been minimized via this, by trying to blame the Palestinians, by trying to accuse the Arab world in particular and the Muslim world in sort of a greater scope of harboring the anti-Semitism that it never did until the formation of the State of Israel. Again, is part of this overarching denialist project that, of course, aids Holocaust deniers and anti-Semites. But anti-Semites are very pro-Israel for a reason, and that is because it is a state that gets to commit. I mean, gets is a weird way of putting it, but that is actively committing genocide. And so, the idea of casting this as, oh, well, look at what happens when you have this oppressed people and you make them the majority somewhere, etc. And this is the wrong view, that suddenly they will become genocidal as well, right? Is literally Benjamin Netanyahu playing into the white supremacist ideas of like the Great Replacement and things like that, because that is where fundamentally this action of blaming Palestine, and that is to say the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem and other people in his circle in the government of the time that were Arabs, to be able to excuse then forevermore, so to speak, any violence partaken to conquer all of the land that they want to take on as their ethno-state.
So it's almost like for the Zionists, they want to they're on this building project of the state of Israel, with all the dispossession that it implies towards Palestine, out of some misguided attempt to keep the Jewish people safe, while the anti-Semites support the same thing, because it allows an excuse for later atrocities, later genocides. It puts that guilt on the state of Israel, and if you conflate the state of Israel with the Jewish people, like the Zionists and the anti-Semites want to do, then that puts the guilt on the Jewish people and allows for it makes it inevitable for that to happen again. Yeah, it's a really grotesque thing that we're watching happening.
Yes, exactly. And exactly like what you said, like the state of Israel has not made the world safer for the Jewish people. It has made it, and this is something that is measurable, actively worse for the Jewish people in the world. In fact, precisely because of that conflation. So again, it benefits both as you were noting, Zionists and anti-Semites at the same time, because the harm that is then done to Jews in the diaspora, and I would even include Israel as part of the diaspora as well, because I don't think it. Well, anyway, that's a whole different story. But point being that that all of this harm that then becomes excusable because of that conflation, as you were noting, right, is another way of saying, well, see, even if you give a supposed marginalized group this power, right, it goes into that white supremacist line of thinking that other people, will say, right, that it's like, oh, we cannot have the oppressed be liberated because then they will commit the same horrors against us. And that's literally playing into that. And in fact, it's based on that very idea, right? And so that is why.
Well, and it ties
That
into
is
that. It ties into that. Was it the Israel State like Twitter account that posted the thing about the children of darkness, the law of the jungle? Like it plays into that whole, like if you set it all up as there's children of light and there's children of darkness, right? Then it like ceases to be about humanity and starts being about, like it starts being about like good and evil, and as in these groups are intrinsically good and evil.
Yes, and it's interesting because that takes a Christian logical view and superimposes it on, on Jewish people and tries to do this, where that never really existed. That does not exist in the history of Judaism, because even that language is, something almost straight out of Revelations,
Yeah.
so to speak. So again, that shows the sort of genealogy of immorality, I guess, or immorals in this case, of that you have when it comes to their justification for violence against the Palestinians. In the same way, you have this, violence that was committed by on October the 7th, but it is one single group of people, and also the violence is, to just say that it doesn't really matter. I don't want to downplay it, but my point being that, like, in comparison to what it's in response to, is completely disproportionate. Because the Palestinians do not have an army, they do not have anything like this, and so when people hyper focus on October 7th, they forget the context of October 6th and October 5th, and every day before that, going back almost 80 years, and also every day since then, right? Where somehow this transgression kind of does exactly what you noted, right? That it's like, oh, now you have these people that are guilty, because there's no discernible way to tell who is part of Hamas and who isn't, and et cetera, et cetera. That means, therefore, everyone can be held collectively responsible.
Yeah.
Which is in essence.
There's a parallel there in terms of what you were talking about earlier, as far as what the anti-Semites want Israel to do, in terms of, that this allows the justification in some people's eyes of violence, both against the Palestinians in the October 7th event, and against the Jewish people in the Project of Zionism, combined with the conflation of the Jewish people with the state of Israel.
Yes, exactly. And that is perhaps one of the things that is oftentimes very difficult to express, insofar as, like, this is why other countries that have taken upon themselves to have a ethno-nationalist um, type of a leaning, right, is that you begin to see those similar elements pop up essentially. And again, that this is why when the IDF and its spokespeople, right, are here, bringing up, like they're not even asked a question that relates to this, but they still bring up this, oh, well, they did this, well, they did that. I mean, it goes back to this idea that, again, that there is this complete justification for that violence. And that is precisely, I mean, that is what the United States does. I mean, I have a friend who recently joined Twitch. She's a historian, and goes by Afghan Resistance on Twitch. And she is originally from Afghanistan. And so, like, for her, having gone through, an occupation by the United States for 20 years, is something that, is very jarring, in her memory. But another thing too is that it's not as though somehow that justifies the violence that, like, the fact that the Taliban, quote unquote, won at the end, right, does not mean that therefore that justified all of the violence in the first place. No, that quite the opposite. There was never any reason to be there. But and that's precisely what happens with the IDF, is that it's always trying to justify via trying to attach, like, for example, Lieutenant Colonel Lerner from the IDF will specifically bring up Holocaust survivors because he knows that sparks a particular reaction. But then that's literally doing what Norman Finkelstein says, is that he's literally using the Holocaust industry to justify another genocide. And so that is where we see a lot of these problems. And even, for example, in the protests happening around the world, they are all in response to the ever higher magnitudes of violence that's being perpetrated against disenfranchised, completely marginalized Palestinians. But Israel tries to frame it as, oh, well, they are being right? They will try to frame it as they're anti-Israel, which they are in one sense, but not for the reason that they try to pass off. And that's why the United States is, for example, when Joe Biden actually said, oh, it seemed to have been from the other team, it kind of, like, even though I know he was just using that as a colloquialism, at the same time, yes, a Bidenism, is that it's also how people do indeed think about this. They do think about it in this kind of team sports kind of way, which is terrific on one hand, but it also is part of that minimization of the Palestinians and their plight. And this is something that applies to all marginalized people, even those that are colonized within the United States, is that it's always, well, if you want to be part of the, quote unquote, children of light, right, or whatever, why can you not be colonized but still be patriotic, right? As if that even makes sense. And that's precisely how a lot of this is framed, right? That, like, this is why, for example, a law that was recently passed by the military junta, essentially that rules Israel now, forbids anything that, quote, might lower the morale of the nation, broadly defined. So essentially, any dissent is now illegal in the state of Israel. And this ties in with what we're talking about here, is that this is what allows the construction of Israel as, quote unquote, defending itself to be constructed via this idea of the other team or the children of darkness or whatever, however they want to put it. It's saying that they are permanently, on the other side. Mm-hmm. And that is something I mean, again, functional within all genocides is saying the other, like there is no redemption for the other side, right? So
Yeah, no, it's like I'm seeing all kinds of parallels now when you think about the way that Hamas, so the function that Hamas serves as a justifying mechanism to the continued dispossession and ethnic cleansing that's going on in Gaza. You could almost make a parallel between the that and the the actions of the state of Israel against the Palestinians being encouraged and lauded by anti-Semites in order to justify guilt of it's like the same sort of thing that they're trying to create there. They don't want like a secular government. They don't want like they Hamas is a much more convenient of a narrative than something like the PLO.
yes, and this goes with again that dehumanization and otherization and even racialization, I would like to add, that comes with Islamophobia, because the whole point is to create a distinction between Muslims as if though it were something genetic, so to speak, which comes out of historical white supremacist racialist ideas that was the case, and initially were used against Jewish people, and so that's why it's a weird thing to me to see Jewish people using that same logic when it's like literally even in during the Second World War it was used against us. And in many ways, it still is. But the point being that this desire to try to, like Jody Melamed, who is a very astute scholar of racial capitalism, talks about how racialization is power. Like the ability to racialize someone is an expression of the power that white supremacy has. And so, with Hamas being the group that is sort of representing, at least so it's presented to us, the Palestinian people in Gaza, that is what gives it carte blanche in many ways, or rather, I should say, the IDF carte blanche to say, well, we can't even tell who is and who isn't, because there is already a desire for especially from the United States, with the conflation of Islam with terrorism, Islam with, all sorts of things, but nothing positive, of course. And so that is precisely what the language of the IDF trying to say, using terms that specify how, oh, they were doing this, right? And even saying like, oh, they were even willing to do things that are again that wouldn't are forbidden in Islam, is part of that creation of Muslim as other. It's like the Palestinian, even though many Palestinians are Christians, and in fact the third oldest church was destroyed today by Israel, Saint Porphyrius Greek Orthodox Church, which had a lot of Greek Palestinian Gazans, trying to find refuge there. Is that isn't something that people identify with Palestinians? This diversity of thought, diversity of everything. Instead, it's to create this single mass that is always presented as other, and that is precisely what we are seeing when countries say we cannot have pro-Palestine protests because they will cause blank blank blank, right? It's that they are trying to do the, as it were, like do the math, quote unquote, for people who would otherwise maybe be neutral, or I don't know if I can really say neutral, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say. And instead instill upon people the fact that you must think these two things together, right? Like violence and Hamas and Palestine are one.
Yeah,
When
concern
it's
for the Palestinian people is essentially you green lighting whatever worst atrocity of Hamas, somebody can think of.
exactly.
We're gonna transition from this into the President Sunday finally saying something about aristocracy. I think this is the first time we've ever seen anybody in the Vosh network actually acknowledge the racist views expressed by somebody who for a long time was considered a de facto part of Vosh's network after giving Vosh kind of a softball interview back in the day. And, indeed, when Bad Empanada called out the things that aristocracy had said about Palestinians who defended aristocracy's take, it was Vosh. It was literally, like, this is where well, I don't remember what the statement was, but it sounds like he supports the Holocaust, was basically what Vosh said about Bad Empanada having a problem with the kind of weird like Lebensraum comments that Eris was making about Israel Palestine. So that's going to be interesting to get into. Aristocracy, understand chat. We are talking about like Eris. If you combine Eris with an E with aristocracy, that's the name of the streamer that we're talking about. We usually call her Apartheid anime girl because like oh my god like this is I'd rather not mention her name I guess, but yeah, we're gonna look into that, look into like how much you know one person in the Vosh network maybe recognizes, and it's only now. And what's weird is that you're gonna see President Sunday quoting some of Eris's recent tweets, which I don't think are anywhere near as bad as the stuff that she's said on stream when this whole network stood up to defend her. It feels like they're a little bit late to the party. I mean, I guess better late than never, but is aristocracy back? I hope not. Aristocracy has stayed has been on Twitter, this whole time. Uh, Maybe has not been making as much content, but is definitely like a presence on Twitter, integrated with a lot of Twitch politics and such. And if you believe anybody in the Vosh network, they seem to think that she is a leftist somehow. But anything, nothing could be further from the truth. But yeah, we're gonna deal with that once again. Isn't she a Zionist, a monarchist, and a reactionary? Hey, as far as I know, yeah. Unless unless she's changed her opinion on some things since, but yeah. The thing is though that we're dealing with President Sunday, and as we all know, there's a weird thing about President Sunday. And look, I don't want to like I'm trying to come into this in a neutral fashion, right? I don't want to make the assumption that what a lot of people in the Destiny Network say about President Sunday is that he only seems to attack femme content creators, right? And I mean, if you look at the record, there is what is it like Brianna Wu, Not So Erudite, Kaffles back in the day, and now aristocracy. So I mean, like, I hope that because like sometimes when I hear sometimes President Sunday is like literally the only one in the Vosh network to call out something really bad as being really bad. Brianna Wu is a great example of that. Like I'm glad that we had those links. I'm glad that somebody was willing to bring that forward. But you gotta kind of wonder, based on this track record, where it's coming from and why didn't this get called out before, right? Shakespeare, do you remember like I think was it last year or was it 2 years ago when Bad Empanada and aristocracy started going at it? I may have unintentionally signaled that I was done with that. You remember that? Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is so we're gonna yeah, well, that's right. It all started with Canada Day. It all started with Canada Day. That was like, yeah, I think it was a year and a half ago. Yeah, you're right, Sarah. It was a while ago. So we're gonna get into this, but yeah, I wanted to make sure to cover this because I mean, this is a narrative that both anti-Semites like people that are jumping on this this issue to attack Jewish people based on what the right wing government of Benjamin Netanyahu is doing in Israel, as well as hardcore Zionists don't want you to see, which is a Jewish led protest against what's happening in Gaza, a Jewish led protest for a ceasefire. People that take never again absolutely seriously, and aren't twisting it into the opposite of what it is. So this is a narrative that you're not going to see very much of. When you do see it, sometimes it's decontextualized, and you're never you're never getting the interpretation of what this really means, that there are values, Jewish values being embodied here, that are not given the credit that they deserve. Wait, DeviantArt is pushing peace for Israel so hard right now. I'm not familiar with that hashtag. Like Tikkun Olam, or help repair the world. Yeah. Yeah, so it's really important to cover this when this is happening, especially given how it's being swept to the side, mischaracterized, decontextualized, or even used by the January Sixers as what evidence that, like, I don't know, the evidence that Q Shaman was just on a nice little Capitol tour. He wasn't any danger to anyone. No, they weren't. They were just like shouting, "Hang Mike Pence," for no reason at all, right? They brought the zip ties there for just to for funsies, right? It wasn't for, they were going to tie each other up and take turns tying each other up with the zip ties, right? They certainly didn't mean those for elected officials, and they certainly weren't trying to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power from the losing candidate to the winning candidate or anything like that. They definitely did not break and enter into the Capitol. No, this is the exact same thing as is happening happened on January 6th. And as you could see, the people who were like, I mean, if you've been watching this thing, right, there's people being taken away. There are zip ties right there. There's a gentleman, there's a person being taken away. I'm not going to assume the person's gender because I don't know that. But yeah, taken away with zip ties by the cops, right? But yeah, if you believe the far right in the United States, this is the cops handling this with kid gloves, and just because the protesters are not MAGA. Imagine arresting rabbis and pleading for rabbis pleading for the end to a genocidal massacre, and it's being conflated with January 6th. So I mean, as you can see, this is not January 6th, and this is not apparently okay with the Capitol Police either, right? They're I don't know. I get the feeling that this protest was a little bit more planned, was a little bit more official. But even then, there are people being taken away and zip tied. All right. Well, it's time to delve into everybody's favorite meme president of nothing, President Sunday. And look, like I said, like I think he's an enigmatic figure. I can't figure the guy out. Sometimes he is the only person in the Vosh network to call out some bullshit, but then you have to like wonder his reasoning, right? And we're gonna question that right now. Like I said, I have not made up my mind about this, about the accusation of, you know, him having a special hatred of film content creators, or, you know, like I haven't made up my mind about any of this. Obviously, I do see him as being pretty different than a lot of the Vosh network, but sometimes I just question his motives. Like, look at the thing, Professor Flowers, right? That was the first time I noticed President Sunday having a very different view of things than the Vosh network. Was in that President Sunday did talk to Professor Flowers, and it at least treated her better than Vosh did, and was better faith with Professor Professor Flowers, who goes by he and she pronouns, but not they pronouns. You know, what was you know, being like halfway decent to Professor Flowers, but one wonders to what purpose, because it was only for a while, and the end result of that was President Sunday coming on to have a conversation with Vosh and kind of walking everything back. Look, President Sunday, if you want to come on and explain yourself, if you want to come on and explain yourself in that, like I said, you're an enigmatic figure. I can't figure out what motivates you. I'm a little bit on the fence as far as this stuff goes, but if you want to come on and you know, give your side of the story, you will find a neutral interlocutor in me. So you got to talk like Sunday talks. You got to talk exactly like Sunday talks. Okay. So let's see. This is apostate prophet that he's talking to first, and then wait, no, maybe that's not apostate prophet. I'm not sure. Is this the aristocracy? This is the aristocracy. Okay, so they had a little exchange on Twitter. Aristocracy and President Sunday. But yeah, my main question are like, where were you a year and a half ago on this aristocracy thing? Because this isn't aristocracy's first bad take by far, by a long shot. This is not like the worst thing I don't think that aristocracy said, and it's not the first time that she's had really questionable takes about Israel Palestine. But let's listen to President Sunday in his own words.
All right.
When he did the massive take, now there we go. Okay, Sarah mentioned that he did a massive takedown of Chud Logic over an editor that Chud Logic has. Apparently, Chud Logic's editor is even more right wing than him. There were screenshots of the Chud Logic editor being like transphobic, being openly transphobic. President Sunday called out Chud Logic. You know, with the implication being that, you know, he liked Chud Logic, was friends with Chud Logic, and he wanted Chud Logic to be better and to take care of his own community, and that when Chud Logic went on vacation and left everything to DK, that was putting a lot of people in danger. Apparently there was like, you know, some sort of a threat of doxing or, you know, doing research on people or something like that. And by Chud Logic's editor. So Sunday did stand up to Chud Logic. He did burn the bridge with Chud Logic, who, you know, props to, you know, respect for that, because he, you know, that's like kind of, that was a big part of President Sunday's community going back to, you know, that's sort of like the streamer that President Sunday started off orbiting was Chud Logic. But yeah, I don't know. There's been different signals. Like he said something like that he misses Chud Logic fairly recently. And if you look at his MO in terms of now, who's the other streamer that's always attacking femmes, right? It's Chud Logic, right? And in general with Chud Logic, it's more about attacking marginalized people, right? Olimey, myself, like generally Chud Logic's targets tend to, even like Lucy Haze. I think Chud had a go at Lucy Haze as well, although he would probably tell me that it was only because Lucy Haze had a go at him. But again, not in the same weight class as Chud Logic by far. So we're gonna interrogate these questions. Like I said, I have an open mind. I am literally neutral on this. I've heard the accusations. I see why people make those accusations. I'm not 100% sure if I agree with them, and I just overall find President Sunday's positions often to be kind of inscrutable, as far as being good in contrast to the rest of the Vosh network, but somehow always wheeling around to like a reactionary take and punching down at marginalized streamers and smaller streamers as well. We'll see if he punches down at me. I think I'm a little bit different than poly people, right? I'm kind of known for biting back, right? So does he want to take his chances with clan ops or not? We'll find out.
So this is aristocracy today. She's a nutball, by the way.
Okay, off to an auspicious start. Yeah, let's see. First thing, let me attack this person's mental health. Anyway,
you'll see this come out in this as we cover this, but this person is actually just out to lunch.
I'm gonna take
absolutely out to lunch.
Sunday called poly people dangerous and warned his Discord not to interact with her for the invented beef. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is he trying to start controversies, right? Because you could look at what he does and be like, well, he's standing up to Destiny, he's standing up to Chud Logic, he's standing up in this case to, aristocracy in a minor way, maybe standing up to Vosh a little bit against Professor Flowers. But, you look at it in another way and you're like, he's just stirring drama to give relevance to one of the most difficult to listen to voices out there.
So, we'll just go through it. Many people have probably noticed a change in my posts, rhetoric, and views in the last week since 10/7. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, first of all. We've already had a 9/11, darling. We ain't going to Afghanistan again. Okay? That's not gonna pick up. Alright? Especially since immediately after 10/7, we had 3,000...
He pivoted back around to saying that that Professor Flowers was genocidal after the half-hearted defense.
1,000. I'm sorry. Yeah, what Hamas did is an atrocity.
I'm gonna pee.
Every single person responsible for it.
Pee. We'll see if the bathroom's open.
If there is any justice in this world, will be effectively hunted down and killed. But that's not what's happened. What's happened is that has been used as a pretext to bombard a civilian population that the state of Israel has been explicit that it wants it gone. This has genuinely been the worst week of my life. I am not the person I once was. As we will see in the aforementioned, she is entirely the person she once was. Like many Jews, I am terrified, angry, and traumatized. The primary targets of Hamas's massacre were not right-wing extremists, which Israel has plenty of, in government currently bombing Gaza, but lefty peace advocates and members of socialist communes. Okay. Doesn't matter. But not true. One of the victims was alright. It doesn't matter. It doesn't, just because they aren't lefty peace. It doesn't actually matter who they are. It actually wouldn't matter, by the way, if the people Hamas killed were right wing. That is irrelevant. This is such a weird thing to fix on, a weird thing to stake out, as if, like, say I, for example, would be more permissive of Hamas killing civilians, provided they had the wrong politics. One of the victims was a writer for Haaretz.com, whose most recent Twitter posts are all dedicated to exposing human rights violations of Palestinians on the border. And in their honor, I suppose you're now valorizing Israel bombing Gaza. Okay.
All right, we're gonna have to.
Hamas slaughtered him. It was hard not to see myself in the victims. They were women, human rights advocates.
I did it again. That's 2 in a row. Oh, and it's literally because.
Music fans, educators, and of course Jews. Thus, to say I am personally involved or affected is an understatement. You're Canadian, but all right. For 10 years, I studied the history of this conflict. That is not something to brag about, given what you're about to say next, and worked my best to put aside the years of propaganda, fear-mongering, and tribalistic nature I and most Jews were raised with. You failed.
I don't think that's true. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to speak for the Jewish experience here or anything, but I don't know, what is she trying to say about most Jews, right? Because I mean that protest that we just watched was organized by Jewish people, right? That's not. I don't know. Like, maybe you could say that, you know, that's a.
I believe and still believe that the long-term solution to this crisis...
Something, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but something about that didn't rub me right. It didn't rub me right. I said that in the weirdest way possible. It rubbed me wrong. Oh my god, why does the metaphor have to be rubbed me?
This is empathy and education and history, and still do. I'm genuinely proud of the work I accomplished, both in academic circles and online. What work is that, I wonder? I am curious. But moving back a little bit here. However, trauma does not make you stronger, it makes you weaker. This is a lesson I learned from my years studying history, but I never truly understood until this week. On 10/7, my brother was getting texts from a friend hiding in a dumpster saying goodbye, as I was frantically messaging my friends and family trying to find them. That same night, I walked by groups of people cheering our slaughter right here in Canada. When I posted about having a trauma response to this, I was mocked as a racist. Actually, what she said was... I'll show you exactly what she said, because I had the forethought to post it. I'll show you. I'll show you what she actually said. Here we are. This is what she actually said. So in response to the Toronto mayor issuing a statement ahead of the planned demonstrations in the city's downtown core, the rally to support Hamas at Nathan Phillips Square today is unsanctioned, without a permit, and unequivocally denounce it. She said, and I quote,
Welcome back, Twitch chatters. Once again, I have failed you. I have failed you in letting you know ahead of time, ahead of the ad break, which is when I like to mention it, right before the ad break happens, that, yeah, we have those ad breaks. They're 3 minutes at a time. That might be like kind of, that might be a little bit much for, I know it would be a lot for me to go through, to sit through 3 minutes of ads, right, you know, like while you're trying to engage with the stream. But that's what happened. If you want it to no longer happen, you can escape from that by using an Twitch Prime sub, which is a sub that you have for free if you have Amazon Prime, right? You have one free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see ads. Another way you could no longer see ads is to pay Twitch $5 to get a sub for yourself, right? And the third and last way of possibly getting out of it, and I say it's a possibility, it's not a definite thing, it is by the grace and generosity of people giving gift subs in the channel, that you also might receive one of those gift subs that is just as good as any other kind of sub. You're more likely to get the sub, though, I should tell you, if you're active in the chat. So
stop it then. I've already had a man in a terrorist uniform come up to me heading to the pro-massacre rally. As a Jew and Israeli, my heart stopped. I don't know what this means. I don't know what a terrorist uniform is.
How can anyone take her seriously? I don't know. Here's the thing. I was friendly with aristocracy for a time. She was somebody that showed up in my chat and was nice, right? And that was the kind of all it took, right? Is to be around her enough, and she's making poignant comments, and she seems like a nice person, and I just assumed that she was cool, right? And it wasn't until a lot later that I found out what all she's associated with. And let me, spoiler, Vosh isn't the worst of it. Vosh isn't the furthest right. In fact, Vosh is a lot further left than it's her original association, which is with a very right-wing, free speech obsessed Discord server that is host to a lot of Nazis. So I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of aristocracy. But the more I found out, the worse it got. And then, of course, when the Dylan Byrne thing happened, she was there to interview Dylan about the bad lady that said mean things about him, and wrap it all in a conversation, in an interview on Dylan's traumatic childhood event that happened to Dylan, so that if you try to criticize the video, it's like, oh, do you not think that we should talk to survivors about their abuse? Do you think no, I'm not against that. Maybe just cut me out of that VOD, right? Because I'm a trans person criticizing what a larger streamer is doing with his platform, not somebody that has anything to do with the events that Dylan unfortunately experienced as a child, which is a perfectly good subject that more people should be talking about.
But maybe it's this. Maybe it's the terrorist man costume. But this is what she's talking about when she says, I walked by groups of people cheering our slaughter right here.
So yeah, Shaxby is saying that they know somebody that kind of got is friendly with aristocracy that they wouldn't expect to be
Canada.
When will you denounce WIC?
What she's actually talking about is there were pro-Palestine demonstrations, sort of around this, and a lot of people took the stupid second thought approach. A lot of people, in light of all the aforementioned, had a knee-jerk reaction to this and thought, because people are dumb, this is some kind of actual efficacious revolutionary thing that's taking place. They're actually taking back territory or something like that. And they probably discounted the slaughter as Israeli propaganda, because that's happened. It's also happened in the other direction, so you have to be very careful. But throughout all of this, and this is after the bombings had started in Gaza, throughout all of this, aristocracy was publishing as much as possible fear-mongering about Palestinians.
Listen, I know you're not an academic or anything, President Sunday, but I will give you credit for one thing. 1.75, right? I've got you turned up to 1.75, and you're not too fast. You're not speaking too fast. The only other person that I know that I can turn up to 1.75 or higher is actually one of my favorite teachers, my anatomy teacher, right? When I was listening to her lectures, I used to turn her up to 1.8, I think.
Abroad. So, oh, look, we found people in Australia cheering on Hamas. We found, there's people holding terrorist flags. The flags could be the Palestinian flag. Not the Hamas flag, the Palestinian flag. The people cheering on Hamas could be 6 or 7 people in a crowd of 100. But that's enough. You are not allowed to support Palestine while Jewish Canadians are grieving as Israel is bombing Palestinians that they've already forced into a ghetto and have been slaughtering and dispossessing for decades and decades and decades and have reduced to unimaginable squalor.
Let me know if he's too fast for anybody, but I think 1.75 is about his speed.
She's true. Yeah, she's allowed to feel distress. I have every bit of sympathy in the world when she's talking about how there's a disaster going on and she's calling family and friends and trying to make sure everybody's okay. But there is a difference between having a human reaction to a violent event taking place in your people you care about, and then proceeding to carry on this weird obsessive agenda of making sure that people only consider what is happening to the Jewish population of the region as a crime, and making sure they treat what happens to the Palestinian people of the region as an unfortunate but necessary consequence. I'll find the other one because this comes to bear. Here. So this is an interesting exchange I had with aristocracy leading up to this. We'll see it reified in the manifesto we're looking at. So this is what aristocracy says. What happened on Saturday was a genocide by the Gazan government of Hamas. A genocide. She's responding to this. What you need to understand is that what happened in Israel is worse than you've seen and worse than you know. They are still finding all the bodies. They just took out the bodies of 40 murdered babies in this community. 40 murdered babies. Okay. So this is a genocide by Hamas, okay? I haven't seen this confirmed, but it doesn't matter. Let's run with it. 40 murdered babies, okay? I mean, the dead on the Israeli side are over 1,000. So, that's not outside the realm of possibility. Let's run with that. And so I said, I agree. Now, what do you make of this? And I showed her the leveling of Gazan residences. Leveling. This is not targeted. This is a desolation from which, how on earth are the Palestinians supposed to recover from this? How on earth are the Gazans supposed to recover from this? They're already dirt poor. Look at this. This is before they cut water and electricity. How many people are... And here's the thing. We actually don't really have a strong capacity to count the dead right now. And it's not just the dead currently.
What Sunday's saying is accurately talking about here is the fact that Palestine, specifically Gaza, is under a blockade under normal circumstances prior to, any of this stuff, right? There was already a blockade there. There were, I think, what was it? Like there were 3 entrances and exits. 2 of them got shut down so that there was like only one exit in the north. There a lot, basically things were already really bad before this incursion.
Running water was already highly limited in Gaza. The cutting off of water and electricity has meant that what limited capacity, even disregarding the fact they're indiscriminately bombing, just indiscriminately bombing. So we have footage now of like ambulances and whatnot getting shelled. But leaving that aside, like someone gets an infection from a scratch, even if they're untouched by the bombs, as they're running from building to building. How are they going to get treated? There's no running water or electricity. What medical centers exist are going to be well beyond capacity.
Look, chat, I know I've done a terrible job of letting you know ahead of the ad breaks when the ad breaks are coming up, but still the offer's on the table because it looks like we did get some suggested content here. This is Mind Explosions video, Gaza Under Siege, the Leftist Mafia. I don't know if this is Mind Explosions like reacting to Leftist Mafia segment, or if maybe Mind Explosion was a guest on Leftist Mafia last night. But regardless, we will add this to my reactions tonight if we can hit that 10. Okay, how about this? Right? If we can hit the goal either in YouTube or on Twitch, right? So there's 9 subs needed for the goal on Twitch. There are, I think 9 memberships needed for the next goal on YouTube. It's a little strange how that stuff works. I think you might get double. I think it might count the subs twice if they're gift subs for some reason. But regardless, if we hit either of those goals during this President Sunday segment, I will extend the stream and we'll see what this Mind Explosions, Gaza Under Siege, Leftist Mafia thing is all about.
Immediately. So I said, I agree with you. What Hamas did is genocidal. Now, what do you make of this? And this is what she says. I think every Palestinian civilian casualty is a tragedy and should be minimized as much as possible. This woman is insane. Like she's a goddamn meme. That's how insane she is. Like literally, look, it's unbelievable. What happened on Saturday was a genocide by the Gazan government of Hamas. 3 times the death, an unfortunate tragedy. Let's carry on. So this is why you were mocked as a racist, aristocracy. This is why aristocracy is being mocked as a racist. Because she is.
I'm trying to figure this out. This kind of just looks like the Leftist Mafia. It's like a 2 hours and 30. Is this just Lance's? This is like Lance's end, I think. Yeah. This is like, it's got the Surf's Patreon and everything on it. It looks like Lance is trying to start a new channel. So, congratulations to Lance on that.
Because
I think that's what this Mind Explosions is.
She actually conceives of Palestinians and Jews as having discrepant value rather. 1,000 Jews killed, 1,000 Israeli citizens killed, that's a genocide. 3,000 Gazans killed. That's just unfortunate. That's just sad.
And again, this is true. But that take is so damn ubiquitous on Twitter. Like, that's a take that you could find in a lot of different places. Why now are you realizing that the stuff that Eris says is horrible? when the candidate is, and we'll watch that after this, okay? Regardless of whether we hit sub goals or not, I will watch that. We'll try to go back to that video. I know I covered it. Just watching all the Eris clips talking about Palestine and trigger warning. It's horrible stuff that she says.
And it hasn't stopped. This is still happening. 3,000.
He doesn't like women for sure. That's what I've been hearing. He loves calling women insane. I guess so.
Just where we're at. That's not where we're going to end. This is going to get weird, so buckle up.
Wait.
I witnessed...
He reminds you of Silence of the Lambs?
Thousands of people victim blame innocent civilians for the atrocities committed against them, both online and IRL. I forced myself, against everyone's advice, to sit and watch every video Hamas posted of their vile crimes. I felt I had a responsibility to bear witness to the largest massacre of Jewish civilians since the Holocaust. A responsibility to my own grandparents. I knew that what I saw would change me forever, and it has. She has apparently studiously avoided all of the footage of Palestinian people running from house to house for their lives as their homes are destroyed above them.
Yeah, or the footage from several years ago.
With the psychotic rationalization by apologists for the state of Israel that it's okay they knocked with a lighter bomb first, because that's how they warned them. That's how they warned Palestinians to evacuate their homes. They're going to bomb them. And by the way, do you honestly think, given the level of intelligence of the Israeli state that allowed them to be attacked like this in the first place, they actually know where Hamas is hiding?
Doubtful.
Like it seems like literally every building in Gaza is where Hamas is hiding.
Apparently, yeah.
It's remarkable. These are bombs from the air, and now more recently these are shellings from the ground. These are not careful surgical strikes. They have threatened the Gazan people to evacuate the entire area, a population of over 1 million.
So if your issue with 10-7 is that it was indiscriminate, right? You'd say the same thing about this.
Or if Xander Hall is to be believed, maybe 20 million.
Did Xander Hall get the note? Does anybody know what this is about? He said if Xander Hall he's talking about the population of Gaza, I guess. And he said if Xander Hall is to be believed, maybe 20 million, and then laughed.
Look, he means well, okay, go easy on him, he's young.
He means well.
Poor guy.
Yes, the apartheid anime girl is back.
Always have.
Although not in Twitter form, let's just say. In X form.
Have Google open in a separate tab and you're talking about stuff like this. But I digress.
Did Xander Hall get...
No care what...
Did Xander Hall get clowned on for, like, misstating the population of Gaza? Is that what happened?
Whatsoever. If Israeli people die, that's a crime. Palestinian people die, that's an unfortunate statistic. That's who Eris is. The consequences of this decision have been felt this week through nightmares, sleepless nights, and PTSD-like symptoms. I saw a therapist to help me through this, and she ended up crying by the end of the session herself. We both hugged, realizing the special circumstances we were in. She was very embarrassed, but the moment was very moving for me, and I hope she knows what her empathy meant to me at this time. Additionally, I received so many kind messages that far outnumbered the hate ones, filled with prayers, concerns, and well wishes. Words cannot express how meaningful these were for me, and to everyone who did it or messaged other Jews and Israelis, thank you. She's Canadian, okay? I'm sorry. Yeah, you're allowed to have a trauma response to this, okay? That's perfectly fair. People close to you and people like you were slaughtered and or endangered in a very severe way. Perfectly fine. It is another thing entirely to then attempt to use your trauma to cover over the fact that you are rawing or providing emotional cover for the active genocidal action of a state against a people it has been depriving for decades and decades of a bare standard of living, whose intentions publicly have been expressly genocidal. As much, if not more so, than Hamas.
Oh, thank you, Zara. You found the clip in Discord? Or you linked it in Discord?
To the leftists reading this, I ask that you have patience and understanding with your Jewish and Israeli friends around you. As they what? Why do we need to have patience with them? Oh, is it because you and your friends in particular? Because, by the way, anti-Zionist Jews are a thing. Zionism does not own the Jewish people. They're very conscientious and intelligent Jews.
That's what I was saying before when she was like saying that, like, she said like that she had like sort of had to unlearn some, she'd had to learn some tribalistic propaganda, and then she said, as all Jews do, and I was like, I don't think that's universal.
Jewish people who have come out very, very loudly.
She said most
against this. Sometimes they're assassinated by Zionists, actually, but typically they're treated as traitors and they're shouted down by the virulent fascists that comprise the Zionist movement, because that's what it is.
And importantly, like, right, the fascists that encouraged that assassination of It was. I'm trying to remember the assassination. He's referring to a specific incident. Yitzhak Rabin.
Zionism is not a project of saving and preserving the Jewish people after the Holocaust. Zionism is a project that precedes the Holocaust, has enacted one of its own on the people in Palestine for the better part of the last century, and uses the Holocaust as cover for it. That's what it is. It's a fascist movement through and through. In fact, we were reading one of the founding documents of the ideology a little while ago, and it's remarkable how much it prefigures the language of fascism. It's insane. Non-Zionist Jews were recently arrested at Capitol Hill for a ceasefire protest. Yes. Famous Zionists, ones you may be familiar, famous Jews you might be familiar with, are anti-Zionists. Judith Butler, not an unproblematic figure in her own right, but respected as an academic, wrote a book called Parting Ways: Jewishness and the Critique of Zionism. Highly recommend. This is an interesting sentence. Israel promised it would prevent another Holocaust, but on 10/7 it broke that promise. If she was being less disingenuous, the following sentence would have been, or the sentence would have continued, by enacting one of its own. Because if 1,000 is a genocide, 3,000 is very much a genocide. 3,000 with the express intent by a state power, with the ability to do so, to remove an entire population from the ghetto it had already been forced into.
Natalie's got the Xanderhald 20 million clip here. I'll look at the. I'll also look at the one of the clip of aristocracy talking about Palestine.
This bubble being burst has shaken us to our core. We are terrified for our survival, and this has awoken historical trauma that is hard to process in words. God, this freak. There is a myth that Israel stands shivering and vulnerable in the Middle East amidst powerful enemies who can destroy it at will. This is the opposite of the truth. The Israel's military capacities have, for over 50 years, been extraordinarily greater than all of its enemies combined. This is why in the Six-Day War they won in 6 days and aggressed first.
Yeah, that's something I ended up learning the not learning the truth about the 6 Days War as well. Wait, here, let me look at the Xanderhall thing really quick. So this is Sockdem Lad, not to be confused with Sockdun Left. That's a different person. Xanderhall, we are in an era where a large amount of progressive celebrities are coming out as pro-genocide. It is possible the death toll in Gaza is going to raise to the tens of millions? I mean, like, I guess I don't have the context here for what he's saying. There is only about a bit over 20 million in Gaza. Oh my God. Okay, well, yeah, he got his...
We're in an era where a large amount of progressive...
He sounds like he multiplied to the wrong tens place? I don't know.
Virtue signaling liberal celebrities are coming out as basically pro-genocide. It's very possible that in the coming months, the death toll in Gaza is going to raise into the tens of millions. Well, there's only a bit over, like, close to 20 million people in Gaza, but it's going to get up above 10 million if things keep going along this rate and Israel doesn't slow back their attacks, because they are just... We're in an era where a large...
Okay, so he's calling out Israel in this clip, but yeah, he's kind of got his... He's not quite the math nerd that Sam Cedar is, okay? Sam Cedar's the ultimate math nerd. Xanderhall is decidedly not the ultimate math nerd, so...
But you'll see this used endlessly as a justification for literally any kind of Israeli aggression whatsoever. They have to. It's for their survival. The surrounding states live in fear of Israel. I'd argue it's only semi-true. It's less true now than it was a couple decades ago. That's not entirely the case anymore.
Yeah, I mean, don't a lot of the surrounding states have, like, peace treaties also with Israel?
But there are reasons for
with more on the way.
Example, why? we'll move on. That's something I want to have my bolts tightened a little bit more first before I get into.
Wait, you want to have your bolts tightened? President Sunday, are you a Frankenstein? Why does he need to get his bolts tightened? What's that about? He's gonna get his bolt. I don't see any bolts. I just wanted to check really quick if there was any bolts involved.
I'm genuinely grateful my grandparents, Holocaust survivors, have passed. They're not subjected to see what I saw this week. Glad my grandparents are dead. It's not a decision. That's a literary decision. To those not personally involved or affected by this conflict, I know this is just another political discourse for you. No, this is actually a cataclysmic wrong.
Yeah, it's stuff that he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to like get sidetracked by it. But yeah, it's worded strangely.
That's something I want to have my bolts tightened a little bit more first before I get into.
I think he means he wants to drink some Void coffee.
I'm genuinely grateful my grandparents, Holocaust survivors, have passed. They're not subjected to see what I saw this week. Glad my grandparents are dead. It's not a decision. That's a...
Okay, that was what it was. That was what it was. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to, like, you know, dunk on somebody for something they said about their grandparents who have passed away, but
that's a literary decision.
That was definitely a decision. Frankenstein's monster. Yes, you're right. You're right. It's called a Frankenstein. Look, I can still call like vampires Draculas. Okay, I still call vampires Draculas, even though that's wrong. I shouldn't call them Draculas. They're not all Draculas. Only the vampires that are related to Count Dracula are Draculas. Am I right?
To those not personally involved or affected by this conflict, I know this is just another political discourse for you. No, this is actually a cataclysmic wrong that is being done to a people at the moment. And people like you are using a symptom of an earlier stage of that wrong as a justification for it. Hamas would not exist.
Wait. Maybe you wanna unfold that people like you statement, right? You wanna don't just like leave that hanging. Anyway, speaking of odd choices, there was President Sunday with his own odd choice of words.
The traditional leadership among the Palestinian people was not decimated. If attempts at diplomacy were not categorically...
You call libraries? Oh my god, I feel like my mom used to call... I think she used to say this... I think she had stories of when she was a little kid, and she used to say things funny too, and I think that was one of them, the library. She would go to the library to read.
Ignored. There was a really perverse thing that took place when Arab representatives would send delegates to speak to the
Bams
British.
is confirmed.
They would acknowledge them only on condition that they accepted the mandate, accepted the establishment of the state of Israel and their own subjection to that state of affairs. So, Catch-22, we'll acknowledge you as autonomous agents if you sacrifice your autonomy. You would never accept this if somebody attacked America, for example, and offered the same deal. Never. Yeah, look, I'll tell you what. We'll give you 70% of your land. Never mind the fact that you have militias on the ground that are actively, violently taking it from you anyways. They're not going to do anything about it. But we'll give you 70% of the land, let's say. But we'll plant, let's say, a Russian state right here. It's a minority, but it has state authority and you don't. However, moving on, I ask that you use your emotional distance to stand up against injustice and advocate for the innocent, both Palestinian and Israeli. Okay. I ask that you be careful what information you share online, what you jump to believing and are critical of the biased sources around you, including mine. That's slippery. Your voices are needed very much at this time. Genocidal rhetoric masquerading as pro.
Make NCC bounce. Oh my god. I don't have my trampoline in my room, but I can definitely bounce on the tips of my toes since I've got so much energy. I do it on purpose. I just think it's fun, like February. Well, yeah, I think, wait, February? I mean, or Wednesday? Do you ever celebrate Wednesday?
Palestinian must be called out, calling all Israelis colonizers, no settlers innocent, praising 10-7, etc. Okay,
bouncing,
2 things here. There's a conflation here that's really critical.
Bouncing,
no settlers innocent, praising 10-7, etc.
Resistance.
I condemn those, categorically, on 2 grounds, by the way. Not only was what happened on the 7th of October a vile act of nihilistic, hateful mass murder, it could only be used as a pretext for the Israeli state to attack Palestinians. There was no hope in hell. There's no actual chance, and Hamas knows this, of Hamas retaking the land. They don't have the power to. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day.
Wednesday is hump day, according to Emma Vigland. Yeah, and Thursday is Thurs. That's what we call it.
That's easy. Now, calling Israelis colonizers, though, that's a little different. Among other reasons for the principal first one, that the Zionist project was explicitly, and I don't mean explicitly, I mean explicitly quite literally, as in they literally called themselves colonizers. Associations that bought up land from Palestinian elites who had used Ottoman land reforms in order to
Okay, so I took a look at the video that somebody sent me. It is, I guess, Lance's new channel. Does anybody understand what's going on here? Could anybody explain this to me? I'm seeing the leftist mafia stream from, I think, Lance's view, and it's on a channel that's called Mind Expansion. So is that, like, is Lance starting a new channel? Does anybody know? I'm not sure. Lance the Surfs, the Surfs Times is the main channel that I always see. For some reason, and it's like somebody streamed on this, like, unless it's like a guest that I just don't. No, wait, because it had like the Surfs, it had the Surfs Patreon on it. I'm so confused, and I don't see another guest. They are watching wrestling? Oh wait, chat, speaking of wrestling, recently Kid Bandit, friend of the VOD, Kid Bandit, wrestled Stephanie Sterling in a death match. That's kind of awesome. I don't know if we have the rights to watch that, but I would love to take a look at that. Again, I will expand the show a little bit. Maybe you can watch a little bit of Leftist Mafia if we hit either of the goals, either the goal on YouTube or the goal on Twitch. Either one will do. But like, let me let you know, it sets a precedent, right, for who's in the driver's seat on this stream. Is it YouTube? Is it Twitch? It's bragging rights. It's bragging rights, right? So there are bragging rights involved.
But land from under the peasants around them. Those were called, among other things, things like the Jewish Palestinian Colonization Association. Let me see if I got that name right, actually. Give me a sec. Let me get it. Let's be very careful here.
Yeah, what is this?
Palestinian Jewish Colonization Association. I was close. It's in the word. This was a British colonial project. It was valorized as such. It was going to improve the lot of the barbarians who lived there. These were the early justifications for it. They're colonists. That's not a bad thing. That doesn't mean that you should be, that doesn't mean that it's okay to hurt you. That's just an explanation of the nature of the project that facilitates your existence in a place. It's a colonial project. I'm a colonist. I'm not a colonist in the sense that I chose to colonize a place. I'm not blameworthy, personally, for what happened, for example, to the indigenous people where I sit. And I mean, if you looked into the history of the indigenous people here, I'm sure you can find them doing a lot of similarly bad things themselves. The point is that when you're trying to rationalize violence against...
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. They are listing the Surf's Patreon. And they did stream, like, they streamed the Leftist Mafia this week. Okay, let me just check this really quick. I want to hear who the voice is on this. This is their channel. This is somebody...
is rarer than a Starbucks union, making Howard Schultz happy. Films also cost nearly double their budget in...
Yo, do you hear this? Do you hear this? This is a Lansona, okay?
Marketing and distribution costs, making the international box office total requirements to be in the hundreds of millions before making
There's nothing besides the Patreon that says this is the Surfs, but...
a profit. Because of these incredibly high risks, there's absolutely no chance that any movie studio is going to take a gamble on the most dangerous game of all, right? Going woke? Because you've heard the saying, once you go woke, you go broke. And no studio wants to go broke.
Okay, interesting. Sorry, I sidetrack. Oh, let's get back to... I'm sorry.
A native population.
I had to know. That's Lance's voice. Yeah, that's Lance's channel, apparently. Whoever sent me this, thank you. I feel like I'm on the ground floor of the Surf's new project, so...
It's important to recognize...
Wait, you're telling me?
...specific nature of the thing that you're doing. This isn't a necessary evil, what is happening to the Palestinians. This is the result of a land grab, an extensive project of grabbing land by a long sequence of deeply cynical, callous men. What is the difference between imperialism and colonialism? Colonialism typically involves boats. That's the difference. Colonialism, the difference is that colonialism typically involves the establishment of a colony in a place that is then subject to the metropole, I guess, whereas imperialism can involve simply taking the whole place as kind of sub-state, right? So it's a process of it's an imperialistic strategy, I think is the appropriate way to put it. Eris called herself an Israeli. She lives in Canada. Is she a colonizer? Of course. I think she actually comes from South Africa. We got the trifecta going. That's not a mark against her. She doesn't have any choice in the matter, at least in terms of where she was born, where she grew up. That's the result of her parents, and her parents were able to be there because of the decisions of other people. It's not their fault. Look, even the children of Benjamin Netanyahu himself, it's not appropriate to harm them either, despite of what's going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't endorse harming anyone. But I will say that before you talk about the children of Benjamin Netanyahu, let's remember that at least one of them is alt-right, but not that it's a
They didn't do this. It's not their choice. I actually don't know.
But I think his point is that they are not bad people for being the children of Bibi Netanyahu, and like they're but for fortune. Any of us could be the children of Bibi Netanyahu. I think that's what he's trying to say. These days with the AI voice stuff, I don't know how to tell if when stuff's it's because it has Lance's Patreon listed too. That's why I'm like 99% sure this is Lance, but you're right, it does kind of sound weird. It almost sounds like it's edited in some kind of digital way. Eris College speedrunner, colonialist speedrunner.
That's like maybe they're involved now. I don't know if his children are adults or if he has children, but like on that basis alone, no, that's not justice. Like the nature of the problem with Palestine right now is that there have indeed this is true. There have been generations now that have developed there. There are people there who now live there and have had children there and have grown up there in much the same way as people grew up in Jerusalem.
I figured
post the Islamic conquest of the place, right? This is the problem. It's not a question of which people.
Islamic conquest of the place. I'm trying to remember like the history. I mean, I know like they was part of the Ottoman Empire for a while. What does he mean by Islamic conquest? Am I just missing a piece of history here? I shared a video of Stephanie that has some clips of the fight. Ooh, on stream suggestions. Nice. He has one called "Is History Becoming Anti-White?" What did he just say? Let's find out.
It's not their choice. I actually don't know if that's like maybe they're involved now. I don't know if his children are adults or if he has children, but like on that basis alone, no, that's not justice. Like the nature of the problem with Palestine right now is that there have indeed this is true. There have been generations now that have developed there. There are people there who now live there and have had children there and have grown up there in much the same way as people grew up in Jerusalem post the Islamic conquest of the place.
What's he trying to say? Yeah, post the Islam. So there's people that have grown up for generations and generations in Palestine, much in the same way. What is he trying to say? Is he confused? Yeah, that's what I thought. Wait, that's what I'm saying, Shakespeare. Is he confused or am I? Is President Sunday confused or am I? Like, I don't know what he means by Islamic conquest, and I don't know, like people in Palestine, for the most part, have been there for generations and generations, not just like, unless does he mean people in Gaza that weren't born there? I'm not sure exactly what he's saying here. He's always doing this shit. This is hordes of invading level shit.
Right? This is the problem. It's not a question of which people have a right to the land. Nobody has a right to the land. There is no such thing as a right to land. Rights are established by political force. That's where they come from. Otherwise, nature doesn't recognize a right of anybody to any particular territory.
This is rhetoric used to justify the Crusades.
The issue is that according to our own ethic, at least the one we claim to avow.
He must be talking about the Ottoman Palestine, but it's a weird way to say that. But yeah, was there a conquest involved with the... I mean, I guess, right?
Forcing families who are just trying to live off of their homes for the sake of an ethno-state is wrong. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if their ancestors lived there for 1,000 years or if they just came there 100 years before, and that works in both directions. In order,
why did he? I just didn't understand. Especially don't understand what he was saying about there are Palestinians that have been there for generations. Like he was like, okay, so like he goes over the thing of like, you know, being born to a certain family that is engaged in, you know, settler colonialism doesn't make you a bad person necessarily. But then he goes from there to be like, there's also Palestinians who've been there. And like, wait, oh, is that what he said? Is that what he's saying? Is he calling the Palestinians invaders as well? Or like putting them on the same line as, you know, people involved in the Zionist project? Is that what this is? But which like he's talking about the Rashidun Caliphate. They did not make people convert to Islam. Yeah. They and in general that area like has in fact the Ottoman Empire as a whole, but also, you know, Palestine even after the Ottoman Empire, it was a place with Jewish people, Christians, and Muslims. Right? It was like there were. My understanding is there wasn't like that kind of religious persecution prior.
to reverse the problem, as it were, and actually attain Arab supremacy in that space, which is not something I really want, by the way, either way.
I thought he would know about the Rashidun Caliphate.
In order to flip it around and to give the Arabs the autonomy they were promised by the British would require exactly the same genocidal action. So the problem is that you need to figure out how to kind of square the circle, where the powers that be are explicitly genocidal, but also represent a massive population that doesn't itself deserve to be violently removed from their homes. And so what you need is a compromise where the people who live there, and most Palestinians, by the way, are in favor of this, despite the fact they voted for Hamas. Hamas is actually deeply unpopular, and most people in Palestine would have preferred, we have studies on this, would have preferred.
The Ottoman Empire invited all the expelled Jews from Spain to have safe harbor in its lands.
That Hamas give up its genocidal aims. But what you need is to create a situation in which people are able to live and be productive.
But is he somehow trying to put the Ottoman Empire on the same like tier of morality as the Israeli government?
Because,
well, okay, so look, I'm not trying to dunk on anybody if people get things wrong. You know, I'm sure I get things wrong too. I'm not trying to stand on a high horse, but you know, it is imperative that you understand that the books are branding. The way that the content is delivered is branding. You know, this is like slash, you know, how he talks. It doesn't necessarily, you know, indicate what it's often used colloquially to indicate. I'm trying to be nice here, okay? I'm trying to be nice because it's too easy not to. It's too damn easy, and once I start, I will not. I don't know if I'll stop. But like, look, I want like when he gets something right, I want to give him credit for it. And
there's only one way.
But you're right, chat. You're right.
To attain an ethno-state of any variety without genocide, you don't.
There's only one way. That's okay. Oh, President Sunday, you're so much fun.
Dehumanizing language referring to all Palestinians as animals as if they haven't been systematically oppressed by the same foreign-funded terrorist org that tried to genocide us on 10/7 themselves. Interesting decision, Eris. You didn't say, for example, the Israeli government, which is itself a foreign-funded terrorist organization, many would argue, I think, with justification, that is attempting to genocide them actively as we speak. They must be rightfully demonized. They don't need to be demonized.
They must be rightfully demonized, right? We're justifying the constitutive, like... Wait a minute. Let me just... Where is he? I'm trying to find the demonized part. Where's the... I don't see demonized. Did he misread? No, that's dehumanizing language. Where does it say demonized? I'm trying to get on the part where he's reading. Is he not reading her tweet? Here, put it back 30 seconds.
Moving on. Dehumanizing language referring to all Palestinians as animals as if they haven't been systematically oppressed by the same foreign-funded terrorist org that tried to genocide us on 10/7 themselves. Interesting decision. Interesting decision, Eris. You didn't say, for example, the Israeli government, which is itself a foreign-funded terrorist organization, many would argue.
So
I think
the dehumanizing language must be demonized.
with justification
Okay.
that is attempting to genocide them
That's
actively
what
as we
she's
speak.
saying.
They must be rightfully demonized. They don't need to be demonized. They're evil. We've already recognized this. Additionally, the anti-Semitism and Islamophobia resulting from this disaster must be minimized as much as possible. I would also like to point out, here we go. I would also like to point out that using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in response to a massacre on a scale that hasn't been seen
My problem with Sunday is that he thinks he's a professor.
since the Holocaust is the most vile and irresponsible rhetoric I've ever seen. Hamas, which has genocidal intentions written explicitly into their charter, went door to door.
This is what's so frustrating about President Sunday. Look, here, like, okay, I know how people think of me, right? I know that people think that I wake up in the morning and I turn over to look at my phone on Twitter to see if Vosh is trending and I can make a mean tweet about him. But I honestly don't, okay? I have to deal with these people because they are what's here. They are where the eyeballs are. And you know, they exemplify how misguided the online left is often. And, like, I don't think that the left in the real world has the same problems as the left online does, right? It's more pronounced, right, in terms of the sort of reactionary nature of what's taken over in terms of the attention economy online, right? And there, you know, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that, like the same reason that right-wing channels got propagated all over the place in 2014, 2015, 2016, right? That shit bangs. That shit pops in the algorithm, okay? But it's now hurting the left. It's now distorting the left, and it's reifying these content creators who are notable only for the fact that on one or more issues they are straight up reactionaries. And what that does is essentially normalizes that stuff on the left online. But we know what's connected to the online, and that's the offline. That's the rest of the world, right? So it's you know, there's a need to talk about this stuff. But I am always looking to see in the Vosh network if there is like a shining like speck of light, if there is one creator there who's actually, you know, kind of based, right? I give Lance credit when Lance deserves credit. I gave Demon Mama credit when she deserves credit. I want to give Sunday credit when he deserves credit, but holy shit, is he ever mixing in? Is he ever mixing in the based with a bunch of history that he doesn't know? And like, has substituted like weird, like racist myths in its place, right? I wanna see the you know, the silver lining on these clouds. I'm not trying to cast Vosh and his network in the worst possible light. If there's somebody out there to work with, I'll work with them, okay? And I want to encourage that. But god damn it, does Sunday ever make it hard? I'm sorry, chat.
Or torturing, raping, and slaughtering civilians.
I'm just bitching.
Specifically to wipe us out of the land and cause terror.
Wait.
These were official
Did I
orders.
misinterpret what he's
You can see
saying?
the instruction pamphlets for yourself, and you can see their actions on video for yourself.
You're driving. It sounds like you're kind of frustrated. I'm sorry, I don't want to mischaracterize you as being frustrating. But you think that I got him wrong on what, Ryu? I know you might have a difficulty. I don't think that I'm the only way. I don't think that I'm the only person that got that. Okay, so if you're talking about what I think you're talking about his statement that Palestinian, like Israelis have lived, like, okay, so Eris isn't necessarily bad for being, you know, born into, you know, wherever you're born, right? You know, which, you know, unobjectionable, right? That's totally reasonable, right? and you know, just like, you know, somebody's born in Israel, they are not responsible for every, you know, right-wing policy of Netanyahu's government. Okay. And then he goes to Palestine, just like people in Palestine who have been, who were born there and, you know, can trace like generations back. Right. So we trace the generations back, but like, why would the Palestinians be like living there be responsible? Am I misinterpreting this? Because I definitely like don't want to get him the wrong way. I want to misunderstand him. And if somebody else has an insight in chat, you know, always feel free to share that with you. You know, the one thing that's worse than being wrong is being ignorant, right? And I'd much rather be proven wrong than to remain ignorant about something that I'm trying to talk about on stream here. The initial, whether it's, you know, something Sunday was saying or whatever, maybe initial Muslim conquest is the idea that after the death of Muhammad, that the tribes went out and conquered all of Egypt. Okay, so initial Muslim conquest, Muhammad's death, and then the tribes went out and conquered Egypt, Syria, etc., forced them to become Muslim by the sword. So yeah, like the convert or die, basically, and implanted an Arab upper caste that ruled everything. But it is not an actual historical understanding of what happened in terms of the Rashidun Caliphate. He is parroting right-wing ideas. Yeah, and like, I mean, you know, he internalized this somewhere and doesn't have the actual history, it sounds like. What do I need to rewind? Right, because seriously, like, I want to think that this guy is slightly better than the rest of the Vosh network.
It doesn't.
I definitely don't want to be putting racist words in his mouth by accident.
It doesn't matter if their ancestors lived there for 1,000 years or if they just came there 100 years before, and that have a right to the land. Nobody has a right to the land.
Okay.
There is no such thing as a right to land. Rights are established by political force. That's where they come from. Otherwise, nature doesn't recognize a right of anybody to any particular territory. The issue is that according to our own ethic, at least the one we claim to avow, forcing families who are just trying to live off of their homes for the sake of an ethno-state is wrong. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if their ancestors lived there for 1,000 years or if they just came there 100 years before, and that works in both directions.
I mean, this is just basic Vosh. This is Vosh thought. Am I wrong? He didn't say they were responsible for anything. He just said they were. Wait, so he's just said they were bored, teary? No, it was something else. It was the.
In order to reverse the problem, as it were, and actually attain Arab supremacy in that space, which is not something I really want, by the way, either way, in order to flip it around and to give the Arabs the autonomy they were promised by the British would require exactly the same genocidal action. So, the problem is that
Well, the problem is that, like, I feel like it's trying to be oversimplified because, you know, one thing that needs to be said is that within Palestine, within Israel, there are, you know, there were Jewish people, there were Christians, there were Muslim people. Like if you go back to the Ottoman Empire, right? So in other words, there are Jewish people who have, like, is the name Palestinian Jews? Is that how they're called? Yeah, there were some Jewish people already living there.
need to figure out how to kind of...
Like Shakespeare said earlier, the Ottoman Turks essentially allowed Jewish people displaced in Spain to resettle in their territories. Yeah, Palestinian Jews. Okay.
Where the circle, where the powers that be are explicitly genocidal, but
Let's
also
make sure I'm getting this right, because like I said, I don't want to be putting racist words in President Sunday's mouth if they are not there. But so far, this just sounds like Vosh thought.
also represent a massive population that doesn't itself deserve to be violently removed from their homes. And so what you need is a compromise where the people who live there, and most Palestinians, by the way, are in favor of this, despite the fact they voted for Hamas. Hamas is actually deeply unpopular, and most people in Palestine would have preferred, we have studies on this, would have preferred that Hamas give up its genocidal aims. But what you need is to create a situation in which people are able to live and be productive. Because there's only one way to attain an ethno-state of any variety without genocide. You don't. Moving on. Dehumanizing language referring to all Palestinians as animals as if they haven't been systematically oppressed by the same foreign-funded terrorist org that tried to genocide us on 10/7 themselves. Interesting decision. Interesting decision, Eris. You didn't say, for example, the Israeli government, which is itself a foreign-funded terrorist organization, many would argue, I think, with justification.
Like I said, there's a lot about his take that is not objectionable, right? There is some Vosh thought already mixed in, though.
Attempting to just genocide them.
That's my thing with President Sunday. He's a mixed bag. He's a mixed bag.
Actively as we speak. They must be rightfully demonized. They don't need to be demonized. They're evil. We've already recognized this. Additionally, the anti-Semitism and Islamophobia resulting from this disaster must be minimized as much as possible.
Yeah, it is a weird thing to say that she said that the dehumanizing language needs to be demonized. So it's like, I don't know. It's just a weird way of... Anyway, whatever.
I would also like to point out, here we go. I would also like to point out that using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in response to a massacre on a scale that hasn't been seen since the Holocaust is the most vile and irresponsible rhetoric I've ever seen.
Really?
Hamas, which has genocidal intentions written explicitly into their charter, went door-to-door torturing, raping, and slaughtering civilians, specifically to wipe
she must not have seen her own vile and irresponsible rhetoric.
us out of the land and cause terror.
Wait a minute.
These were official orders. You can see...
Can I remind you who we're talking about? Where aristocracy, like, the content sphere that aristocracy came from? Right? You're talking about the politics discord, famous haven for Nazis. You'd never heard any more vile or irresponsible rhetoric? You've hung around Doobie for how long? And you haven't heard any more vile or irresponsible rhetoric?
Their instruction pamphlets for yourself, and you can see their actions on video for yourself. Not a word of the State of Israel doing the exact same thing. The exact same thing.
Oh my god, my dogs are goth. Thank you for the membership.
Often conveniently covered over by the fact that most of its rapes take place in its prisons. But leaving that aside, the Israeli government has been expressly genocidal.
Mono, thank you for the gift membership to My Dogs Are Goth.
Doesn't become less murder because you bomb families indiscriminately from the air. Superior technology does not sanitize murdering civilians at the scale of thousands and thousands and thousands. And if you're going to use the word genocide to describe a third of the consequences of the accrued death.
Okay, so wait, Ryu is asking me what's weird about that. Are you talking about the Vosh thought thing? Like what part? The part that I called Vosh thought? If there's any confusion about the Vosh thought, I'm referring to the fact that he's like, it doesn't matter if they've been here, 1,000 years or 1 year, they have the right to live there, right? And that's basically saying that colonized people do not have the right to uncolonize themselves, right?
Of an ongoing violent action right now.
But that's not what we're dealing with in in this situation, he's just echoing something that Vosh said in the debate against Professor Flowers. That's what I'm noticing there. But that wasn't the part that I was talking about that seemed racist, right? That we're gonna get to that.
Then it's trivial that the one that is at least 3 times as large, that involves the actually effective pushing out of an entire population of people from their homes, from a place to erase them from the population of Gaza.
Wait, which part did he not say, Ryu?
That is trivially genocidal. If you're going to compare that to the Holocaust, then the other thing that is 3 times larger should also be compared to the Holocaust. The only way you can arrive at treating the larger slaying, the larger mass murder, as unworthy of the title of Holocaust, while the lesser one is, or of genocide, while the lesser one is because the first one's special. It's an especially bad thing when a Jew is killed, but when a Palestinian is killed, that's unfortunate. Listen to this. Targeting civilians to wipe them out of the land is far closer to Israel's actions in some villages in 1948 than anything resembling the current situation. Israel has explicitly told Gazans they need to leave en masse. Just leave. Go to Egypt. While Israel has engaged in an illegal occupation of Palestinians, I think she means Palestinian territory, broken international law and engaged in war crimes in the past, calling these actions genocide is intellectually dishonest and incredibly dangerous. People are able to live and be productive. Because
we're gonna have to listen. I'm sorry, folks. We're gonna have to listen to this again. Like I said, I don't want to get him wrong. I don't want to mischaracterize what he's saying.
There's only one way to attain an ethno-state of any variety without genocide. You don't. Moving on. Dehumanizing language referring to all Palestinians as animals is that they haven't been systematic.
The part that I heard that was messed up was when he said, like, so somebody born in Israel, doesn't like bear guilt just by virtue of them being born in Israel, and that makes sense. Like, right, you can't, help where you're born, and then he says, just like the Palestinians, they don't bear any responsibility. They don't bear guilt, because of where they were born. Some of them, just like the Israelis, some of them have been there for generations after generations. Now, at first I thought he was saying that, like, talking about like that they've been in Gaza, like, people that are from other areas of Palestine that got dispossessed and pushed onto Gaza. I thought that was what he was talking about, but it became clear that that wasn't it. And so then he starts to talk about Muslim conquest, right? That's the thing that's literally like out of the Crusades racist, right? And like I said, it's not necessarily that something that he himself recognizes. If he thinks, if he got a, like, it's like Shakespeare was pointing out, it's a right-wing talking point that, and if he just heard that, internalized it, and has never really questioned it, I mean, it's not, there's some chance that he just got this meme injected, this right-wing meme injected to his head in place of history.
Systematically oppressed by the same foreign-funded terrorist org that tried to genocide us on 10/7 themselves. Interesting decision, Eris. You didn't say, for example, the Israeli government, which is itself a foreign-funded terrorist organization, many would argue, I think with justification, that is attempting to genocide them actively as we speak. They must be rightfully demonized. They don't need to be demonized. They're evil. We've already recognized this. Additionally, the anti-Semitism and Islamophobia resulting from this disaster must be minimized as much as possible. I would also like to point out, here we go. I would also like to point out that using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in response to a massacre on a scale that hasn't been seen since the Holocaust is the most vile and irresponsible rhetoric I've ever seen.
Let me make sure we're on the
Hamas,
part of the
which has
VOD.
genocidal intentions written explicitly into their charter, went door-to-door torturing, raping, and slaughtering civilians, specifically to wipe us out of the land and cause terror. These were official orders. You can see their instruction pamphlets for yourself, and you can see their actions on video for yourself.
So as you can tell, there's no subtitles yet. I was hoping to be able to search this, because I'm wondering if But I wasn't the only one. There were other people in chat who heard this and interpreted it the same way. I want to make sure that we're giving Sunday his due here.
Not a word of the State of Israel doing the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Often conveniently covered over by the fact that most of its rapes take place in its prisons. But leaving that aside...
Wait, no, I didn't say he endorsed genocide. Yeah, I didn't... I might have been reading some... Oh, you're writing in your car. Yeah, okay. So, I might have read some chat that said something like that. And what chat would have been saying, I think, would have been more like that's a talking point which is used to endorse genocide, not that President Sunday himself is endorsing genocide in any way. I do think that like imposing a template of Islamic conquest where that's not true does function as a racist right-wing talking point, but I don't think that somebody believing that necessarily means that they are conscious of that fact.
The Israeli government has been expressly genocidal. It doesn't become less murder because you bomb families indiscriminately from the air. Superior technology does not sanitize murdering civilians at the scale of thousands and thousands and thousands. And if you're going to use the word genocide to describe a third of the consequences of the accrued death of an ongoing violent action right now, then it's trivial that the one that is at least 3 times as large, that involves the actually effective pushing out of an entire population.
Well, like if you hypothesize, like, so what he said is that like, the baby born in Israel doesn't have the guilt based on the colonization that happened there, and the Palestinian, baby also does not have that guilt on them. And then he said that's where the conquest part came in. But now I'm like wondering, was that before this? Yeah, we're on a 124 already. Oh my god, I don't know if we can find this.
Colonialism, the difference is that colonialism typically involves the establishment of a colony in a place that is then subject to
He's
let's be very careful.
disambiguating colonialism from imperialism.
Palestinian Jewish Colonization Association. I was close. It's in the word. This was a British colonial project. It was valorized as such. It was going to improve the lot of the barbarians who lived there. These were the early justifications for it. They're colonists. That's not a bad thing. That doesn't mean that you should be... that doesn't mean that it's okay to hurt you. That's just an explanation of the nature of the project that facilitates your existence in a place. It's a colonial project. I'm a colonist. I'm not a colonist in the sense that I chose to colonize a place. I'm not blameworthy, personally, for what happened, for example, to the indigenous people where I sit. And, I mean, if you looked into the history of the indigenous people here...
Oh, wait, is that what he's saying?
It's not their choice. I actually don't know if that's...
Oh my god,
like, maybe...
God damn it.
If somebody attacked America, for example, and all...
Wait, is that what he's saying? Like, implying some sort of historical ties to the land as a result of non-existent ancient ethnic cleansing? No, I mean, like, it's important to get, this right. And I don't want to, be casting aspersions where they don't belong.
Offered the same deal. Never. Yeah, look, I'll tell you what. We'll give you 70% of your land. Never mind the fact that you have militias on the ground that are actively, violently taking it from you anyways, that we're not going to do anything about. But we'll give you 70% of the land, let's say. But we'll plant, let's say, a Russian state right here. It's a minority, but it has state authority and you don't. However, moving on, I ask that you use your emotional distance to stand up against injustice and advocate for the innocent, both Palestinian and Israeli. Okay. I ask that you be careful.
He's claiming that indigenous people have likely done the same as the genocide of the European colonists in...
Information you share online. When you jump to believing in
North America?
Are critical of the biased sources around you, including mine. That's slippery. Your voices are needed very much at this time.
Wait, the genocide by the European colonists in North America, or...
genocidal rhetoric masquerading as pro-Palestinian must be called out. Calling all Israelis colonizers, no settlers innocent, praising 10-7, etc. Okay, two things here. There's a conflation here that's really critical. No settler is innocent, praising 10-7, etc. I condemn those, categorically, on two grounds, by the way. Not only was what happened on the 7th of October a vile act of nihilistic, hateful mass murder, it could only be used as a pretext for the Israeli state to attack Palestinians. There was no hope in hell. There's no actual chance, and Hamas knows this, of Hamas retaking the land. They don't have the power to. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. That's easy. Now, calling Israelis colonizers, though, that's a little different.
It starts where he okay, maybe he's going to get into this because I feel like he got asked a question about aristocracy in chat, and talking about yeah, he calls her Canadian, and then somebody mentions that she's from Israel, and then he mentions she was born in South Africa, and says something about trifecta. I think that's where it starts.
Among other reasons for the principle
He's both siding and saying the indigenous people of the U.S. also did terrible things.
First one, that the Zionist project was explicitly, and I don't mean explicitly.
Well, yeah, because like I said, he's seeing any sort of resisting colonization with force, according to Vosh thought, is tantamount to, enacting or attempting to enact genocide. And with Vosh thought, you really don't get drawn down into the question of what kind of power a group has, right? You don't get drawn down into the question of the feasibility of one group enacting that on another group, because it's just the intention, including the forceful resistance of colonization, right? That is seen as on the same moral level with the colonization itself. So that's one little.
I mean explicitly, quite literally, as in they literally called themselves colonizers. Associations that bought up land from Palestinian elites who had used Ottoman land reforms in order to scoop up land from under the peasants around them. Those were called, among other things, things like the Jewish Palestinian.
Reflexive centrism is not nuance.
Colonization Association. Let me see if I got that name right, actually. Give me a sec. Let me get it. Let's be very careful here. Palestinian Jewish Colonization.
You're reading the Eris's tweet and it's despicable. Like, look, this is bad, but I feel like here's the fucked up thing. I feel like she said worse things than this. I feel like the stuff that she said a year and a half ago on Canada Day was worse. And I didn't hear anything from Sunday. Vosh defended her. Vosh defended her on it, right? So it's a little they're a little late to notice like her Israel-Palestine takes being so bad.
Association. I was close. It's in the word. This was a British colonial project. It was valorized.
I'm curious.
It was going to improve a lot of the barbarians who lived there. These were the early justifications for it.
Before.
They're colonists. That's not a bad thing. That doesn't mean that you should be. That doesn't mean that it's okay to hurt you. That's just an explanation of.
The single most common refrain you've heard from conservative politicians.
Oh my God, chat.
I'm not a colonist in the sense that I chose to colonize a place. I'm not blameworthy.
I'm almost letting you hear what you might be missing if we don't extend the stream. I did find Matt Walsh talking about a conservative kids show, a conservative Blue's Clues. But what I'm trying to find is
personally for what happened, for example, with indigenous
Sunday
people.
And Eris have ever met before.
And I mean, if you looked into the history of the indigenous people here, I'm sure you could find them doing a lot of similarly bad things themselves. The point is that when you're trying to rationalize violence against a native population, it's important to recognize the specific nature of the thing that you're doing. This isn't a necessary evil, what is happening to the Palestinians. This is the result of a land grab, an extensive project of grabbing land by a long sequence of deeply cynical, callous men. What is the difference between imperialism and colonialism? Colonialism typically involves boats. That's the difference.
Boats. So it looks like 2 months ago, he debated police and violence with aristocracy.
Colonialism, the difference is that colonialism typically involves the establishment of a colony in a place that is then subject to the metropole, I guess, whereas imperialism can involve simply taking the whole place as kind of subject, sub-state, right? So it's a process of, it's an imperialistic strategy, I think is the appropriate way to put it. Eris called herself an Israeli, she lives in Canada, is she a colonizer? Of course. I think she actually comes from South Africa. We got the trifecta going. That does not mark against her. She doesn't have any choice in the matter.
So he's defining colonizer and saying that it's not a moral judgment. It's just a statement of society that you belong to, that you're born into.
least in terms of where she was born, where she grew up. That's the result of her parents, and her parents were able to be there because of the decisions of other people. It's not their fault. Like, look, even the children of Benjamin Netanyahu himself, it's not appropriate to harm them either, despite of what's going on. They didn't do this. It's not their choice. I actually don't know if that's, like, maybe they're involved now. I don't know if his children are adults or if he has children. But, like, on that basis alone, no.
Okay, so this is where it started.
That's not justice. Like, the nature of the problem with Palestine right now is that there have indeed, this is true, there have been generations now that have developed there. There are people there who now live there and have had children there and have grown up there, in much the same way as people grew up in Jerusalem post the Islamic conquest of the place.
Okay. So there's Palestinian people who, and this is the weird part. Yeah, of course there are, right? The Palestinian people were there before the, right? Before the state of Israel. So wait, why is he remarking on this? That was the initial confusion that I had. I'm trying to interpret that. If I did indeed misinterpret him, that's where I got confused.
Who now live there and have had children there and have grown up there, in much the same way as people grew up in Jerusalem post the. She doesn't have any choice in the matter, at least in terms of where she was born, where she grew up. That's the result of her parents, and her parents were able to be there because of the decisions of other people. It's not their fault.
Sorry, I'm being such a nerd about this chat, but like I really don't want to mischaracter. I don't want, like I said, I don't want to put bad words in his mouth that aren't there.
Like, look, even the children of Benjamin Netanyahu himself, it's not appropriate to harm them either, despite of what's going on. They didn't do this. It's not their choice. I actually don't know if that's, like, maybe they're involved now. I don't know if his children are adults or if he has children. But, like, on that basis alone, no. That's not justice. Like, the nature of the problem with Palestine right now is that there have indeed, this is true, there have been generations now that have developed there. There are people there who now live there and have had children.
There are generations that have developed there. There are people there who lived and have children.
Children there and have grown up there, in much the same way as.
Well, I mean, like, yeah. I mean, it's Palestine, and it's like, run by the Ottoman Empire, but the Palestinian people have, lived there for a really long time.
People grew up in Jerusalem post the Islamic conquest of the place, right?
Okay, post the Islamic conquest. There we go. Somebody was asking about that. Islamic conquest. Where does he say Islamic conquest? That's where he says Islamic conquest, right? And now I'm not a history expert, but I have some history experts in chat that are telling me that the that's an ahistorical notion, right? The conquest of Israel, it's the kind of thing that would have been used to, like, justify the Crusades. So yeah, the statement I don't think was that President Sunday is like being racist. He's not like, let's be racist, right? It's that he's saying a thing that has been used as propaganda towards the racist Crusades. If that makes it, does that clear anything up? Are we clear now? I won't make excuses at him, but I don't think he deserves all that BS a year and a half ago. Wait, who got the BS with the era stuff? You don't think he deserved? Wait, who are we talking about? I'm sorry. Let me make sure that I'm understanding chat here. Yeah, like I said, I want to like President Sunday. I often see him make better takes than our standard for the Vosh network. Just got here. Can you rewind the stream 6 hours? Oh, Norwegian, that's so cute. Vosh, rather smear Bad Empanada. What do you think of Bad Empanada? He didn't deserve that. Oh, you're saying Bad Empanada didn't deserve all that shit. Yeah. So we're gonna look into this a little bit. We're gonna go over what Eris said. That was I believe a clip that Bad Empanada made, and put out on Twitter and put out in a video and highlighted the fact that aristocracy had these racist takes, and after that Vosh ended up defending aristocracy, and that was the famous he seems like he what did he say? Seems like he supports the Holocaust or something like that. Sounds like he supports the Holocaust. Some kind of like a implication that Bad Empanada was pro-Holocaust. And you could say a lot of things about Bad Empanada, and I have, right? Empanada can sometimes be a super meanie butt. he's grumpy, rude, whatever. But that's one thing that is not true about Bad Empanada.
This is the problem. It's not a question of which people have a right to
The Vosh people raked Bad Empanada over the coals. True, yeah, for compiling it. And they were literally making it like this Nazi over here, like, hates Eris because she's Jewish. That was the implication.
land. Nobody has a right to the land. There is no such thing as a right to land.
Okay, so
rights
we
are
clear,
established
though?
by political force.
That's where he introduces the idea of the Muslim conquest of Jerusalem. That's where he said that, and that was what some people in chat back me up if I'm correct on this, but you were saying that is an ahistorical take, and it's the kind of take that has been used to justify things like the Crusades. So that's where the racism thing came up with. It wasn't a statement that President Sunday himself is like being, consciously racist. Am I right about that?
That's where they come from. Otherwise, nature doesn't recognize a right of anybody to any particular territory. The issue is that according to our own ethic, at least the one we claim to avow, forcing families who are just trying to live off of their homes for the sake of an ethno-state is wrong. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if their ancestors
Just want to make sure we can check this box.
lived there for 1,000 years or if they just came there 100 years before.
Here we go. Here's
And that works in both directions. In order to reverse the problem, as it were, and actually attain Arab supremacy in that space, which is not something I really want, by the way, either way, in order to flip it around and to give the Arabs the autonomy they were promised by the British would require exactly the same genocidal action. So, the problem is that...
Are you sure about that? Wait, that's wrong too. That's also wrong, right? The British Empire did make promises to both sides. That's correct. But I didn't know I didn't think that the promise that the British government made to Palestinians living there was anything along the lines of, we will move all non-Muslim people, or like you can move all non-Muslim people off your land, right? Historically, that area is occupied by Muslims, by Jews, and by Christians, and maybe even other groups, right? It was in the Ottoman Empire, and it was okay to be a minority religion. At least those three, were allowed to coexist.
You need to figure out how to kind of square the circle, where the powers that be are explicitly genocidal, but also represent a massive population that doesn't itself deserve.
Bad Empanada thinks that BGG is too preoccupied. That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing about Bad Empanada, is like sometimes his critiques of like Vosh are a little off. He like calls Vosh a social justice warrior, and it's like, no, you're missing the point.
To be violently removed from their homes. And so what you need is a compromise where the people who live there, and most Palestinians, by the way, are in favor of this, despite the fact they voted for Hamas. Hamas is actually deeply unpopular, and most people in Palestine would have preferred, we have studies on this, would have preferred that Hamas give up its genocidal aims. But what you need is to create a situation in which people are able to live and be productive. Because there's only one way to attain an ethno-state of any variety without genocide. You don't. Moving on. Dehumanizing language referring to all Palestinians as animals, as if they haven't been systematically oppressed by the same foreign-funded terrorist org that tried to genocide us on 10/7 themselves. Interesting decision, Eris. You didn't say, for example, the Israeli government, which is itself a foreign-funded terrorist organization, many would argue, I think, with justification, that is attempting to genocide them actively as we speak. They must be rightfully demonized. They don't need to be demonized. They're evil. We've already recognized this. Additionally, the anti-Semitism and Islamophobia resulting from this disaster must be minimized as much as possible. I would also like to point out, that using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in response to a massacre on a scale that hasn't been seen since the Holocaust is the most vile and irresponsible rhetoric I've ever seen. Hamas, which has genocidal intentions written explicitly into their charter, went door-to-door torturing, raping, and slaughtering civilians, specifically to wipe us out of the land and cause terror. These were official orders. You can see their instruction pamphlets for yourself, and you can see their actions on video for yourself. Not a word of the State of Israel doing the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Often conveniently covered over by the fact that most of its rapes take place in its prisons. But leaving that aside, the Israeli government has been expressly genocidal. It doesn't become less murder because you bomb families indiscriminately from the air. Superior technology does not sanitize murdering civilians at the...
The British promised all kinds of things to all kinds of people but betrayed them all. It seems like. So yeah, they were lying all over the place.
Scale of thousands and thousands and thousands. And if you're going to use the word genocide to describe a third of the consequences of the accrued death of an ongoing violent action right now, then it's trivial that the one that is at least 3 times as large, that involves the actually effective pushing out of an entire population of people from their homes, from a place to erase them from the population of Gaza, that is trivially genocidal. If you're going to compare that to the Holocaust, then the other thing that's 3 times larger should also be compared to the Holocaust. The only way you can arrive at treating the larger slaying, the larger mass murder, as unworthy of the title of Holocaust, while the lesser one is, or of genocide, while the lesser one is.
So they did promise to acknowledge the independence of Arab countries, but nothing about evicting ethnic or religious minorities.
Is because the first one's special.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a... God, I hate to do this, but I'm seeing Vosh here again, right? I'm seeing gaps. And look, I got gaps in my understanding of history. I'll be the first to admit that. I try to fill those gaps if there's something that I find out that I don't know about. I try to do a little research on it, or at least watch some, videos, or like do something to acquaint myself with what I'm missing, right? I don't want to have those gaps. But the difference is that President Sunday seems to be filling these gaps with just information that he's maybe picked up, internalized, and not really vetted. And we're finding that a lot of what he's saying is ahistorical here.
It's an especially bad thing when a Jew is killed, but when a Palestinian is killed, that's unfortunate.
I mean, that's not a huge... Understand, like, that criticism of BE isn't a huge criticism. In some ways, I am embarrassed with how much I know about the Vosh network, right? That's just unfamiliarity, right? He's maybe got some, got some stereotypes about radlibs that he projects onto Vosh. One of those is that Vosh is obsessed with identity politics, which is that's the opposite of Vosh's problem. But I mean, that's just BE being unfamiliar with Vosh. That's not like a huge criticism there.
Listen to this. Targeting civilians to wipe them out of the land is far closer to Israel's actions in some villages in 1948 than anything resembling the current situation. Israel has explicitly told Gazans they need to leave en masse. Just leave. Go to Egypt. While Israel has engaged in an illegal occupation of Palestinians, I think she means Palestinian territory, broken international law, and engaged in war crimes in the past, calling these actions genocide is intellectually dishonest and incredibly dangerous. We saw how dangerous it was when the world, including major news orgs like the BBC World, reported claims on the tragedy in the hospital in Gaza with only Hamas as a source. Well, Israel's not on the ground reporting when residential areas and civilians are bombed. So, unfortunately, that's what they got. This flimsy info led to important Arab countries pulling out of peace talks that could have minimized the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. Well, the U.S. also pulled out. The U.S. actually vetoed a proposition for a ceasefire. The world jumped to believe a radical genocidal terrorist organization who had just intentionally massacred over 1,000 human beings. Indeed. And still held 200 of them hostage, who flaunted and laughed while they desecrated Jewish bodies. Just absorb that for a minute. If Israel is guilty of a genocide right now in Gaza, that means almost every country in the world has and regularly engages in genocide. I have some bad news for you, Eris. They do. What is that too scary for you? Like, what is this? Oh, if we say this is a bad thing, if we say this is that bad thing, then that bad thing happens everywhere. Is that impossible? I mean, to be clear, you would... I'm sure I've seen you talk about how, for example, Jews have been persecuted all over the globe. Right? Would we deny this on the grounds that would mean that anti-Semitism is global? Of course not. What a silly thing to argue. It's actually precisely... Like, look...
Sarah, can you send me the link to the... I might have lost the link to the... Aristocracy Takes on Palestine, the Aristocracy clips from a year and a half ago.
Not just that every country in the world has and regularly engages in genocide. Almost every country in the world has been under the dominion of a colonial empire. And through the course of that, it has engaged in genocide. And it has set the terms of politics as being inherently genocidal. This means that the Allies perpetuated a genocide against the Germans in World War II, making World War II morally equal between both sides. No, because the German state was at war with the Allies. The war was with Germany as a state. What's happening in Gaza right now is not a war. What's happening in Gaza right now is an indiscriminate bombing of a civilian center.
Oh, okay. I thought that. Oh, maybe Natalie Marie sent me that. Oh no, no. I think it was Natalie Marie that sent me the the Aristocracy Greatest Hits.
With a criminal organization.
Must have put it somewhere.
That is being propped up by this. That has been propped up by the state that is currently attacking it for precisely that purpose.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Natalie
Peter
Marie
explained, thank you for the $10 US. I think we could coax her into a better
also sent Xander Hall.
position Sunday. There's no way being on bad terms with the Arab world will benefit Israel. That's why we have to free Palestine. I mean, they've chosen to be on bad terms with the Arab world for a long time. They've benefited profoundly from it. That's not true. I'm sorry to say. I would like to believe that. I would like to believe that the material reality makes it so that there is some
Ooh, I don't understand how this take wouldn't make fighting Nazis. Yeah.
Contradiction of what Israel's doing that will undermine its power, but they're being allowed to do what they do right now for a reason. Yes, Israel's guilty of a genocide right now, and not just in Gaza. It's also guilty of establishing apartheid conditions and subjecting the native population
It wasn't you either.
to extreme humiliation and brutality, and indeed rape
I
and
mean, I know I've got them in one or more of my videos. I know I talked about that.
terror. And yeah, the bare fact that this is a ubiquitous feature of colonial programs across the globe does not make it less so. So listen to this. This means that so if almost every country in the world has and regularly engaged in genocide, and this renders the word meaningless, how? How? Do we not mean something specific by it?
Bad Empanada is either the world's only leftist misanthrope or a self-righteous teabag, only interested in winning arguments, whose imply taking advantage of inherent correctness of... Oh, who's only taking advantage of the inherent correctness of leftism.
What if every country did engage in genocide? What if,
Simply.
like, there was a worldwide Nazi regime and every single country in the world tried to genocide their local Jewish population? Would that cease to mean something? Would it cease to be genocide because it's ubiquitous? What a stupid thing to say. But if Israel's a state, then almost every place in the world is... Yeah, does that mean the word state doesn't have any meaning?
So yeah, the argument that he's like dealing with Averroes is the idea that if we consider what Israel's doing to be genocide, then we have to think of a lot of other things as genocide too, and therefore a lot of states would be culpable. Like Canada? Yeah.
This is the stupidest line of argumentation I've ever seen.
And this is what got, this is what got Eris upset in the first place, was Canada Day and people talking about genocide in Canada. This is where this whole bad take train that aristocracy engaged in that, got her clipped and shipped by Bad Empanada a year and a half ago. This is where that all came from.
I've seen people use it frequently. The purpose of the term genocide is not to say double plus bad. The purpose of the word genocide is to identify that the geno part of the word is being cited. An ethnic group, or some kind of collectivity of people, is being specifically targeted for extermination. That's all it means. It can happen in one place, it can happen in every place. What do you mean that's sexism? If that's sexism, the sexism is everywhere. What do you mean that's rape? If that's rape, then that means rapes are being committed everywhere. Like, what is this logic?
Yeah, he's got a point.
The response to this is often met with, well, Israel has killed more Palestinian civilians. This fact is undeniably and tragically true. This is one of her favorite words. It's tragic. Just, oh, no. Oh dear. Look what you made us do. The majority of leftists who argue this moral point uniquely use it against Israel when they genuinely don't believe this argument themselves. What argument? That's not an argument, that's just a fact. Israel has killed more Palestinian civilians. So if you're trying to say that what Israel has done isn't genocidal, but they've killed more civilians. In addition, by the way, civilians of a particular ethnic type, while making explicitly genocidal statements from their official organs of government calling them the children of darkness, then Israel is genocidal. Right-wingers wrongly use the same flawed logic to claim the Soviet Union is worse than the Nazis. No, they just... policies killed more people. The reason why the Nazi regime is worse than the Soviet one is because those deaths weren't the result of corruption and misallocation and criminal negligence, and indeed also political purges, and indeed like other things too. The Nazi killings were unique, not so unique actually, because as we've been talking about, like, this is actually
It's important to note.
part of the course. In fact, by the way, a lot of the leadership that probably would have created a lot more stability within Palestinian among Palestinian communities now, a lot of those were put into explicitly concentration camps by the British after the Arab Revolt. But the reason why the Nazis were uniquely bad was because their purpose was the killing. Their purpose was to get rid of a people. It wasn't mismanagement. The Nazis didn't mismanage millions of Jews to death. They murdered them on purpose. Like Israel is murdering the children of darkness in Gaza right now. While the Soviet Union should face criticism for these high numbers, any moral equivocation with the Nazis is based on some flawed moral system I genuinely don't understand. Every civilian death in war is a tragedy and must be minimized as possible. But when assuming the weight of guilt, intention matters. The creation of the word genocide bases its entire existence on this thesis. No. The word genocide is concerned with the elimination of groups. Actually, the UN use of it is narrower than the one given by Lemkin in his what's the book called? Shoot, we went through it with Doe a little while ago. If you don't believe intention matters, you don't believe in the word genocide, so stop using it. Do you want to see what the intentions of the, for those who aren't familiar, do you want to see what the intentions of the Israeli government are?
He's scrolling, folks. He's scrolling.
Hang on, I retweet. I'm just finding the post.
Just a second. Scrolling.
Thank God I have an editor now. We can go through all
Down here
this.
somewhere. Somewhere here.
This is the Prime Minister of Israel. This is a struggle.
Yeah, this is the... Oh, I didn't realize it was the Prime Minister account that tweeted it. This is the tweet I was talking about earlier.
Between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle.
Damn. And this tweet has been deleted. Almost 10,000 quote tweets. Look at that. 336 likes. 10,000. I've never seen it. Wait, maybe I just haven't. Maybe I don't like. I'm not a math nerd like Sam Cedar, right? But those seem like some wild numbers. Only 336 likes. Almost 10,000 quote tweets.
This was deleted, by the way. Flew a little too close to the sun with this one.
Yeah, that's what President Sunday was saying earlier. Is that, yeah, it's just like a little bit of a bingo as far as having ties to colonial projects, but like not that is damning in any way, right? That's her takes on Palestine, on the other hand, yeah, and her take on Canada Day, on the other hand, right? Those are truly problematic, not.
Israel tells 1.1 million Gazans to evacuate south. Israel's military is telling 1.1 million people in northern Gaza to evacuate their homes immediately as it appears to prepare to ramp up retaliation for Hamas' October 7th attacks. This was published on the 13th, 6 days ago. The UN and several humanitarian groups have sharply criticized Israel's evacuation order.
Somebody in Shakespeare, are you still here? Somebody in his chat is claiming that the BB tweet about the children of light and the law of the jungle was ripped from one of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
I guarantee you, Eris didn't look at any photos of parents carrying.
Wait, I think Eris believes that the Holodomor was a genocide. I thought that was. I thought Eris didn't believe that.
Limp bodies of their children out from being crushed into.
Yeah, there's somebody saying "Children of Light and Darkness" is from the War Scroll in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Rubble of their homes. Do you know how much time they are given to evacuate? And once again, lest we forget, the warning to evacuate is a bomb on the roof. Boom, run. Leave everything you own behind, your entire life. Just run into the streets, into a city without running water or electricity, in the dark. Just run. Where are you going to go? Where's safe? Fuck you, that's where. They're given between 10 and 30 minutes is the number I've heard. Imagine telling, like, your grandparent, say, there's a thump on the roof. You have some bombs all around, there's a thump on the roof. We gotta go now. You have to leave everything behind. Everything. Your family pictures, your belongings, every treasured object you own, every heirloom, all your clothes, all your food. Just run. It's going to take a few minutes to convince them to leave, in all likelihood. There maybe once you do, they'll scramble to grab some things. Maybe there's something precious they didn't remember where they put it. They need to find it first. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They aren't doing roof knocks anymore? Well, there you go. Point I'm getting at is, If this demented nutball would spare us the crocodile tears while she's carrying water for an ongoing genocide, that'd be swell. I would like that very much. Your trauma has no currency here. Your Canadian trauma has no currency here. Not while you are defending, I mean truly defending. The fact that you are insisting this is a defense of this. You are sanitizing what the Israeli government.
Eris definitely believes in Holodomor genocide. That was the whole thing where she called Bad Empanada. Was it aristocracy? I thought it was like Keffels that called Bad Empanada a genocide denier.
What the IDF is doing to the people in Gaza. That's what you're doing. Because you're special. You're important. Your life and the lives of the people that you care about, they matter. These people's lives, they're just... Who cares? Who cares about those people in the slum? What happens to them? Who cares? Breaking international law to further your military goals must always be avoided. Avoided. Like it's an accident. Oops, we didn't evade it fast enough. Shoot, war crimes. However, intentionally trying to maximize civilian casualties out of hate for an ethnic group is a unique type of evil. Israel, dear God, that's a Freudian slip. Is a unique type of evil both Hamas and the Nazis are guilty of. And Israel, incidentally. Do you know what happened when, as a consequence of the Arab Revolt, the British put out the 1939 white paper, putting a stop on Jewish immigration?
The fake leftist e-girls got you all mixed up, yeah.
Because, by the way, the express purpose of this was to create the military might possible to eject the native population.
Like, I'm not 100% on that, but I thought that was the one thing about Eris, and it sounded like, you got a nod to it there, where she wasn't holding the deaths in the Soviet Union a la, through mismanagement or incompetence as being, akin to the intentional deaths in the German regime.
But after the Arab Revolt, the British put a stop. They finally listened. Okay, took a bloody war to do it, but they finally listened. Israeli terrorists bombed them. Bombed a whole hotel, full of civilians. The moral equivocation of Hamas and Israel is abhorrent, and anyone who engages in this must think critically about their own logic behind this. The moral equivocation of Hamas and Israel is obvious. There is one difference between the state of Israel and Hamas, and that's that Hamas doesn't have the military strength to do what Israel is doing. Israel is doing right now... You've seen the photos, you've seen the flattening of entire cities, of people who are already not free to escape. What's the current death toll? I actually haven't updated that in a couple days. As of 7 hours ago, we've exceeded 4,000. 4,000, my apologies. I've been using outdated information. 4,000. Unfortunate. 4,000 tragedies. I also want to be clear that I will not be engaging with those who deny 10-7 cheer Hamas freedom fighters or are otherwise insensitive to what my family and I experienced that day. You're in Canada.
Okay, so literally anybody doing anything on behalf of Israel in Gaza, whether it be through an airstrike or through ground invasion or whatever, that's who she's calling freedom fighters. Wait, wait. Am I mishearing this? I also want to be clear that I will not be engaging with those who deny 10-7 cheer Hamas. Oh, cheer Hamas freedom fighters. Okay. I just want to make sure. That's where the freedom fighters were.
The people in Gaza are being bombed en masse. 4,000. They did not kill 4,000 Hamas military men.
That's where the word freedom fighter was mentioned.
Not kill 4,000 members of Hamas. They killed thousands and thousands of innocent people who had no choice in the matter. Unnecessarily. What were they?
What is Eris's status right now in the Voosh network? I don't know, because here's the deal. Right, President Sunday is reading this, got in a fight with Eris, but is calling her out. But when BE brought up the things that Eris said a year and a half ago, which in my estimation, we'll take a look at them and see if you agree, I think they're worse than what you're hearing here. I think that there's just some awful stuff that she says in that whole set of clips where she gets started talking about Canada Day.
What is the goal, if not to simply remove them? To those who are angry, haven't posted as much about the civilians lost in Gaza and are calling out unbalanced, biased coverage, you are completely correct. Good. Fuck you. You're going to whitewash what Israel is doing, insisting that a death toll now 4 times as great is not genocide, but the one against people you care about clearly is. Fuck you. The Jewish people are my family, and we're quite literally all related. And like, she feels. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you are actually just a racist, Eris, because now you're not talking about your family anymore. Now you're just saying Jews just matter more to you. 2/3 of the death toll are women and children. Yeah, well, I guarantee you the ones who survive aren't going to be de-radicalized by this. I was going to approach this coolly. I'm actually like, I've never been made so mad by a Twitter thread about people I'll never meet before. This is a natural response, and I refuse to be demonized for it. Well, I'm sorry, demon, but it's not really up to you. You're being demonized for this because you're a racist fascist supporter. That's what you are. This entire screed is just a feel sorry for me and my feelings because people of my race/religious group were attacked. And by the way, we're special. Those other 4,000 people, mostly women and children that are being actively murdered by the Israeli government, yeah, they don't get the special word. They're just accidents, unfortunate little side effects of what we just have to do. I received countless messages from other Jews and Israelis grateful for me speaking up for voices regularly ignored or heard in liberal left spaces. We are such a small minority, 0.2% of the world's population, and thus on social media our voices are so often drowned out where numbers are everything. No, they're not. The United States has been propping up the state of Israel for decades and decades. What are you talking about? What is she talking about?
I found this clip.
It's remarkable how much of a voice Zionists get on public media. It's insane. No other group bombing a civilian population would get this kind of.
I found this clip. Now let me let you know, as far as Bad Empanada, he put this clip up. This is things that she said on her stream. I feel like it went back and forth. Like I feel like he made this video of clips of her. Then she said it was out of context. Then he showed further context. It didn't make things any better. It made some things, seem even worse. There was like an accusation that she doctored the screenshots. Or no, sorry, doctored screenshots of Bad Empanada. There was like a whole thing between her and Bad Empanada, but this is the greatest hits of aristocracy, talking about. Yeah, it starts off Israel Palestine debate, history reviews.
Hard to reverse the change because you do a population exchange. It's very hard to reverse the change because you basically just recreate the problem even worse when you try to reverse it. And this is one of the problems with the Palestinians having the right to return, because they want to take up space. They want to, come return, and they're a much larger population.
Take up space.
Now, I don't think Palestinians can ever get the right of return. Because as the Vox mentioned, there's over 7 million. Those 700,000 have now become 7 million in terms of their descendants. I don't think there's no room. They can't come there, and Israel still remain a majority state. So the only solution to me is, if you think that Israel is the cause of the refugee problem, are financial reparations. And Israel does not actually have as much money as a lot of people think. We'd all love to get to an area where, ethnicity, religion, and all of that stuff matters very little. But to me, it's kind of crazy to expect people to be like, well, you guys have to accept everyone, and then watch that majority population turn it into an Arab pan state where Jews become second-class citizens. Saying, okay.
An Arab what state?
Like, you guys should just have to deal with that, right? You could just have to take the hit so you have the moral headway. It makes sense in a world where there are tons of ethnic and national and religious states, right? To at least have one for your own where you're safe, at least for just one country. And I think that that's totally valid. And this is why I get really scared that Israel is going to become an apartheid state. And all those lefties are going to turn out to be right when they criticize Israel, calling it apartheid. Because if they keep building the settlement, and more settlements happen, it's going to be more and larger of a human rights disaster to pull out and to get rid of the Jews from the region and give them back to the Palestinians. So it means that the only solution you're going to have is a one-state solution where everything becomes an Israeli state. The big problem with that is that for Israel to continue to exist as Israel and not just, become a non-Jewish state, and that's just
So wait, is she literally saying it's not an apartheid situation now? Because it's technically like two states, even though there is no meaningful government or autonomy for for Palestinians.
Typical Arab country in the Middle East with an Arab majority population, Israel, and to remain with Western values and all those things.
Western values, damn.
Jews need to remain the majority of the population. It's a hard place to live, especially when compared to other Western countries. It's very expensive, and there's very little space. The idea of like a 3-bedroom house, you don't get that shit in Israel. You do not get a 3-bedroom house in Israel. That is something that is only allowed for the rich.
So, Chad, the point of this, isn't to rake aristocracy over the coals for something that she said going on a year and a half ago, okay? The point of this is to say that President Sunday is noticing some really objectionable things that aristocracy said. I don't know about Vosh. I can't speak for, anybody else in the Vosh network and how they feel, right? Obviously Vosh has been friendly to Eris in the past, and after this came out, Vosh defended Eris. Vosh defended these takes, right? But that doesn't mean that President Sunday necessarily agrees with it. I don't know if he didn't see it or what, but this was going on a year and a half ago. It's hard to imagine that he'd just be completely unaware of this, right? And so the question isn't like, I don't have a question about President Sunday having an issue with Eris's tweets. I have an issue with them too. I'm just a little bit surprised that he didn't find anything objectionable, a long time ago.
Very, very.
Eris isn't particularly relevant to the streaming space at the moment. That might change. She has been a streamer in the past, and she could very well go back to doing the apartheid anime girl shtick again if she wanted to. But yeah, it's kind of weird to pick it up now, and I'm just wondering what that is. And I'm trying not to obviously the Destiny crowd would be like, oh, it's because Eris is a woman. I don't want to believe that about President Sunday. But there is a weird tendency in these fights that he gets into. That being said, he's got a point. I'm glad he's calling it out. I hadn't seen those tweets by Eris. I think I blocked her a long time ago. So yeah, I don't see anything from Eris.
Rich. In Israel, the most you will get is a shitty apartment. Everyone lives in shitty apartments, okay? So the only place you're going to get a house, if you want a house and you want your kids to be able to have green space and be able to run, is in the settlements.
Oh my God. Okay, well there we go. That's the greatest hits reel.
Cover.
Bosch is afraid of white people being driven out by black nationalists. So I think he understands her points, yeah.
Last night I had my first without nightmare since 10/7. What did the mass slaughter of Palestinian women and children lull you to sleep? I'm hoping I can begin the process towards healing from this. Nobody gives a fuck about you. You're not special. You're a Canadian. You're a Canadian who's whinging because people rightfully condemned you for treating Palestinian deaths like they don't matter because of your supremacy complex. So when you say I don't want to lose my empathy for the Palestinian cause, you don't have any empathy. I don't know if you have the organ for it. The only person you have empathy for is yourself. This whole pity party has been about your trauma. You, a person in Canada, safe from all of this. 4,000 people have been obliterated by ordnance from the air. I'm also especially grateful for the empathetic and responsible coverage by Lonerbox, who, while I don't agree with him on everything, uniquely manages to strike the balance between advocating unapologetically for Palestinian human rights. Is this why? What is Lonerbox getting out of this deal? I'm really confused because he's jumped to her defense multiple times now. One where she was defending police brutality or the essentiality of police in all places by saying, well, the ancient Romans had police. They didn't, by the way. She ran from that one. She never actually substantiated that because the police institution is very recent. The police does not mean, oh, we put people in charge of monitoring the streets and catching people we deem bad guys. That's not what the police means. But secondly, I don't get this. I don't get it. Well, I do get it actually. Lonerbox will basically simp for anyone who gives him access to an audience. That's basically it. He initially became big criticizing people like Ben Shapiro, and now all of a sudden he's getting love bombed by DGG. So now he's like we know where he's at. This is the part that I resent. Okay, we're not talking about aristocracy because aristocracy is unique in these positions. She's not even uniquely big. She's actually pretty small as far as people go. The problem is that we are cursed right now. We have a plague of pseudo leftists and pseudo progressives who bought the bullshit that progressives run the world and decided to be on the side of the empire.
Based, but are you applying this concept as liberally as maybe you should be? President Sunday, you're right, but you're also literally describing the Vosh network. Like, that's you, Garfield, that's you!
Until they realized that they weren't, and that the better grift was actually for the right wing, and then they switched. The issue is that this was a con. People like Aristocracy and Lonerbox, even Destiny, they sold themselves as progressive voices. They built themselves up doing so. And then as they realized that, oh, there's limited growth potential here, they switched. But they weren't upfront about it. They didn't say, hey, I don't believe this anymore. Hey, I've changed my mind. Hey, da-da-da. They just switched. They saw where the winds were turning. And we need to be smarter than to keep falling.
Look, it's a lesser degree between DGG and VGG. I would say, that obviously DGG is more reactionary than VGG on most, if not all, issues. But this does occur there too. It's the same kind of thing. It's the same kind of thing that, like, these people will be ostensibly leftist, except for like one thing. And sometimes it's a concept that they just don't get. But they are so invested in being right because they're in that debate bro space. They're in that blood sport space. And you got to take home the W. And admitting you're wrong is an unambiguous L, right? So these people would rather, just like Vosh did against EJ and Luna, attack somebody else who's saying, no, Vosh, you don't understand. On the facts, on the historical facts, right? Like, Jewish people were not overrepresented in the banking industry in Germany. Vosh made a claim that, the Nazis could make a claim that because of the overrepresentative nature of Jewish people in the banking industry of pre-war Germany, regardless of them being right on the material reality, like the material question, right, it didn't justify what they did. And then EJ tries to be like, no, you don't understand. You're wrong about the material thing too. You are taking something that you learned at some point about like medieval times, right? And the way that Jewish people weren't allowed to do a lot of jobs, and some got kind of by necessity pushed into the banking industry. Vosh makes the assumption that this is the case in pre-war Germany, and it just literally isn't true. It literally isn't true. Bassem and President Sunday ended up talking about this and having a big knockout down, drag out fight, but it wasn't really a fight because Bassem was just right. Vosh kept on trying to make it like, oh, so EJ and Luna, you're saying the Nazis were wrong about Jewish people being overrepresented in banking, but that if they were right, then they would have a point. And they never said it. He literally turns it around on them. I mean, this is what's so bad about these people, right? And look, it could be a very innocent sin if it was just that Vosh had, I mean, it's a bad thing to mix up, right? But, if he just didn't know the history of it, checked it out and found out that he was wrong, I mean, hey, whatever, we all have some gaps in our knowledge. But no, that's not how this works. Vosh cannot, especially to tell EJ and Luna, I'm sorry, you were right about that. I just didn't have my facts straight, right? It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen, right? So this is how the phenomenon that Sunday's describing here, and he's talking about DGG, he's talking about Lonerbox and Eris and people like that. This applies to VGG as well.
For that, because that's a liability. We now have a situation where we have people gatekeeping access to an audience in the space that were disingenuous about their loyalty, so that when they switched, now all of a sudden the people you rely upon in order to help,
that's you, Garfield,
help create an ecosystem in which leftist and progressive voices can survive and flourish in the space.
And look, if it's not you anymore, then fucking say something. Because you've been carrying water for these people for a long, long time, and don't think that people haven't noticed.
And can create positive outreach and actually maybe turn into something efficacious. They're now being gatekept out by people who are actually opposed to them. I think the grossest example of this was recently for this, and here's the crucial point, not for politics. When you see a whole bunch of people, in Vosh's mod staff, for example, which is really Keffel's mod staff, as we've sort of learned recently, people in this space, people like Brianna Wu, etc.
Okay, maybe. What is this? Vosh's mod staff, which is basically Keffel's mod staff. He's a little upset, right? The Brianna Wu thing, Vosh didn't back him up. Keffels didn't back him up. Vosh eventually said something like that, I don't remember. What did he say about trans meds? That he wished that they would just stop attacking other trans people or something. They're trans meds. Of course trans med's gonna transmed. That's what a trans med is. That's what a trans med does. That's why it's not good to have them in your community, right? That is one thing that I will generally give like Vosh's community over Destiny's community, but you see, like, with a person like Brianna Wu, somebody who travels between both worlds, somebody who is acceptable, and somebody who Vosh seems to need, it maybe in the capacity of progressive voice or whatever, but like, right, Vosh isn't going to call Brianna Wu out. Keffels gave, like, Brianna Wu a warning: no more transmedicalism, Brianna, or else I'll have to disassociate with myself with you. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. But he's I mean, like, he tried to make a post on Vosh's subreddit, got banned. I don't know what the status of this is now. I don't know if he's still banned or what. I know he didn't get to put up his post. He wanted to talk about, this is the reason that I have a problem with Brianna Wu, right? Not allowed to do that. Not allowed to do that on Vosh's subreddit. Just like I'm not allowed to ever remember the top of the hour ad break and the fact that, I got to tell you that before it actually happens for you to be able to sub up by the time that happens.
When you see all these people suddenly throwing fellow leftists under the bus for
F's in chat for everybody who got stuck in the ad break.
the sake of building bridges with people on the right, they're not doing so to the advantage of people on the left. They're doing so to the advantage of people who grifted off the left and who recognize there's another market to be tapped, and this gives them access to that. But progressive causes don't benefit from this. Progressive viewers don't benefit from this. Progressive activists don't benefit from this. The only people who benefit from this are the channel figureheads who are in the process of trying to launder their betrayal of those things.
There are actually some loner box apologists in chat. In his chat.
Vosh's position is that Israel's doing genocide. Vosh, I have to be careful here. Vosh is not his staff, which is weird. I'm perplexed by it. But Vosh has actually been with hiccups here and there. Like,
Okay, so do you see what's happening here? He wants to stay in good with Vosh. He's got nothing necessarily against Vosh, because the people that he's dealt with, the people that he's been banned by, the people that he's starting to be reviled by, are not Vosh, but they are Vosh mods. They are high people in the Vosh operation, and he says also there's a large overlap with Keffels mods as well.
His take on BLM recently was bad. I still respond to that. But Vosh has actually been remarkably sincere. I think the problem is that Vosh has been so hands-off with his platform outside of just appearing on camera that he's kind of lost control over it. I don't think he's really in touch with what it actually does. He was surprised when he looked at his subreddit and was like, this doesn't look like my
Any history nerds in chat? Who's the East German dude, right, that was running East Germany, and then, like, he got kind of pushed out by one of the other officials, and then he would, like, write to Stalin. He would write to, like, I don't know if it's Stalin or Khrushchev or no, but it's like Brezhnev or something, and be like, I don't appreciate the way that I'm being treated. And he kind of thought that he could, like, that the USSR was going to come in and be like, okay, well, like, put him back in charge and stuff, when in reality he had, like, lost power and lost esteem in the eyes of the USSR, and he was, I can't remember this guy's name. But some East German
what's going on. So, no.
Leader.
Anyways, I'm
That's what President Sunday seems like, right? It seems like he is on the outs, and either he doesn't realize it yet, or he doesn't want to admit it. Madro? Fuck, I can't remember. No, it's not Hans Madro.
Aristocracy is a disingenuous nutball. This is one of the most disgusting things I've read in a long while. And I see no end to it. We're going to see, so I guess productive, okay? Let's end on, like, a useful note. I think the biggest challenge right now is, while we are awash, this won't last forever, but it will come back. This is the condition of humanity right now. While we are awash in disingenuous actors that have used progressive platforms, platforms that they built defending progressive causes, categorically betraying them, and going so far as to carry water for genocidal regimes as they're bombing civilians. People who actually probably do more positively in their lives than they will ever will. It is very easy to kind of lose yourself in outrage towards it, and to stop being productive and start reacting. And what you need to recognize is that the reason why we're able to refer to the history of stuff that has led up to this point, like, for example, in the case of Israel, is because this is not new. This has been happening for over a century. Long over a century, in fact. For a very, very long time. And what your job is, insofar as you have one, is not to beat them, because you can't. Your job is to educate the people around you. Educate yourself first and foremost. And do your best to make the people around you better and more equipped to address this stuff in their daily lives, and eventually that spreads. And then, of course, like, political advocacy and things like that. Go canvas if you want. Maybe it'll do something. But critically, that's what it is. You need to do your best to make the people around you better people. This is a bit unique right now what's happening in Israel, because this is the first time this has happened on this scale in a way that's been we've had such immediate access to.
Walter Ubrecht. That's who I was thinking of. Thinking of Ubrecht. That's what this is reminding me of. Only because I recently learned about Ubrecht.
One of the reasons why critics of Israel now are not being simply squeezed out of every place.
That's right, Ubafly. You got it before I could figure it out, Ubrecht.
Is because it's more difficult to whitewash bombing civilians when you can actually see their TikTok videos showing them being bombed, right? You can actually see their houses coming down. You can see the desolation as it's happening. Where the opportunity is given to the actors to, like the Israeli authorities, to publish their genocidal intentions in English to your computer screen within seconds. And even if they delete it, it's too late. It's everywhere. This is a good thing. What's happening right now is not a good thing, but it is not simply the case that the relevant actors, both in terms of people carrying water for it and the people enacting it, are going to get away with it. It's not that clear. We don't know what will be the immediate consequence of what's happening in Gaza at the moment. What we do know is that what we have ahead of us is a long haul. This is not something that we have the power to interfere with. This is something that we need to use to make sure that later.
President Sunday, look, I want to feel sorry for you. Like, I feel like you're in the midst of some kind of epiphany, right? And you've applied this to Loanerbox, and you've applied this to DGG, and you are correct. And on some level, you must realize that VGG is doing this shit too. The question is, can you stand up and be independent? Because you know what the cost is for that, right? You know what the cost is for somebody that stands up, no matter who they have to stand up to, versus somebody who, plays nice and kisses ass like you've been doing, right? If you want to see it, just look at our viewer counts, President Sunday. That's the question. Like he's talking about access to audience. That's it. That's why people do it. They're not all like, I can't assume that they are all like just, Vosh thought, kind of people that have actually internalized this thing, that actually agree with this stuff, right? Half of it is because they know where their bread is buttered. They know where those audiences are, and they know that it's more profitable to be on Vosh's good side than it is to be on Vosh's bad side or Destiny's good side, right? That's the conventional wisdom. Watch Will in his channel's video, actually, kind of weird dude. You remember Will is the person that was has been to like 3 pride parades or something, marched in 3 pride parades. So, you're going to tell poly people, going to tell a trans person how trans rights should be, how should go about trans liberation, right? That Will in his channel actually made a pretty decent video talking about what exactly President Sunday is talking about now, which is the access to audiences that comes with being in favor of content creators. So, and it becomes a problem if you feel like these content creators are compromised, especially in the way that President Sunday is saying, where they are representing themselves as being leftist, but what is at the chocolate center of the Tootsie Pop is actually not leftism, right? And it starts with Vosh, and the fish rots from the head down. And it starts with Destiny, and the fish rots from the head down, including Vosh, right? Lest we forget that, like, VGG is just the rotten acorn that fell out of the DGG oak tree.
On down the line, we're better and more equipped for it, and so that there are more people in power who can address it. Anyways, so right now, the mission is to stay sane. Don't use this don't be triggered by what's going on in the insanity that you're reading online into getting into frothing at the mouth skirmishes with people on Twitter and losing.
So I guess the skirmish on Twitter didn't go that well. Maybe aristocracy's still more powerful. He seems to have just like bad luck on Twitter. I don't know what the deal is. He can't get anything going on Twitter.
Long hours of your day, and just getting more and more bitter and exhausted. Use the opportunity.
That's literally the norm. Irene is a unicorn. There's like 3 content creators with integrity who aren't in it for ego, clout, or cash.
To read up on the history of what's going on, so that you can start arguing it forcefully and effectively.
I just understand as much as I disagreed with his takes, as much as I like see the patterns that people are talking about in terms of like preferentially going after marginalized creators. When there's so many people that you could make the same points that you're making against Eris about, right? So I don't know, jury's still out about that. I really want more people to wake up. I really want more people to recognize what's going on, and I really want more people to stop tolerating it. Because the only reason that Vosh and people like that are able to get away with what they're able to get away with is because we tolerate it. We put up with it, right? We content creators need the clout, need the eyeballs, need the shout out, and we just kind of forget about the problems that we have with somebody like Vosh's takes. And that's actually not good for Vosh either. Right? If there's a chance for him to change, if there's a chance for him to learn something, like I said before, I think that bit of history that like he legitimately just didn't know that. But he's got so much hubris, right? That when he's missing a piece of history, as in like, you know, how represented are Jewish people in the banking industry in Germany pre-war, right? He just fills it in. Well, I heard one time that, like, you know, Jewish people could only do banking because of the, you know, at the time, in the medieval times, it was thought to, lending money was thought to be unclean. And so, you know, a Christian shouldn't do it. And like, right, there is a thing like that, right? That is like historical somewhere. It just isn't germane to pre-war Germany like Vosh assumed it was, right? And so, you know, even Vosh potentially, if he could get over himself, right? Good luck with that. You know, and the more that these petty tyrants get appeased, okay, the worse they become. And the more unreconcilable they are with anything positive. If you want to change them, if you want to see them get better, if you want to give them another chance, stop kissing their asses. Stop letting them get away with bullshit. Stop letting them pull our movements in the wrong direction. Stand up and say something. Let's normalize this, right? Vosh isn't your daddy. Vosh isn't your king. Vosh isn't your master. All right? He's just some guy from Tacoma that used to have a man bun. And let's never let him forget that you know, you had a man bun at one time, Vosh, and I believe that there still exists a man bun in your soul, Vosh. I believe there's still a man bun in your soul.
Efficiently. And so that you can demonstrate later on, once you've mastered this, which I certainly have, and I'm working on that, so that you master this so that you can put to shame people who are peddling in lies for ignoble reasons. Okay. I'm gonna refill my tea.
That fulfills it. Wait, Natalie, you're saying that he covers foreign next? Oh wait, yeah, no, I saw that. He starts to cover foreign, and then somebody fills up, somebody donates, and he has this thing where if you donate, you go straight to the theory, which I think is actually pretty cool. I don't know if anybody in the chat is interested in theory, but I know there's some people interested in history, and I think history is really important. And like I said before, I've got gaps that I need to fill in as well. I find history incredibly interesting. I don't know. I think that's maybe something that I could learn from President Sunday, the meme president. President of memes. President of squids. Love theory. Tacoma smells terrible. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, well, look, he's almost put it together. Right? It makes me, you know, wish I hadn't gone so hard on him. But not really, because my reaction is my reaction, and I'm not trying to kiss Sunday's ass, and I'm not trying to kiss anybody's ass. Tacoma smells terrible in a video game? Tacoma wept. Oh god, Tacoma wept. Well, there we have our friend. State and Revolution by Lenin, yeah. You know something about the history of European clothes in the past 300 years? That sounds interesting. But yeah, I mean, that's a good idea, because I know that like I am sometimes covering probably annoying stuff that people are not, you know, they get sick of it. Maybe they were interested for the first 30 minutes, but I go on it for 3 hours, right? I feel like there should be some kind of like a level of donation or something. Yeah, like some kind of kitty that we fill up, maybe because we have subs, we have a goal for memberships. We don't have a goal for donations or anything like that. Maybe if I could make it like, because I've seen some people, they have like it's like a jar that like fills up with, like, you know, when you toss a coin to your streamer, the jar starts to fill up. Maybe we could do something like that, and then when it fills up, would it be like the last person to donate gets to decide, or maybe we just like vote and decide? Because I want chat to keep me on task, right? When I get to, you know how I am, I get hyper focused. That's how I roll. But it doesn't mean that I'm not willing to listen to good advice from chat saying, you know, we could move on to like something more interesting perhaps, or something just a little bit different, or something more useful, more practical, right? Than getting wrapped up in like, you know, so-and-so did a 3-hour debate with so-and-so and I gotta watch all 3 hours. I don't have to watch all 3 hours. There's no rule that says that I have to watch all 3 hours. I literally do not have to. Top donators get to decide. That could be an idea. Well, I will put it into consideration. I will definitely put it into consideration. For any lib that's confused by Biden's support for Ukraine or Israel, just read Lenin. It's all there. He's from Beverly Hills. Oh, he's not originally from Tacoma. Okay. But yeah, I mean, like, literally Vosh is just some dude. Remember that, okay? Like, right? And he's not a particularly knowledgeable dude, right? About anything. He's a good speaker. He's loud. He's got some kind of weird charisma going for him, but that's it. That's it. He's just some dude who happened upon this like engagement formula where you attack your own side. Right? And so in other words, he's not impossible to take down. Remember that, okay? Remember. He's not a real Washington. Yeah, Washington does not claim him, I guess. Tacoma does not claim him, so. Wait, let's do something different tonight. Oh my god. Haven't seen this person on Twitch ever before, and I know that they make really good YouTube videos, and they're playing Sonic right now. Let's go over and say hello to Dead Domain, and I'm gonna try to watch their videos sometime. I know they infiltrated like a hate church or something. Like this is the person who infiltrated like this vicious like anti-trans church, and then the church like preached like a sermon about them or something. Vosh is not a worker at heart. He can tell black women they'd be left out. Oh yeah, undergrad sociology class. That is wild. He's never had a job. Didn't really have to work much at being a streamer. Yeah, I mean, right place in the right time with the right bullshit. Wait, did we already raid? We already raided. I didn't even see that happen. Okay, well, good night, everybody, and much love to all my weasels out there. Okay, wait, we're not the weasels, right? We're the machete people. We need to get some machete. We need to get some machete emotes because those are cool memes. Anyway,